Hello and welcome. And we are back with round 8 of the women's candidates. This is it. We're officially in the second half, and every single point is going to start to count. I'm International Master Ivanga Hausker, and I'm going to be your host. And it's a great pleasure to be commentating all the action alongside one of the most powerful men, both on and off the board. FIDE Master James Canty III. Well, James, we've been kind of spoilt, right, with all the action.
We have been. In fact, shout out to everyone in chat and the players playing. It's the candidates, the second half. I'm here with Yovi and the team. It's going to be awesome. And the reset happens. So it's because it's a really big day today, these games. Really big. I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, me too. I cannot wait for the action to begin because this is when everything starts to matter. And there we can see the standings after round 7. Tan Zhongyi, she is still in the lead with an impressive 5 points out of 7. But just half a point behind her, it is Alexandra Goryachkina. She's on 4.5. And Canty, well, what can we expect here from this table?
Yeah, you know what? It's the back half. It's kind of crazy because there's like so many variables right now. But one thing that I think is really going to happen, or of course today being just such a big day, is one win can catapult you so much further up into the standings, right? And then you get that confidence. It's the back half, round 8. Let's say I get a win, I'm tied for third. I'm like, wait, I'm in second now. What is that game looking like? Then you just get that confidence. Things can literally switch today. Today is such a big day.
Yeah, completely agree. This is the day. This is the day after the big reset. So let's take a look at the pairings. Because once again, just like in round 1, the players are all now playing each other, but this time with different colors. So we see Katerina Lagno playing her compatriot Alexandra Goryachkina. Then we see Salimova. She is playing Anna Muzychuk. Then Tan Zhongyi against Lei Tingjie. Remember, in round 1, Tan Zhongyi won with the black pieces against Lei Tingjie, and Humpy Koneru plays against Vaishali. Canty, where is your eyes fixated on?
We're going right there to Zhongyi versus Lei Tingjian. That one right there is going to be diabolical. Okay, I don't know what's happening on that board there, but they definitely, of course, they both play heated chess, so it's going to be fun. They play very strong. It's going to be very aggressive. The compatriot there too as well. It's just a lot on that game, I think. So that one's big, especially because Tan could really run away with it. Actually, especially if she gets a dub today, is going to be looking nasty for her chances to win.
Well, she's in good shape as it stands. And remember, in the candidates, well, only first place matters. So let's take a look at the win probability of Tan Zhongyi and the other players. And there you can see Tan, she is in the red and she has close to a 50% win probability of winning this event. And I just want to draw your attention once again to the yellow line where you can see the rest of the field. Look at that. They've got barely any chance of
Wow.
winning.
Yeah, I'll be
But
mad. I'm like, use that as motivation. If a second is watching this, you clip it and then you take it and you're like, what you feel about this? How you feel? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, right? You know, you can use that as some ammo or really some motivation there because I would be mad.
yeah, but there we can also see Alexandra Grashkina and Lei Tingjian. Whoa, this is a big day of chess. I missed the chess yesterday. And there we see on our screens Katerina Lagno against Alexandra Gashkina. And remember that on their first round encounter, Lagno with the black pieces had the better of that draw. Goryachkina, this is her chance. She actually will have more blacks than whites in her remaining games. She has 4 blacks ahead of her. And she starts with a double black. Katerina Lagno first up, and then tomorrow she will play Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice. Actually, Anna here looks a little tense. I mean, you can actually tell, but at the same time, you can understand. I mean, she's at the bottom of the standings there, but anything can happen. Literally, you have to say that, and you have to get over. I think Hikaru had a great thing he said one time that I never forgot. He said you have to have short-term memory loss when it comes to these type of things. Yes, I'm at the bottom of the standings, but forget about that. There's a round 8 now. Of course, back half. Let's say I win 2 in a row. Now, what's going to happen in the standings, right? So, be optimistic as you can, and try to play some great chess there. Get the tense
And
duel with the ladies.
I know, and talking
Look at
about
that.
optimistic, these 2 players, Humpy Koneru and Vaishali, they're having a tough
Wow.
time. Vaishali in particular,
Yeah,
coming off 2 losses in a row. So she will have to have her feet to the ground and
right.
just taking it on a game by game basis. She has the black pieces against her compatriot, Humpy Koneru. Now, Humpy, she had some unfortunate losses.
Yeah.
She lost a devastating game against Lei Tingjie in round 6, where it was ultimately drawn, but she spoiled it in time trouble. And Vaishali, she's unfortunately just faced players on great shape.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Facing players on great shape, it's kind of hard to just. There's nothing you can do. You just try to play the best that you can, and good things will happen there. Stick to it, obviously, with your best judgment. But it's really tough, it's because sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and doesn't go your way twice. You lose 2 games. I mean, you see that even with FIDE as well in the men's section and in the candidates. So it's insane what happens here. Oh, look at first move. What is that on the board? What is that? E4, D4? What is
It looks
that?
like d4, and she's
D4. Okay.
taking it back.
Okay. Okay. And it's always nice because you don't have to play it. Like if they play H4 or something stupid, you'll be like, "What? Wow, I'm not playing this. I'm not going to play that." So
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not.
handshake, and the games have begun. And yeah,
Is
indeed,
this
it was
D4?
the queen pawn stepping 2 squares forward, d4. Now, Lei Tingje, she is like a rising phoenix. She's won her 2 last games. How is she going to continue? And yeah, she goes d4, d5. Perhaps a solid approach, knight to f3.
You can go many
But
ways here. I'm
solid
feeling
really
London.
isn't in Lei Tingje's repertoire. She's very, very well prepared. Knight f3, the knights are coming out together. And I'm expecting c4.
I knew it. I knew it.
No, we have a
Yep,
London
I knew it.
system.
I knew it immediately because when you see knight f3 in that order, and then I looked at her and I was like, no, she don't play no Catalans. She doesn't do that. So it's like it has to be either bishop f4 or she was gonna go with the Kali with e3, b3, bishop b2. And now she's in the London mode, but she already won with the Jar Jar Binks London, aka Jobava. Tan's already a favorite of mine. I dabble in both of these, the London and the Jobava London, because there's some nuances that you can do. Want to be a little bit better in this position if you play it this way, and vice versa. I'm a fan of it. London system, great choice. Hard to get bad positions, right? So it's a pretty nice choice here from Tan.
Yeah. Do you think she's inspired by Alireza Firouzja, who won his last game against Gukesh? Well, Lei Tingje, her favorite move, I've noticed with the black pieces, is to challenge in the center with c5. So that doesn't come as a surprise, and it should not surprise Tan Zhongyi either. I'm expecting e3.
Yeah, e3 is the usual. You know what? Actually, well, okay, she played the knight f3. I like playing more the bishop f4 option to really keep my knight on f3 available.
Mhm.
So, in fact, I've been dabbling where like I'll play some positions where I'll have Jobava, or some positions where I'll play regular London. E3 is the natural move. She's just going to go regular London here. But if the knight was not on already on f3, we could go e3 and try to go for our knight c3 version, more aggressive
Mhm.
type London. E3 is very solid though. Knight
And then
c6,
there we
all
see knight
figured.
c6. Yeah, so far, so solid. Just wondering whether she's going to go for the knight d2 lines, or she's going to go for something else.
Yeah, definitely knight BD2, I'm assuming. Knight
Yeah,
C3 here is wrong. Takes, and then A6. Wait. Knight C3 takes, bishop G4. That's the problem. Yeah. So knight D2
yeah.
is the regular.
Yeah, knight d2 is the most regular move, but knight d2 does allow, if I recall rightly, queen to b6, where black does that little hit and run against that pawn on b2 and then parks the queen on c3. This is like the sharpest
Oh, yeah. Here's the
variation
theory too. Let's actually go
against
down the right.
the
Takes on C.
London. Okay,
Yeah,
hang on.
we got to move.
We got to move 92,
All right,
and
let's see.
this is where we're going to see Lei Tingje's strategy. She can, of course, just capture on d4, clarify the pawn's center. That was that's very, very entirely okay. The bishop comes out to g4. Oh, black is being very maximalist about this. You know, they want their bishop outside of the pawn chain. Maybe they're going to capture on d4, or maybe they're just going to go e6 and try to play it with, like, black is playing white, but just, one
There's some very
tempo
cool theory
behind.
here too as well, Yovi. Let me show you. In fact, it goes with C3, right? So this could
Yeah.
literally happen. C3, E6,
Yeah.
very natural. After E6, Queen A4, and then where do you think Black goes after Queen A4?
Well, no, okay. I know this pattern.
Oh, you
This
know
queen
this.
is eyeballing this one. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
but let me ask you what you want me to play, because here I want to go knight to d7 just to
Okay.
block this whole
I like
thing,
that.
or I want to be taking this knight on f3.
That's very nice. Very nice. In fact, usually the move that played a lot here is bishop d6. In fact, the bishop
Yes.
d6 is natural, but it the knight on f6 defends g4. So actually, in fact, the bar goes up because of this nasty move, bishop a6. It's ridiculous. It's such a nasty move, and it just wins immediately. So you're just winning completely. Obviously, if you take on a6, you take c6, everything falls. Like, it's a very cool trap that many people fall into. In fact, so I'm curious to see what
Yeah.
happens, because it definitely can happen in this game. Let's see. We have some moves though. So
Yeah,
we
we
have
have
c3, e6, queen a4. Is she gonna play it?
well, I think so. It makes a lot of sense,
It
because
does.
you're kind of getting the Cambridge springs,
Ah,
but
yes,
that
yes.
that tempo up. I find it
Okay.
very, very helpful when you're playing the London system, both
Hmm.
with white and black, to kind of just think of it in terms of, okay, I'm playing the London system, which is essentially like a semi-Slav, but
Right.
with that extra move, I'm getting my bishop out to f4, which is the dream.
Oh,
So that
yeah.
kind of like settles my expectations. Okay,
She
we're
goes
going to
queen
get
b3.
queen to b3.
Queen b3, yeah. Queen b3. So yeah, this is the natural stuff. Queen c8 right now. So now, okay, this is more Carol Khan exchanges type thing, and becomes, well, no exchange yet, but it could be very well. If cd4 and cd4, we have a direct transposition into a Carol Khan exchange variation. So let's
Yeah.
see what happens.
If black ever goes cd4, ed4, but then you need to know your subtleties there as well. Like I
Right.
discovered a long time ago that you if you get yourself into that pawn structure, this bishop needs to make its way back to g6 sharpish.
Hmm. Sharpish.
And yes, sharpish. And the reason that you want to get there
Sharpish.
is because the great thing with the exchange variation pawn structure is that there's no tension in the center. And
Right.
because there's no tension, that means that all the energy goes to the pieces, and
Hmm.
the pawns, the white pawns in this pawn structure. So let me just put this bishop here. Just for I know that there's c4, but let's get into this type of structure. This is
Take,
what I
take,
want
take.
to indicate. They are pointing towards the center, namely the e5 square, and namely towards the king side. So what you've got to be doing is you've got to be anticipating a potential kingside attack before white even has thought about it. So bishop to g6 is quite a nice idea that you do. Trade off all the bishops, and then you can use this strong square on c4 in the later middle game to build up a minority attack with b5, b4. So that's the kind of structure and energy and piece placement that
This
you
comes from
want.
a. That's right. This comes from a Carol Khan, guys. This is actually coming from Yovanka's course on Chessable. Starting out
It
the
literally
Carol
is.
Khan. Starting out the Carol
It
Khan
it
with
is.
Yovanka House
But
here. Go order it now,
but
guys.
okay.
Go get it on Chessable.
But there's one thing that I would say though about this particular move order is that it's not really attractive for black to say, okay, I'm not going to put the bishop on d3 because of c4. But I was just wondering, I personally would be not drawn to this particular capture, because then I would be playing c takes d4, and
Hmm.
then this becomes like a Slav exchange variation, except this queen is on c8, like
You,
literally
yeah.
where the
That's
rook
gross.
wants to be. And
Right.
so you're going to go rook to c1, you're going to put pressure against this knight, and it's not a big deal that this knight was on d2.
Right.
You might want to be going to b3,
C3, C5.
c5. I mean, you're going to get pressure against this knight. So I wouldn't necessarily be drawn to that one because of this open c line.
Oh,
So
take a look at the move though. Yo, we check.
what did she
What?
play?
Look at this.
Knight
She played.
h4.
Never in my life have
Yeah,
I seen that move order. Never in my life have I ever seen
but
this
you
move order.
have. But you have though, because with the
Wow.
black pieces, colors reversed. When you think about it, like a
Oh, that's
semi-Slav
true.
or a
That's
slow
true.
Slav, you see this idea in
Yeah, you do.
operation. You see knight
You do.
h4. That's
Wow.
why I'm saying it's so cool
To see it in
that
reverse.
to think of this type of opening as if you're playing the black side, but with that extra tempo. And this is really important point by Tan Zhongyi here. And the whole thing is that if you allow this bishop outside of the pawn chain, you got to get something for it. You
Right.
can't just go bishop to e2 and just continue with your development with castles and expect to have an advantage, because black literally has got their bishop out of the pawn chain. It should be like lounging there on c8 or d7, and it's not. So this way, you at least get a bishop pair.
Yeah, we get the bishop
So
pair.
you're
And then we
threatening
right.
going g4
G4 all day.
and exactly g4, and then you get the bishop pair and you have something to play for. Because what you want to be doing is then you want to be just accelerating the play at the right time, breaking open the position.
This is so
So
nice.
yeah, but there's one thing that you have to be a little bit careful, because I
Hmm.
think I've even had this position before. Don't get too cheeky here. And once you've gone g4 and won the bishop pair, don't just castle queenside like I did, because I was like, what is it? It's just a pawn coming my way with c4. No, I tell you, it is not just a pawn coming your way. And in the end, I ended up winning, but it was not thanks to my opening. Instead,
Oh,
you
that's
can
funny.
just play a gentle game. Just go g4, bishop g2, wait a little bit, improve your pieces, and make some prophylactic moves like queen c2, and potentially threaten the idea of castle queenside.
I
So
love it.
there you go. That's my lesson in this type of structure. I think Tan is playing
Nice.
excellent chess. She's getting something for this. She's getting a little bit of something. It could be the bishop pair. And yeah, she has a comfortable position, which is ideal. Game 8, second half of the
Yeah,
tournament.
comfortable, right? That's the word.
Mhm.
Comfortable. You like, hey, I'm at the top right now. I don't need to play nothing crazy, stupid, like sharp, razor sharpness. You don't need to do that, right? She chose a very solid route here, I think, with chances to be aggressive. But that is if she chooses that option here. I think this is really nice with the move g4 and then bishop g6. Knight takes g6. At some point, we go bishop g2, maybe dc5 and play e4, open up the game for the bishops. So it's a very,
Yeah,
very nice game. I think an opening choice was very nice from Tan here. She looks very comfortable too as well. I think she always actually looks the same. You would never tell. That's kind of poker face. Very good. From her, you'd never tell her emotion. And she's at the top of the leaderboard there. She has very control over that. Nice control, that is. So pretty good
that's
game so far.
yeah. And well, the players are out of their opening system, and now Lei Tingjie is thinking. So let's go to the bird's eye view and take a look at our other games in progress. And I see, can I just direct your eyes to the top left, that between Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina, that's a sharp opening.
You know what's funny? You say, "Oh, it's sharp," and it's just a Roy Lopez with a bishop on c5. It is definitely
That
sharper, but it also is more like it's just you would say that. Only Yovi would say that because this
No, no,
is
no.
boring
I
still.
I once experimented with this. So what happened was, right, this is
Right.
how
You are white
naive
or
I
black.
I was. So let's go to that game. Let me just
Okay.
show you.
Okay.
Let's just go
Okay. Let's do it.
to Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina, because a long, long time ago, I was a little bit disillusioned with my Caracan. Not because it was a bad opening
Mhm.
or I had lost faith in it. It was just because
You
I
switch it
felt like
up.
I was being too predictable.
Yeah.
So I looked around, I rolled the dice, and I was like, the Archangel Lopez sounds the best. It's got the
Nice.
coolest name, right?
Archangel. Yeah, that's me.
Is this is like, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Except it's no, it's not. It's like
It's
it's
not me.
the most
It
sharpest.
was.
It's like literally. I went from the Caracan to the equivalent of playing the Lopez version of the Najdorf.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I can see that. I can see that, especially with Fabiano having the course too on that too. That boy is sharp and things can
Yeah, yeah.
happen. Some crazy things happen actually here in
Yeah.
this one.
So let's work our way to
And what
the
happened?
start, away from the beginning. E4, E5, and this bishop to B5, A6, bishop A4, knight to F6, castles, and then here it comes. You go B5, bishop
Hmm.
B3, bishop C5.
Nice.
So this is very nice. Now it's quite funny though, because one of the things that you do have to be aware of, that the most natural move on the board is not the best. Knight takes e5 is like a trick that everyone first tries out because it looks good, right? Is what you're
Right.
taught. But after d4, all you need to do is remember bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, d6, and you are planning c5, c4 with the black pieces. I actually won a game like that.
Very nice.
And
Tactical.
yeah, It is
That's not the
definitely.
usual Yovi tactics. That's crazy. You got the win though. You got to see them though. You have to see them.
Yeah, you got you it's definitely the first variation that you look at,
Right.
because we're taught very early on that knight takes e5 is the way to respond to this type of pattern, but here
Mhm.
absolutely not. So let's go back to the position of the bishop to c5. And here, white is trying to go for a very controlled d4 and do it at the right time when
Mhm.
everything is sorted. And so after
Right.
a4, destabilizing b5 and rook to b8. And that seems to have come as a surprise for Lagno. I'm surprised as well from Goryachkina that she's playing in such an aggressive fashion.
Yeah, Rook B8 actually is and it's theory, and maybe like the move orders are different. There's D6. You play Rook B8 at some point too, as well, to get off of the lines of like Bishop D5 pins. Also, obviously the A file tension with the rooks. So Rook B8 is a natural move, and then there's this new pawn sack line that I remember after White goes C3 and D4. Bishop backs up to B6, and then you actually sack a pawn with A5. This is like some new stuff that is. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not super new, but it's newer as in a way because A5 and then taking actually leads into some problems for black. Taking with the
Yeah,
bishop,
so if you
obviously
take
there's
with a
D5.
bishop, whoops,
Yeah,
that would be a problem because the
D5.
knight, has to leave the defense of the bishop. And if you take with a knight,
I think there's an
then
exchange sec
oh,
at some point. It might be Rook
rook
A5.
takes
Maybe.
a5.
I just can't
Yeah,
remember the
rook takes.
theory.
I'm looking at the
Oh,
database right now, and it's telling
takes
me
take.
it takes.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
an exchange
after
sec,
this, if you
and
go
it takes.
d
Oh,
takes
let's
e5, I'm just
Queen
kind of
D8
curious.
95. Queen D8 95
Just
hits F7 and C6 at the same time. It's nasty.
oh, see, it goes to know you need to know your stuff. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
sick.
That is sick. That is a
Sick.
beautiful variation. So yeah, if your opponent ever goes a5,
Just
be
don't take it,
cautious.
bro. Just put the
Don't
bishop on
take it.
A7,
Yeah,
and then I don't know I don't remember. I think the rest of the theory is just develop pieces.
yeah.
Easy. Bishop B3,
H3,
H3, knight
H3 castle.
BD2, and like yeah. And I think you actually sack
Yeah,
the D4 pawn too as well with Bishop B3,
and the
Rook
and
B1,
the
Knight B2.
argument, yeah, you go bishop e3. That was really another very important pattern, because if the knight does take on e4, bishop to d5
Yes.
is going to be a nice double attack against these pieces. So yeah, very sharp encounter already. Rook to b8, and it seems like Lagno is considering what to play. I love this part of the round when the players are getting their preparation in or not, as the case might
Right.
be, and the mind games begin. Like, do you go into your opponent's main preparation? Where can you go where they probably haven't studied? What's the most trickiest line that you have available to you? Yeah,
Right. That's always the most fun. That's why I love doing opening files because I'm a fan of like I want to get them out of theory somewhere where I'm in theory and you're not. So it's a
yeah.
great place to be.
Yes. Okay, so let's go back to the bird's eye view and leave Katerina Lagno deep in thought, just deciding what she's going to be choosing. So, which one of these games appeals to you?
We have to go to see the Grunfeld. I do like Vaishali's Grunfeld. I've actually tried it myself. Some of these positions just don't suit me as well. I don't feel like I have as much activity as I would like, but I do like how Vaishali
Vaishali, did you
plays them.
say?
Yeah, Vaishali's game there
Yeah.
is a Grunfeld, very, very one of the sharpest openings, obviously in chess. With King's Indian, Dutches, and etc. Najdorfs. This one's up there. Grunfeld, very sharp, lots of tactics. A lot of times feels like White can be the one pushing because they do have the big center, but Black and even Vishali's previous games on her way to GM actually were very strong with the Grunfeld. So she understands these positions very well. Really, what matters
Shall
about
we
how your understanding of the positions.
shall we go back to the beginning, because I'm
Absolutely.
kind of curious how it begins. D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3. I was wondering, okay, straight into the Grunfeld, then queen to b3. And interesting, because Humpy really is the kind of
Yeah,
G3 player,
G3 are right.
fiancetta the bishop,
Yeah.
and go for a solid
Yeah.
game. But she chooses queen to b3, queen takes c4, bishop g2, g7, sorry, e4, and our castle kingside. And this is the moment, bishop to f4,
Yeah.
c6,
Yeah. C6.
the bishop,
And
the pawn was attacking this. Let me just also have my database up. That's and then rook to what was played after
uh, knight f3.
knight to f3,
I know
and
b5
then
is a move, right? Or
yeah,
no?
b5 is the main move. Bishop
Okay,
g4
b5.
also played, putting the bishop out, trying to attack the defenders of the center.
Yes.
Which one do you, it kind of also feels like a hybrid, right, of a like a Grunfeld and a Slav as
A going
well.
for Slavia or some type of
Yeah,
even, I mean, you can get these from Carol Cons too, with C6, D5 type thing, where,
yeah,
well, some type of exchange, maybe Scandi almost. Like, there's some vibes here to just mixed openings. And I do like the quick B5. I remember Gary got some games with that, Gary Kasparov. Oh, shout out to him. I think he turned 61 today too as well. But
he did.
B5, yes. Happy birthday, Gary. So B5 hits the queen. Queen moves out of the way, and then I don't remember anything. Maybe A5,
Queen
C5 is
a5.
something. Oh, Queen A5. Okay.
Queen a5. The c5 is c5 would be a shocker, right? I've
Yes.
seen that kind of move. I've seen that kind of move done. Like, don't knock it, right?
Yeah,
Because it just appears on the board and it looks like black has blundered the b5 pawn and the c5 pawn. But when you kind of like scratch deeper under the surface, you realize that, if white is ever going to go d c5, his pawn on c5 may be a liability, and that all you need to do is just come forward and grab even more space. Maybe kind of go a6 first, and then black might be fine. But yeah, I've seen that kind of idea done in the semi-Slav. So
mm.
I do not underestimate it. The main move, though, is queen to a5. Again, asking the question to white, how are you going to defend the pawn on e4? So white can just go bishop to d3. White, and then here is typical Grunfeld style, where you have to kind of contort your
Woo.
pieces.
That's exactly
I, I
that's
yeah,
exactly what the Grinfeld is, bro. Like, what is the Grinfeld? Well, you got to contort your pieces. That's
yeah,
exactly it.
literally. And
Yeah,
the thing is, if you're learning the Grunfeld, I would definitely recommend that you master your pawn breaks, when you're going to be doing them and when you're going to be actually just playing with pieces and eventually getting your pawn break. Because sometimes, like, the classical way to kind of just break open the position is just a big disaster.
it
And
is.
instead, what you needed to do is just to build up, put the pressure on the center. So, yeah. And then
It's
here,
crazy.
white normally plays
Crazy
queen
opening.
to d1. So
Okay.
we might see a game like that. But Vaishali, she is thinking.
In fact, somebody in the chat says it feels like Vishali got move order into C6. Maybe she doesn't play that normally there. I actually think that is a great observation, in fact, because if you were in theory, you just play theory very quickly. I mean, you can just move it. I've been here
So if you
before.
played knight f3, aha, you
Right.
think,
Maybe
aha,
you've been
that
here. Right.
maybe she prepared like
Something
a6.
else. A6, exactly, which is natural, and that's the main move. A6, B5, C5, stuff like that all the time. But
Yeah.
with the bishop F4 move, does hang the pawn on C7, which move orders you into C6, which makes a lot of sense. Bishop F4 is not a move that I am even familiar with in the Russian system here, but it is a very natural move, and it seems to take her out of theory because she is on a think tank now. After bishop
Yeah.
F4, she plays C6. Now you have to play this version that you may not have a lot of experience in, which could be an opening dub for Humpy.
Yeah, it definitely could. And again, this is where it's very useful, right? To have like knowledge of how to handle like these kind of Slav type positions where white does have the center, but you have to be fighting in the wings. Yeah, Vaishali, the clock is ticking down. Now, I would say something about Vaishali is that her time management hasn't been the best in this event. And I don't know whether that's because of nerves, but it also could be to do with her style of play.
Mm-hmm.
Because her style of play is so active, it demands a lot of energy and calculation
Mm-hmm.
that naturally, when you get that type of position, you end up in time trouble.
Yeah, you have to spend time. In fact, yeah, that's one thing about my style that I do remember is that you have to spend a lot of time calculating correctly because if you don't, one slip, you lose the game. So sometimes that's very difficult to keep up that type of energy every single game, right? So having things where it's a healthy balance of both, for instance, a Nimzo Indian, which can be very aggressive, but also very solid foundations behind it as well. Even Queen's Indians, where there are some ways where you can play very actively still, but not giving up so much like the center and King's Indians and Grunfelds that actually I had to learn myself, in fact. But understanding, it takes a lot of time. If you're sharp there, you feel it, go ahead, play it, do your thing, right? She's gotten very far with it as well. But at other times like this, where you do have to expend a lot of time and use a lot of energy, it can be detrimental, especially if you're not in, greatest form, or you're not, at the top of the leaderboard. It could be difficult to try to keep that up.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the bird's eye view and leave Vaishali to her thoughts there. And let's check in on the game that we haven't looked at, which is Nurgul Salimova against Anna Muzychuk. Now, for a second, I thought this was a C3 Sicilian.
C3
But
Cecile for the kill.
then I reminded myself that the pawn is on E2.
Oh, this is a Sicilian. And you're like, this is the newest Sicilian I've ever seen with an E4.
This is
Okay,
a
got
little
it.
bit radical, right? You get
Right.
Sicilian, but you
No
haven't bothered to
E4.
push it forward.
I
Okay, so how
understand.
does this one come about? Because
Definitely a Grunfeld. I mean,
Nurgul is
sorry. What's that thing?
Queen's
Oh my
Gambit
goodness,
accepted.
Catalan.
Ah, Catalan. Yes. Okay, Catalan it is. That is Nurgul's opening of choice, and now C5 immediately, and then takes on D5. I'm just going to pull up my opening database just to assist me, and then here E takes D4, and then Queen A4 check. Has this transposed into one of these like a Tarrasch defense?
That's exactly what it was. It was a Taras defense with G3. She played C5 early and allowed that. But now you actually see, believe it or not, and there's a King's Indian attack theory out there by Camille Pliska, Chess, of course, as well. But it also becomes like a Grunfeld-ish type thing, or King's Indian attack. So it's flexible. First, out of nowhere, it became like a Catalan to now a King's Indian attack, aka Grunfeld in reverse colors type of game, like out of nowhere. So you get a lot of play here. I think this was a great opening choice from Salimova here, because she can play whatever. Like, there's so many ways. There is no theory here right now. So you're just kind of like playing. You can play
Yeah.
off the head. You can play B3. You can play E3. You can play E4. You can play Knight C3. You can play Bishop G2, Castle, Rook D1. Like, there's so many options. So it's very flexible. I love the flexibility and options that she gave herself here in this game.
Yeah. Okay. But it's a very open position, and if Nurgul wants to do something, she has to put the pressure as soon as she's completed development. And her development has to be spot on, right?
Right.
Because if she's faffing around and she puts her bishop maybe on the wrong square, maybe she puts it on D2, then it's bad. And that will actually really just impede her chances for an advantage. And the same goes for Anna here, because if Anna just casually throws in knight c6, which might be a great move, but it might not in the long haul, because this bishop on d7 is bad.
Yeah.
You might be wanting to go, you might be wanting something else. So this type of chess from now on has to be very on point. It has to be full of purpose. And
dynamic and active.
Yeah. So the big question here for Anna, does she want to be going knight to c6? Does she want to throw in bishop to b4 for check first and leave that knight on b8 for the time being? And another kind of idea that you might play is just come in really quickly with the knight to e5.
You're right. Man, you know what, Yogi? We just might go to knight a6 then. You're right, because we need to play active here. Knight a6.
You might
Who
need
even
knight.
cares?
Yeah, I mean, it was just questions, right? Because here,
Yeah.
no, because the thing is with open positions, and I personally find them very, very difficult, because every single move matters.
Yeah, correct.
You can't
100%.
just kind of go, I'm just going to retreat my queen to d1. I'm going to castle kingside. Yeah, you can do that, but then what happens next? And you have to, this bishop wants to be on b2, like as you mentioned, but it might not be able to get there. And if it can't get there, like you might put a knight on c3, but the knight on c3 might not be the best square. It might be better on d2 and c4. This is how you have to think in this type of positions. And I struggle in them, I'll be frank.
Yeah, this is what they call like dynamically equal here, and a lot of times having experience in other openings and experience in games. Actually, Magnus said to become a better player, you have to play different openings, and I never forgot this. I knew this like 5-6 years ago, where I remember this quote, but he's correct because like knowledge that I know from other openings, I can apply here. And this looks like, believe it or not, a bad French for black in a way. Not made terrible, but it is a fact that it became a French where this was not a French, but now you have a French type structure where the bishop's just behind the pawns on d7s. It is developed, but it's the greatest. The knight is fighting over the same squares kind of as the bishop is. Like, how do you develop it? We need to get e5 in, but then the knight is connected to that on d5. So how do we activate the bishop? That's going to take time, right? So that makes a lot of sense to actually make something like rook c8, maybe knight b4, get c2 in, but we need to be active, as you mentioned before, or we aren't
Yeah.
going to get anything going, for
Yeah,
black.
definitely. You need to be as active as possible. And one bad piece, as I mentioned, can really ruin the position. So if you don't give this bishop on a purpose, and black has four minor pieces in the game working towards the center, then you're in problems.
Right.
And the
Right.
thing is, also, this is the type of position that can also fizzle out. So if both sides
Yeah,
are
yeah,
like
yeah,
playing
definitely.
accurately, it'll be a trade, trade, trade,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
you like
then
that? Okay.
draw.
I'm
Yes,
like, bro,
very good.
okay, wait.
But the big question now is what to do with the queen. Like, where should she go? Like,
Yeah, that's a
my
good
instinct is
question.
is to be a chicken about this whole thing and drop
I
it all
mean,
the
look,
way
look,
back.
nothing wrong with that because actually, Queen D1 is like, hold on, bro. Like, I mean, where else are you gonna put this queen at? There's vulnerability everywhere. So, Queen
Right. I
G4 was
don't.
tempting, but you know, maybe
Yeah,
Queen
Queen
D4.
G4, and I feel
I
like,
don't know about that.
oh,
Even a bar
you're
like,
looking at G7, but this
yeah,
bishop is looking at that queen, and it's making me nervous.
and the bar says, yeah, you've lost your mind. This is the candidates. Try again. So, Queen to
Yeah,
D1 though is definitely the natural move. I think Queen D1 is it, and then
yeah,
we're gonna put the knight on D2, maybe knight B.
right. So if the queen goes to D1, and then I don't know, like the question
Bishop,
arises after bishop to B4 check,
yeah,
like
knight
where
BD.
knight BD2,
Yeah.
and then castles,
Castle, castle.
castle, castle,
My goal is
and
a3, b4. I'm going to expand and play bishop b2, e4. Like this is like I'm so comfortable here with white. It's just I have easy moves: a3, b4, bishop b2, e4, queen e2, rook d1.
yeah, that's if you get in. If you get in, so say for instance, say I wait, I put my
Like
rook just for fun.
yeah, rook
I'm just going to
c8
go
is
rook
right. Yeah,
c8,
exactly
rook
right. Rook
c8,
c8.
right?
Yeah.
And then you
Okay,
go
a3.
a3. I'm going to
Okay.
go back to e7, and
Okay.
if you go b4, I say, well, thank you very much.
Wow,
There were
you just take my square.
consequences.
Wow,
Yeah,
really? You're that kind of person, aren't you, Yobi? I knew
yeah,
about
I
that.
am
They
that
said
kind
they
of
said
person.
that they said that about you in the pregame. I remember that. In fact, okay,
Yeah.
knight to c3, queen e1 or queen b3. This is not fun
And you
anymore.
groveling, you're
Yeah,
groveling
yeah,
on the back, and this, but it goes to show, right?
yeah.
This is the
100%.
very, very sharp position where
100%.
you really have to find the best squares for your pieces.
Wow.
And like I said, here is the moment where you have to invest the time. So
Hmm.
that's why you can see queen to d1, and white and black will be investing the time on how to coordinate their pieces, what is the best way to centralize these rooks to dominate these two lines. And I wouldn't be surprised if both players play very accurately that the position will just fizzle out, because there is no like structural imbalances, so to speak. Both sides have got
Correct.
four pawns on the
Same
king
side.
side, two
Mm.
pawns on the queen side. So yeah, it's all going to hinge on activity.
That's
So
it.
that is it. Yes. And wow, it's brewing up to be very sharp. Maybe. Okay, well, now that the players they've passed the opening stage, they're in deep thought, pondering what to do next. We are going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere because there's going to be more fun to come.
Oh, it's check. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, thanks. I thought Badana played extremely well, very, very solidly. Didn't make mistakes and made good positional moves all the time. The last time I was wiped out by a woman was by Nona Geprindashvili in 1966. She beat me.
She beat you.
Two wins and one draw.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm retiring.
We are back with the FIDE candidates, women's edition, and here in round 8. It's the second half of the tournament, and as I mentioned earlier, this is where things get critical. And the game that we're going to be focusing on is tournament leader Tan Zhongyi against Lei Tingjie. Remember, Tan Zhongyi, she is leading the tournament with 5 points out of 7. And her rival there, Lei Tingjie, she was the winner of the 2022 Women's Candidates. She did challenge 4-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun for the crown last year, but she did lose. And there you can see the difference between the two of them. Kanti, like, are you surprised by anything? Like rating difference?
Well, actually, showing the tens, ratings are always just a number a lot of times, especially at this level. I mean, at all levels. In fact, somebody can be really, really strong or be underrated, and now it'd be time for them. Maybe it's their breakout year, maybe it's their breakout month, maybe it's just clicking for them differently. Maybe they're on a hot streak. But 25-20 and 25-50 is 30-point difference. But you see hands on top a lot of times. Which people would say, how could this person be like this? And some people just don't understand the levels there, which is understandable. Here, Tan's playing out of her mind right now in a great game. I think the position is great as well. But also Lei Tingjie is playing great too as well. She's literally 1 point behind. So if she draws this game, okay, I'm still behind half a point. If I win this game, I tie it up and shake up the standings.
Totally. And remember, Lei Tingjie, she did have a terrible start. She lost her first game against Han Zhongyi. She was in trouble in two of her games, like serious trouble. And she had to just fight back with every bit of resilience that she had. And then she beat Humpy Koneru, and it's like the floodgates opened because she then beat Vaishali in their last game, round 7. And here we are seeing, if we backtrack a few moves, let's just get the game up, because we left it with Town playing the lovely move knight to h4, trying to get the bishop pair, and there was no trying about it. She managed, because after bishop e7, g4, bishop g6, knight takes bishop, and there we have a bishop to e2, which is an interesting move because black was actually threatening to play knight takes g4. So it might be kind of instinctive to go bishop to g2, which I think is the way that I reacted, in order to just to kind of keep the options open of potentially castling on the king side. But Tan, she is such a dynamic player. She's like, I'm going to go bishop to e2, potentially with the idea of going h4, h5. Now, one of the things that I did in my game, I did sacrifice the pawn. It was planned. But one thing I wanted to highlight is that you can sacrifice a pawn, for instance, by going g5, with the big idea of actually going h4. And if this knight goes to h5, you've literally sidelined the knight on h5.
So, we actually have a move, by the way.
And we
she
actually
went with what?
h4. And this is
H4 for
what
the
I was thinking.
score.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons I was pointing this out, because she's going to go straight for h5, but potentially she could be looking at doing moves like g5. And if this knight goes to h5 to stop h5, remember that this knight on h5 is completely locked out of the game.
I actually like this idea of h5 and then gh and g5 being an idea. Now, of course, gh doesn't have to happen, but we do need to play h5, get castle with the threat of hg6. But whenever gh happens, we have the in-between move of pawn g5, which could really shake up the game there. But definitely, I like how she's taking a space and just playing a game. Very solid, putting some pressure on them.
And it's actually really tricky for Lei Tingjie to come up with a plan, because yes, she could go c4, but the white king hasn't committed to castling queenside. It might actually just castle by hand. But once you reduce the tension in the center, then you give white the free hand to kind of also break open the position even more with e4 at the right time. And remember, white does have the ideas of going h5. So let me just show you. So if you go b5, you want to be consistent. So you have your idea in play, which is to go h5, gh, and then g5. That's good. Looks great to me. You can also, just to highlight my idea, which is to go g5, with the idea that if a knight comes to h5, you just park your bishop out of the way, and this knight on h5 out of the game.
Gross. This actually, believe it or not, okay, Jabava Londons and Londons are very similar, but there are a lot of Jabava Londons that look very similar to this, with g5 knight and bring the bishop back, queen goes to c2. So you can't really move the f pawn because g6 hangs, and you can grind the position, you can break with e4. I like how her bishop is actually placed on e2 rather than g2, because I can go bishop f3 if I need to and try to open up the game, which is kind of cool.
Exactly. And if you need to, with a bishop on f3, you can just literally park your king on e2 and it will be absolutely fine, because there's nothing happening in the center. It's all locked up, and this bishop is amazing. This bishop also is going to be good. So this is the question for Lei. h4, h5 is coming your way. What you gonna do?
Bro, she just pushed h4 and flex real hard. That was a very nice move. h4 was great. king can just kind of chill. It's really up to black. Like, what are you going to do? Casting king side is not a move. Casting queen side, actually, I don't want to go that way either.
Mm,
I don't know what's going to happen. This is going to be a very fun game, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be
yeah.
very fun. What is the engine? I'm just curious. What does the eval bar say? Like, what should we do? What's the
Okay.
plan? What is Black's
Okay.
plan rather than moves?
Wow. Okay. So Black is actually, do you know that I was kind of suggesting c4, but I was kind of suggesting it as a cautionary tale, right? This is what
Yeah,
happens if you play it wrong. Well, the computer's like, yeah, it's fine.
right.
It's fine. It's not the top choice. The top choice is to do this. But I don't know whether one would have the guts to play like this. C takes d4, E takes
Okay.
d4. You want to be playing E takes d4 here, because if you
Mhm.
go C takes d4, you give Black control over the open C line. So that's why you go E takes d4. And then here you go. You burn all the bridges and go
What?
b5.
Whoa,
Yeah.
this gonna get spicy. Come on, yo,
Yeah.
we
That
not
this is
doing that. That's hard to do. B5.
Yeah, but the
Wow.
reason why it's so
Not even
hard to
fair.
do is because literally you're committing your king to staying on f8 or
Because I
e8.
ain't going. But I
Yeah,
guess
you're not gonna go. You're not gonna go kingside. You're literally walking into a ready-made attack with h5.
Right.
So you have to live with the king there. But then, as always, when you see it done, you think, oh, it actually makes a lot of sense,
It does.
right?
Yeah,
Because
it does.
this pawn structure is so similar to actually, it is the Carlsbad structure, right? And
Right.
then here, because white has done some funny things with g4 and h4, you want to accelerate the play and go knight a5, knight c4, put your queen on d7, and just play.
Yeah, it's just very difficult as a human to first get over the fact that, okay, you know what? I am not castling. I'm just not going to castle this
Yeah,
game. It's going king side. I'm getting mated. Going queen side, that looks ridiculous. Like, that's just crazy. That looks castling. It's possible if I lock things up, but then, my king is actually safer in the center of the board, but my rooks are not connected. So if she makes this change or makes this discovery that c takes d4, basically this is a Carol Khan without castling. That's exactly
yes,
what this is. A Carol Khan exchange
yes.
variation without castling for either
But you,
side.
but you, yeah, but you have to first acknowledge that.
Yes,
And
that's the
often
hard
that
part.
is really difficult to do. And you have to think about this move, c takes d4, which
Correct.
I think is quite difficult. I think it's earlier on is much easier because you've got in your mind that it's going to be like an exchange pawn structure, Carlsbad pawn structure, as it's called. But to do it here, when you've had it on the table and then you've kind of rejected it, is difficult to do. I think it's a lot more natural to kind of go c4. But c4, I feel, is too accommodating. Yes, black will get that kind of pawn storm on the queen side, but there's no targets on that side of the board whatsoever. Whereas the action on the king side, with pawns on h4 threatening to come at you, and also this possibility of like blasting things open with e4, that's scary.
It's very scary. It's very, very, very scary. In fact, white just feels like they got the space. I have everything I can do, right? And black is just moving and reacting, kind of. Rooks are disconnected for both sides here. This is going to be one crazy game, I think.
Yeah.
C takes d4 has to be played. Is there any other move that the engine
Yeah,
says
there's
besides
queen to
the?
d7. Yeah, queen to
I thought
d7, which
queen
is
d7
also
as well.
another move that
But
I
okay,
was
well, what
thinking
does
of.
white do next? Like, what's queen d7 about, right? So what do we do
This
next? Like,
my
white
move,
does.
my
Oh,
move.
g5, g5.
G5,
Oh,
G5. Remember,
wow.
you do this and you go,
There's a race
good
too.
luck in getting that knight into the game.
Yikes, this is gross. Yeah, this is bad for black. Queen
But
d7 didn't even do anything. I mean, it just kind of
I
develops. I guess
was,
you get the rook
I
out,
can
but
tell you,
yikes.
when I had this type of position, I felt like I was being a really original, and it's really disappointing to see the computers just suggest it in 1 second. Because I sacrificed a pawn to sidelight that knight on h5.
The h5, yeah. And they're like, yeah, it's nothing, Yogi. Like, what else? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
there's nothing worse like when you spend 20 minutes on a move and you
Mhm.
finally figure out that this is the way you play it, and you're like, excellent stuff, and then you put it on the engine, and the engine within like 1 second finds the best move and
That's
understands
it.
exactly
Yep.
what you have to do,
Oh
and you
man.
know that it took you 20 minutes of
Of
hard
hard
mental
work and
effort.
calculating.
Yeah.
Oh man, I actually had a game where I beat a 2500 over the board. I remember I was so hyped. Played white. He played the hippo. I won the game. I sacked my queen. I thought it was brilliant. I put it in the engine. The engine says you have lost your absolute mind and you are garbage because he wins in 16 moves if he finds the 16 move sequence. Obviously, he didn't find it, but at the same time, it's just funny that I thought about it, sat there. I'm like, oh, adrenaline running, sack the queen, win the game, and it was
Yeah.
garbage. It was
Yeah.
just not.
But you know something on that note? There was a really funny moment on the Champions Chess Tour in 2022. So it was a game between Duda and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And we were following this game naturally quite closely. And Shakhriyar, in our opinion, blunders his queen. He gives it up
Mhm.
for a rook. And anyway, at some point, he wins the game. He turns it around and he wins it. And then he turns around and then it dawns on us that actually he didn't blunder his queen. He literally sacrificed his queen. And his manager was watching our broadcast. And so when Shaq finished the game, having won, said, lovely game, isn't it? A great queen sacrifice. The manager goes, no. It was complete blunder what you did. You literally just gave up your queen
You
for
gave up
her.
your queen,
Not
bro.
much.
Don't do it again.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man.
Okay.
Hey, let me play the game.
Well, we do have some moves, Canty. So h4, b5 played. So I like the way that Lei's doing this. She's kind of saying, I'm going to maybe still c takes d4. Maybe I'm going to go c4. But Zhongyi, she don't care. She just pushes forward with her pawn. Maybe this is too soon, though. b5. I like my plan. Can I
Of
just
course,
boast
Yovi.
about my
It's
plan?
natural, Yovi. It's natural to play G5
I
from you and you only, Yovi, because you play
okay.
that game,
I
and
played
it's
it.
so
I played it once, yeah, and I
you're
got
very
that pattern in my
solid.
brain.
You are,
No,
and
no,
you're
no,
very,
no.
very
But the thing was about this, it's not a solid move because
right.
if Black goes knight to d7,
Oh,
I got
what
that
you got?
highway to opening up the H line,
I
and
like it.
whereas if Black goes knight to h5,
Right.
like it was. Sometimes I don't know if you ever read that Searching for the Mona Lisa book.
I have
And it
not.
has this really scary line, which he
Okay.
says, he believes everyone is
Hmm.
a genius. The thing is, though,
Wow.
some people are have more moments of genius than others. Like some people have
Yeah,
that moment where you go,
more brilliant game,
"Aha,
more
this
brilliant
is
move.
exactly what you do." And I
Yeah.
have a feeling that this kind of plan of mine, G5, knight H5, sideline the
Hmm.
knight, might have been my Mona Lisa
Genius,
moment.
genius moment, Yovi.
just,
Clip it,
just the moment,
clip it, man.
yes,
Clip it, clip it. Make sure
yeah.
you clip that and send that to Yovi.
Anyway. Yeah,
Yes, I like.
no, don't clip it. Don't clip
Don't clip.
it.
Don't send her to clip. Do not send her to clip.
Sometimes I'm a bit too honest in my broadcast and I share my thoughts a little bit too freely. So yeah, age 5.
I like H5
It's
though. I'm
very
learning from Megan.
it's a very unbecoming Canty of a Brit to boast. We're not allowed to do that.
No, of course you have to. You have to. You have the
Yeah,
accolades to do so as well when you can. It's just ways to do it. So G5 was a very strong move, and H5 too as well. I know I like playing more aggressively, so H5 was my first choice, but G5 I've actually played many times. I think I always like to
yeah.
not have the knight there because it's just annoying. I have to play slower chess with the knight on H5 than I do
Okay.
playing H5 myself, which is
Okay,
nice.
so right now, so H5 played, let's dive into the position because
That's what we
it
got.
is quite exciting, and I say quite in the British way as well. Very exciting.
Great.
Who
It's
am I
so
kidding? Okay, so the first question is, right, are you going to go G takes H5, or are you going to go G, are we just going to ignore it? Because that pawn can't get any further up the board because of this
correct.
pin.
Correct.
So Black has like a move to spare. Either you go C takes D4 or you can go Queen to D7. I like Queen to D7 just to
Yeah, it's just kind of passing the move. Like, what is White
yeah.
gonna do next? Because casting queenside runs into CD 94. So how do you move the rook somewhere? Maybe rook H2, because you have to defend the rook to be able to play HG. You can't. So you have to
Oh,
like,
so
oh, you got
Queen
work on
D7. The computer hates it.
the
I wonder
A4
why
or
the
something.
yeah
A4 is
maybe
wrong.
A4. Yeah, maybe A4.
Oh, it's not
Also,
A4.
maybe you can do it this way first. You take
Oh, CD.
and then you go A4. So
Oh, yeah,
there's no
that's wrong.
C4 funny business. Oh, okay. You see how dangerous is this
Wrong.
position, right?
Right. Yeah, that's strong. That's very
Oh,
strong.
is there anything else that's dangerous? Maybe there's even Maybe you can even do like my idea, G5, just to kind of
Just to blow everything open.
sideline,
Play
sideline the knight,
Oh
sideline
yeah.
the knight again.
Anyway, sideline the knight anyway. Queen D1 there too. That's actually a powerful
Yeah,
move. But yeah, you could
yeah.
do
I tell you, this. Do not underestimate this idea. This is This is the version I got. This is how I did it.
G5. G5, knight takes
G5,
in. Keep the knight
and
there.
then yeah, keep the knight there.
The Yovi plan.
Yeah.
All right. So
But
it will
it's possible. You didn't need to do this. So let's have a
no,
look, because the evaluation bar went like all the way
it
up.
definitely went up. It definitely went up.
Maybe you just cast the queen side. I mean,
Oh yeah, you
let's
can
face
now.
it.
Yeah, you
Let's
actually
face
can.
it. That is not scary. It's just
Yeah,
one pawn coming at you. So,
this
oh
is not
man, this is terrifying.
too
No,
bad.
this is awful. I mean, it's not like black can go castle or queen side. Look
That's
at
pretty
the
gross.
evaluation bar.
Hey, like you've
It's
lost your
just
mind. Try again.
yeah, exactly. Try again.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can feel
A4
like
is game
A4 is
over.
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't play like this. Okay, so this means that, okay, so hang on a second. That after h4 you can't waste time with queen to d7, because
Right.
dc5 is serious business.
Is there
So
a
maybe you
E4?
can go cd.
CD, I feel like it's a concession, but we do take. Okay, we go ED, right? So ED,
You go ed. I know,
and
I
then
understand. And now queen to d7, now that there's
a class of queens.
yeah, just yeah. Okay, let's have a look.
Okay.
How is this?
Yeah,
No,
queens
also
and
bad.
the other
Also
way.
bad.
I'm
Look at
gone,
the
and like,
evaluation.
and look at your position. Like,
I
look at
know.
black.
And it happens so
It's
quickly, right?
like, yeah, right out of nowhere. It's
Okay,
just two
but
moves.
this means that this is like so dangerous for
Yeah.
black. Like, what is the move?
I was thinking that same thing. Let's go back. It might be B4. Is B4 a possibility instead of CD? Is B4 a move? It is kind of not. It went up a little bit.
But why is it not a move? Is it because of
I was thinking the same thing. Like, why? You got to
speed?
show me. Oh, and then it evaluates, so it's equal. Yeah, because I think you just need to keep stuff complicated. And like, since you play B5, why not go B4? If you get the minority
But
tag,
if I
what's
do
the
the same
plan?
business, if I go like dc5
Oh, that's a good move. Maybe.
and
I mean,
bishop
I guess I got to
c5, or
take,
what are you
right?
gonna
Yeah, bishop C5, right? Not let you get
bishop
the pawn.
c5,
But
and
now I got
now
some
I
pressure.
really
Like, wow, this is gross, man.
yeah.
This is bad. There's like practically, wow, this is bad. This is really bad.
And
So
I'm
what
just
is Black
thinking that
supposed
you
to
can
do?
take, but maybe no.
Take?
See, this
No,
is
no,
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 not
no.
taking. Taking
Maybe
bishop takes before.
castles takes, queen takes. Castles might be too much. You also have C4. C4 might
Yeah,
not be.
c4 was my vibe, and that should have been my the move I suggested, because it's like natural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight a5 is going to be met by the queen coming to a4. Check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is scary stuff.
No, it really is. It really
Yeah,
is. And
really.
Where did actually? Let's go back a few moves. I'm just curious. Where did Black go wrong? Because it felt like nothing. Like it felt like Black played no bad moves, but just kind of got a worse position.
Maybe a6 is not necessary.
Okay. So
Maybe you need to use that time to I don't know, maybe go queen. I don't know. My vibe is to take on d4. I have this now that the computer has influenced me with taking on d4, and
no, and
maybe
go
some
to
queen
the
to
Caro-Kann
d7,
route.
and
H6
getting rid of this
Bishop
getting rid
D6.
of this
Yeah.
bishop.
Because this actually is you could see Caro-Kann exchange vibes from here 100%
Yeah.
without the exchange happening. It just never got exchanged on D4. But usually you would see this, and now it's just all these subtleties is making Black's position kind of worse. We have C4 on the board, though. C4 was played.
C4 played. Queen
practical.
C2 or queen to
Queen
D1.
C2.
Where do you want to go?
C2. I'm always a fan of tempo. I worked with a Russian coach. Never forgot what he said. He was like, "Yo, I'm a fan of the tempo," and the way he said it in his Russian accent, it just hit different. I was like, I'm a fan of the tempo, so I always like tempi if I can. Queen C2 is not necessarily a tempo because of the rook on H1, obviously, but G6 I am aiming at. So now I could castle with now having a threat immediately. Either make a threat or set up to make a threat is what I like to tell students. So Queen C2, I'm trying to castle. Now G6 will be hanging. And then I'm just kind of chilling. So we have to see what Black does.
Yeah, but wait. G5 in the air. I'm so broken. I'm such a broken record about it. But like G5, come in your way. right?
Correct. G5
Because if you
actually, the
go queen
Yomi
to
move was good.
d7, like g5 is
G5.
scary stuff, right?
It is. It
Well,
is. And then knight takes C5. Knight takes H5.
maybe even e5, e4. Maybe I didn't even need
Oh,
to bother.
E4 is strong.
E4.
Yeah, that's really strong, actually. That's the London break, is what they call that.
Yeah.
Right? The London
It's
break,
okay.
E4. Yeah. Well, when you have in the London system, usually, well, not basic, but like very centralized London system with H3, the natural London. Bishop comes out to F4, knight B to D2, C3, E3, D4. Bishop on F4, knight F3, knight E2. You usually go E4 with the bishop on D3 and queen on E2. And you would try to go for a basic London system stuff. So you actually can open up the center with E4.
And can you do this? G takes H5.
Oh, we're going G5 and we live.
You want
G5
you want G5, okay,
G5
and
and we live.
then
You might have to go knight. I mean, okay, maybe knight D7. I guess he's cooling. Knight D7.
yeah, okay, knight D7, and then
And rook takes. But am I gonna sack? I would do that, Yovi. Okay, a nasty line, right? Rook H5, Bishop H5, G6. Because if not, then like you're never getting. I'm gonna like be over there. So G6, but then I sack, right? So I sack the pawn. I get 3 pawns forward immediately. Takes. King moves. I take on E6. And now, I mean, I'm taking. Oh, that's losing immediately, Yovi. Okay, all right. I didn't even know that. Maybe it's check
castles,
first.
king E2.
And it's
You
GG.
can have your
Wow.
pick. I just wanted to show rook comes over to H1. Whoa.
Wow. Yeah.
Problems.
Yeah. But I was thinking, so okay, King D8 though was the natural because the
Yeah,
king has
king to D8. But the
right, and
problem
then we
is
take on
that
E6, take the third pawn, and I'm good. I'm taking this.
very
I'm
good.
going for this, Yovi.
The
I'm going
G5
for Give me all your pawns, Yovi.
and
Yes.
G6, G7. No,
Yes, Yovi.
this is terrifying.
I will take the
Okay.
pawns.
So
Okay.
GH5.
Something happened. Where'd
Is
she
there
go?
something happened?
She went to D1. She just went all the way back
You
to the
went
house.
queen D1.
Okay.
Okay. No, I like queen C2. Just, in case one day you might want to be castling queenside just to get your rook over to H1. And I liked, maybe now there's no problems, right? With a sacrifice. So now if you go G5.
Knight D7, and I think I might have to go Bishop F3, but that allows G6. So I just sack the pawn, or maybe I'll go Rook H5. But and now there's no sacrifice. Like
There's no
this is a
sacrifice.
complete difference in the position now. G6 and
Yeah.
Bishop got to go back, and Black's like, I'm cool, bro. Like we can draw right now.
If I'm gonna let you draw.
Yeah, we just kind of. I guess you break with E4, so maybe Bishop back to F3 might be better, just to stay on that diagonal. But
oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, yes.
Be more a little bit more active.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I mean the bishops are swarming. E4 is a strong break, but we have knight B6.
No. The reason I didn't want to suggest that is because of queen to D8.
Oh, yeah, that's nifty.
The greedy guts in me is like, oh,
what the heck is
I want that
move?
pawn on G5.
Where'd that even come from? That's crazy. So Bishop E2 is like, but now look at the pieces. Like you're in a box with the knight, bishop, king, and queen there when you go back to E2. And you have to go
It's a
knight
new way of playing
F3.
chess, Canty.
New way of
you win
playing
pawn
chess,
and you grovel.
New way of playing chess, guys. Yes, this is awesome.
Maybe
much
someone should
fun.
do a chessable course on this. Winning ugly.
Right. Jeez, they do have grind like a grandmaster. Shout out to David and the Magnets on
that. That's a beautiful course, though.
Oh, I knew you would say that. I knew you would.
Yeah, but I'm talking about ugly chess like this. You break all the rules.
We can try that.
and then you grovel like a grandmaster.
Gross. Very gross. That's gonna be a good book. I would actually buy that. In fact,
I would actually buy Grovel Like a Grandmaster.
I would read it. I've read the Grind Like a Grandmaster one too. I learned a lot about boring positions and stuff, and just like how to play them, and the psych part of it, which is really good.
Yeah,
I think it was an excellent book there. So
yeah,
cool. A lot of development here.
Okay. So, we've got to go back to the game. So Queen to D1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now Lei Tingjie is thinking. Will she take on H5? Will she go in for that? Or does she have anything else up her sleeve? It's a difficult decision, right? To change the nature of the position, to go in for the complications, or just to try to kind of remain calm, make some developing moves. So shall we go check out the bird's eye view and have a look at what's happening in the other games? Because
100%. Let's see if anything crazy happening.
I'm following the evaluation bar because the evaluation bar is like super interesting. And can we go to the Humpy against Vaishali game.
Let's do it.
And so, and here the evaluation bar is just saying
Oh, white's might be a
much,
little
much
better.
better for
Right.
white.
What is it under? It's like plus, was that 8 or
Okay,
something?
let
Plus
me
point
check.
8?
I don't
I'm gonna guard
I
this.
don't like to use the engine that much, so I'll
Oh,
only
yeah.
use it when
Right.
I say I'm using it, and then I turn it off. Okay, here actually
Yeah,
no.
right.
Okay, the evaluation bar was playing tricks on me, so it's like
Okay.
0.42.
Yeah, because it looks, I mean, black's fine. I mean, I'm one move away from completing development. Yes, I don't have the center. I think she played this well, actually. Her being Vaishali is, even though she kind of got maybe caught in like a move order difference, she is like one move away from completing development, meaning queen off the back rank, connecting the rooks, so queen a5 ish type thing. But you
Yeah,
also have a lot of pawn breaks. I have e5, I have f5, I have b5, I have c5. These are things that you need in this opening, the Grunfeld, 100%. When you have access to all of these, you already have, okay, lots of opportunities, but you do have to use a lot of time. Hence, I mean, look at the time deficit here that we have. She's under an hour, which is, I mean, fine. She still got a ton of time, but you got to do a lot of thinking here on what we're going to do. It is her move. So what are we
yeah,
thinking? Queen a5, b5.
yeah. I think queen a5. Because there's one thing I just wanted to add to your point on the Grunfeld. If black doesn't get in a pawn break and lets white consolidate in the center, then strategically white is winning.
Right.
Black is in massive trouble because white has all the space. White has the freedom for moving. And take a look at this. What is this knight doing on a6? If you're
Yep.
not getting a pawn break in.
That's right. That's exactly right. That knight is
And this
definitely
bishop doesn't have too many
pretty
squares
bad.
either, so you could be gifting white the center and the bishop pair as well.
Yeah, it
So
could be bad.
you got to be on point with this type of position. So after queen a5, I mean, what is white playing? Is white because then e5 is in the air, right?
Yeah, it's actually bishop f3 at e5 is her idea. So
Yes,
I
but if
might
you go
have to go
h3,
e5.
I'm
Yeah,
like
take
positively encouraging it. No,
e5.
e6. E6.
And e5.
that was just a mouse drop.
A nasty
Mouse.
mouse slip.
Yes. No, but I do think there
Mouse slip.
should be different types of mouse slips. Like that one was just a drop. I just dropped
Yeah,
the pawn on the six by
mouse
accident.
drop. Never heard
Yeah.
that one, guys.
No, I
Yovi,
just
you heard it
made
here
it
first.
up.
The mouse
Yes.
drop. Did you mouse drop? Yeah, I mouse drop. That's
Yes, I
crazy.
did. Yeah. That's exactly what I did. So that was the plan. That's the plan from Vaishali. So what is Humpy going to do
I was
against
actually
this
thinking
idea?
E5, but E5, because I mean, hey, what they say, you can't beat them, join them type thing, right? You want to play E5? I
Yeah.
can't stop you. I'll play E5. And now here, the problem is we gave up the D5 square. But I mean, hey,
But these guys not looking so coordinated. I
maybe
think
knight
it's
C7.
it could be a
Look at
price
that.
worth paying, right? So night and now
H3.
now I want to
Oh,
go h3.
bishop E6 force probably.
Yeah, and then the bishop drops back.
And then maybe
Where's it
bishop
go?
F5, tickle first. Maybe after, because queen has to go. We have to go back, don't we? Oh, we have queen A4.
Yeah, I'm
No,
just
sorry,
wondering
sorry.
queen.
Bishop E6 first, and then if queen D3, bishop F5. But I was looking
Okay,
at
so bishop e6,
yep.
and then here, the move I really want to play is queen a4 because I feel like the endgame is going to be amazing.
Yeah, you're right, and it looks good. I mean,
But here I dropped the a2 pawn though.
Oh, and that's not something we ever want to do. Wow. Okay, so queen D3
no,
is
no,
forced.
no. Queen D3 is forced.
Bishop F5 is repeating, but we want to play on. So knight D5, get some trades.
Oh no,
yeah,
no. If you go bishop F5, there's not going to be any repetition for you, my friend.
You're going queen D2, E3.
Yeah, queen D2,
and laugh.
I'm going to start softening up the dark squares around your king.
Yeah, so we're just going to plan a knight on D5 instead with the bishop on E6 and go for some trades. I got less space, so I'm going to get some trades.
Yeah, no, I like your idea of E5. I'm just going to see whether we could be a bit more precise about it. So E5, knight C7, what next? I mean, is this the time for funny business like D5? Oh, hang on a second. Queen on A5 is looking weird. Ooh, could you be in under trouble after I go B4?
I was looking at B4, but then I saw queen A6 or also queen A3, believe it or not. Queen A3 looks crazy. But I was like,
queen A3 looks like And
you
I come
know,
back and I'm like, where'd you
like,
go?
you
My
know what I
lovely
mean? It's
queen.
bro. Have to go queen a6 here. And somehow my queen's not trapped. Like queen b3, queen b6. And then, wait a second, is knight a4
Are you
trapping?
sure
I
it's
have to
not
go
trapped?
b5.
I'm
I'm about
pretty
to say, yeah, I
sure it
was like,
is.
wait a second, I don't think I have any moves. But b5, though, now we're okay. Somehow, this is not Grunfeld. I don't ever want to play Grunfeld this way, just to be honest. If this is how you play the Grunfeld, I'm not playing it. Like, I'm just never playing it. This would never be an opening for
Okay.
me. So, wow.
Yeah. No. This is bad. This is bad news. Okay, so hang on. Wait a second. After castles, okay, so queen a5. Queen a5 is looking like it's an idea, but I love this whole concept of just going e5. You can see the d5 square, but then you say how are you gonna use that square?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, the
That is the
pieces are.
question.
What is the word you just contorted? The pieces are just contorted, bro, and that's exactly what Black's position is kind of like. It's just a contortion of pieces, and we're trying to figure things out. But that's a Grunfeld. Yeah, in fact, that does happen a lot in some type of positions. Very sharp because the pieces just are definitely strange.
Yeah, but it's a critical moment for Vaishali because if she doesn't get her pawn break, if she doesn't complete development, doesn't connect the rooks, then she is going to be in trouble. So, wow, Vaishali needing to find some accurate moves. So, whilst Vaishali is thinking, we are going to be heading into a break. But remember, there is something exciting happening on the horizon. As seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with a brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess with built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility. Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. And when you finish the match on the board, you can save games directly on Chess.com and analyze online. To learn more about Chess Up 2 and save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat. And with that, we'll see you in a few minutes.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
after general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results. So.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play?
Greece is one of my.
You like Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Prag, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah,
With
the hotel and the venue.
Yeah, with the
that is
correct
what-
room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Vacancy and my game with Lottier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Vacancy 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
And then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
Yeah, that's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Prague. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be
That
like.
was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting, and he goes, and then he turns around, comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about it.
You know, in this video, they will be doing. This
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts?
You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait. I'll start. I just got
2
an
minutes
idea.
ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks and all, and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess under.
Yes.
Okay, very
I could
good.
have done like this, but okay, so it's easier.
We are back, and it's the day after the FIDE. It's round 8, and the players are in a combative mood. They've started out playing some sharp openings, some open positions where things can turn on a move-by-move basis. But get this, Canty, it's not entirely surprising, because take a look at this graphic. Look at this.
Whoa.
So look how many draws there are, 65% draws. But the other games have been decisive. Can you see
Wins
that?
with
And
white.
of
Look at
course,
that. That's a
I
lot.
know. 21%, 14% wins with black as well. And I can tell you that the win rate for a standard tournament is pretty high for this one, you know, because normally in tournaments you get maybe a 10% win rate, 20% at the most. And here you're getting 35%. That's incredible.
Yeah, that is incredible. They're working. I mean, they're out here trying to really put on a show here. It's a lot of obviously tension on the line. I mean, where first place actually goes to face the world champ and have a shot at the title. So like, there's a lot here, a lot of pressure, to say the least. So of course,
I
a
have
lot of
to
nerves.
ask you.
Should do the different things.
I have to ask
Yeah.
you, Canty, now that we've got the bird's eye view, which ones of these games do you predict will go to a decisive result?
You know what? That's
Which
a great
ones will
question.
finish?
Let me think. This is a hard one. All of them. In fact, every single one of them are going to be a decisive result. There was a Grunfeld
Really?
there. That looked crazy. Okay. Top right-hand corner with Anna and Salimova there. The bishop on e3. There's some imbalances. The bishops point to the queen side in the Lagno game. Okay, that one may be peaceful. But that one has some initiative, like with f4 and e4. The pawns feel like they're nice. e6 and b5 maybe a little weak for Goryachkina.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and then Tan and Lei, yeah, that game's gonna be decisive for sure. So there's just like I think they're all gonna have a very decisive result. Besides,
Are you,
the Lagno game is up in the air.
okay, well, you heard it here first. We're going to have a whole lot of decisive games. I can feel it as well. I mean, I agree with you. They're sharp games on the board. Where do you want to go to?
That's a great question here. Who's is it over there? Okay. Oh, we got to go to the Vaishali game. She just played E5, where I thought that couldn't be played, but I guess it can be anyway. She said because there's a pin obviously on the D file. So what happened was Bishop F3. She took on F3 instead of playing Queen A5. She just said, "I'm gonna do it anyway. Same idea, but I don't have to move my queen at all, big fella." So she played E5, and after D takes E5, probably her idea here is Queen to C7 or something similar, where you're just going to get the queen off of the diagonal and maybe attack this pawn. That's not the move though, but there's something else. So there's some
I'm just
idea. Maybe
wondering whether
Queen
you can go.
E6. I guess you can. Ah, stupid.
Can you go E6?
Yeah, you can.
Well, the computer says no. That's not the best move though. Oh no, the best move is just to attack the queen.
Whoa, 95?
95.
Oh, that's gross. But wait. Okay, Queen D8.
No, it doesn't work.
Yeah, not that one. Oh, you just take it. Oh, I'm tripping there. We both.
No, the other way around. The other way.
Knight
Let me get it
B5.
right. Knight to B5. You confused me. I was going to go Knight B5.
Okay, so
because you said Knight D5, and I was like, it's the same thing, but even better. But then this is the idea: Knight takes Knight, Rook takes Knight. Boom!
Wow! That is ridiculous. That's dang.
That's,
whoa! Look at how both the bishops are blocked too. Like, what a position.
Not for long though.
That's true. That's true. 96 and I guess. Bishop G3. Wow.
No,
so what's the move? D5, Queen E7, or
okay? Hang on a second. Else? So let me maybe Queen E7. It makes more sense to go Queen E7, right?
Okay. Yeah. So now it's level. Bar's level.
Well, I don't know. Is it so?
A little bit for white. A little bit for white.
Yeah. But also, okay, I'm gonna check the engine because this is kind of critical. So
I'm very curious as well.
I'm very curious. Okay, so here
E6 maybe.
Yeah, E6. E6 is the move.
It does feel good. It feels good because I have a target. E6. The idea here is after takes maybe Bishop G4. Very possible.
Yeah, and if you go, hang on a second. What are you assuming? So Queen takes E6.
Well, Queen takes. I was taking.
It's the only move I had like literally ruled that one out. But after
Bishop
D6,
D6.
Bishop D6.
Yo, so what do you do after E6? That's critical. Hold on. Is she
exactly? So you have to go Queen E6. Queen takes E6. F takes E6. But that's it.
And it takes on B7. I'm on the 7th rank. I've got to be winning.
Yeah, you're on the set. Yeah, it's your pawn up, right?
Yeah, right.
So you got all the great chances there. But wait 1 second. So after D takes E5.
So what's the move? Exactly, like the move.
D takes E5. No, this is the move.
What?
D takes E5. E5 is a mistake.
Oh, I mean,
okay. Hang on. The live board. The live board is Queen E8, but it's still the same business. E6. E6. You do exactly the same. F takes E6. And here, oh my goodness. Okay, so this is just computer analysis because I just had it running up. Bishop G4.
Whoa! Oh man, we gotta breathe. Hold on, Jovanka. This is a family channel. That's crazy. Bishop G4. Whoa! Shoot, that is not. That's
what do I have? Parental advisory now, right?
Parental advisory. That is a cold
Kids,
shower there.
Look away because this is bad. Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy. This is really bad.
I've never done chess commentary ever saying anything like that. It's a first. Canty, what are you doing to me?
Oh yeah. No, this definitely is nasty. Man, it gets this on the screen. There are children watching this, Jovanka. There are children.
Yeah.
Rick takes this is nasty.
This is terrible.
Gross.
But this is a big moment because Queen to E8 on the board. E6 is going to give Humpy a massive advantage on a practical level. She's going to be, this is well within Humpy's tactical visions,
She's going to see it.
And the only thing is that maybe Knight to B6 and the game can still fight on, right? Queen to B3. And now, guess after pawn takes e6, you just go bishop d6 and you cement that bishop on that fantastic square. And then you're going to go bishop to g4. That's just horrible for black. And so you have to go queen takes e6. And still is this type of business again. And this knight on a6 is a bad piece. Look at that. I just want to show everyone watching and just to remind everyone about this pattern, because it was one shown to me by one of my students who I think she was about 12 at the time. I never knew about it. But a bishop on d6 dominates a knight at the edge of the board. So just remember this pattern, 2 squares away on the same color. That pattern, the knight can't move. And this is going to be something that's going to come back to torture Vaishali if they get to this position.
Did Vaishali lose the last 2 games or no?
Yes.
So this is really bad. Okay, this is tilt territory, and it's very difficult to see, but it is rough.
She got tricked out of the opening, and she didn't know how to handle this type of pawn structure. She didn't quite know that you have to go b5, or maybe just wait. Just be very restrained with your e5. You have to do it at the very, very right time. That's a difficult decision to make, but then again, I'm not going to rule out, because if Humpy doesn't see e6, if she plays another move, then okay, Humpy will have the better position, but ultimately Vaishali should be fine. Queen b3 is something that could be a bit dangerous for Vaishali as well.
Queen b3 allows knight c5. So I think she's really going to play e6, because from process of elimination, you got to think about that. What else do I do? Rook e1? No, I'm not going to play anything that is just going to allow you to play knight takes c5. Queen b3 runs into knight c5, tempo and defending at the same time. And I get my knight off of a6. So, that's just no good either. Yeah. What else do I want to do? Queen, anything else is going to be knight takes e5. e6 is definitely a move. I think she's just calculating everything.
Yeah. I think the only thing that I can see is this variation that Humpy gets drawn into this one, because here it feels like white is a little bit better. Mm-hmm. But then again, a knight is perfectly placed blockading the pawn. But I've seen Humpy play so many times in this particular position, e6. Yeah, I've seen her do it. It's that kind of break that you do when you're a classical player. Yeah. So big moment here in this game. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other games? Maybe we can take a look at the game between Katerina Lagno against Alexandra Goryachkina.
Definitely.
Because when we left it quite a way back. Let me just rewind quite a few moves. So we left it when a4, like in the opening stages, right?
Right.
And I showed you this trick. I remember I showed you this kind of like rookie trick. And imagine my surprise that Lagno plays a b5, and then she goes knight takes e5. And the whole point, but Goryachkina, she understands that after d4, the best move is not to retreat the bishop, but instead just to go bishop takes d4. This is correct. And now after f4, knight to f6. I'm just going to check like when we depart theory. Queen to d3, castles, knight c3. The problem with white's position is actually this pawn on f4. If you could just have this bishop travel through its own pawn.
That's game over, right? That's GG. Start a new game.
Scary time. Yeah, but as it stands, this bishop on b3, it's a dangerous piece, but it can easily be swapped off with the bishop coming to e6. Mm-hmm. So knight to b4, queen to d2, bishop e6. Yeah, Goryachkina understands exactly what she needs to do. And I find it is really noteworthy how she understands that she has to trade off a set of bishops. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, knight to e2, attacking this knight on b4. And now knight c6. She doesn't leave a single pawn weakness, right?
Right.
Knight g3. And queen to d7.
b3. Now here, I think there is going to be a result. I actually think it is closer to a draw with these two, just very level, but I like white because of the imbalance. I'm a big fan of the imbalances where you can imbalance the game to play for a win. Nothing really symmetrical, where if it's super symmetrical, okay, draw. Like, no, but here having the imbalance of bishop versus knight, open position, bishop gets to b2, it's an absolute monster. Best piece on the board. So bishop b2, then I don't know what our attack would be, but we do want to maybe try to take advantage of our bishop on b2 at some point. Maybe you see some rook lifts or some pawn breaks, either e or f5 at some point, but it's just hard to make things happen after the bishop gets to b2.
Yeah, the thing is that you can wait, right?
Right, that's exactly right. I could just
Let's
wait.
just wait.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I mean, the big thing is, what is black doing?
Right. Bishop b2 like king
I turned
h8.
off the engine, and I'm just like, I don't quite know.
Yeah.
Like king h8. Do you
King
put your
h8,
foot on
literally,
and
like
say,
king g8.
like, I'm just wasting time, right? Because I'm not quite
Exactly.
sure what the plan is.
Right, because if I push, I lose something. Like, pushing will be bad for black. I don't push anything. It's going to create some holes that I may not be able to recover from. So I'm just going to literally move my king back and forth and see what happens,
But
No, but like,
yeah.
I'm just showing it from a natural standpoint of like, I guess black has to actually kind of wait, I think. Just wait around.
Let me just, okay, hang on. Wow. Okay, can you believe what the engine is suggesting in this position?
For black?
And I normally don't cheat, but here I'm just like, wow.
Okay, let me think. Maybe b4. B4 is an option.
No.
King h8.
That's too sensible. Too sensible.
It's
like
king
the
h8.
most ridiculous move.
Oh, the king f7.
No. No, it hasn't
That was
gone.
ridiculous.
Not with a pawn. With a pawn. What move would you never even?
G5?
No.
Oh, well then, yeah, it's a wrap. I mean,
H5.
No, what? That's
Yes,
crazy.
H5.
Oh, that's a great move. Oh my goodness. Now you see it. Engine is crazy. It always makes you do that. Or you're like, oh man, I understand it immediately. That's a great move. Freaking engine, man. That's a great move.
And the whole point is just to go H4
And
attack.
delete a knight. Exactly.
Yeah,
Very
attack.
simple. Simple
This
idea.
pawn on E4. But that is not something that anybody on any planet sees, right?
Exactly.
H4,
I was going G5 before H5.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
H4 concedes the G5 square, even though white can't use it. Sorry, and I'm just, yeah. I mean, I think probably if I were black, maybe make moves like rook f7 to go rook to f8. Maybe rook a8 would be another move that I think about just to challenge for the A line. But it's actually really difficult to come up with a plan other than the computer's ridiculous H5.
No, you're right. You're right. And if it's not
Or maybe
H5,
E5.
what else do we do? E5, I
could be
thought could be
another one.
played. I thought could be
Yeah,
played.
E5 is. But you've got to do it now if you want to do it, because once the bishop comes to B2,
it's going to be very strong. But it also
Yeah.
just kind of hitting air. White has to prove too. Like, what do they do? You would have to like really push the G pawn somehow. Bishop B2, rook A1, and then knight H1. Oh my goodness, that's disgusting. But knight H1. Have you ever done that in a tournament game before? Have you ever played knight to the corner? You have.
Yes. It wasn't my proudest moment.
Wasn't my proudest. So I actually won one game. I only had to do it once, but I won the game. And when I played it, I twisted it a full circle because it was just knight H1. I just twisted a full circle all the way around. Then hit the clock because it was it's just a fun move to make. Like knight to the corner of the board to be able to do something later. Knight H1 to F2 would be the idea there though, but possible.
No, but now that we have our eyes drawn to this H5 move, you begin to understand the power of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because after H5, if the queen steps to E2, then you get the D4 square.
Yeah,
which you didn't have before.
Correct. And if H4, you have
and then you can go E5 and cement that knight followed by B4. But actually, this position could really turn, because if you're just wasting time, like, I don't know, you do my rook F7 move, just bishop B2.
Double up. Maybe not.
Double up. But just, I'm stuck for an idea. But then you've conceded something. You've conceded like a rook heading to A6. And also, white could just go H3, start to try to dominate this knight on F6. Oh.
She played e5 though. She like, you know what? Stupid bishop. You about to
E5.
place it
Yeah,
there.
yeah, E5.
Yeah, she played e5. Yeah,
I feel like, yeah,
she played
like
e5.
I had to do something. And then now the question is, do you go f takes e5? Do you just, for me, I'm kind of going down this direction, bishop b2. But I know that this is really risky because I'm ruining the pawn structure. But I kind of feel that this is the way to go.
I like keeping attention as well. Bishop b2, and then allow them to take. If you take, I can double the rooks.
Yeah,
And have some
exactly.
pressure.
This is,
F5 square, you know.
Exactly. And the knight can't jump to e5 immediately. And you've got the f5 square, as you pointed out. Maybe even if black is careless, we can take on f6. So you're going to do something about that. So
yeah.
I like this idea of keeping the tension. And then if the rook comes to e8, what next?
That's the question. That is the magical question. Wow. I mean, knight f5, it just hangs a pawn and a piece, in fact. Or almost a queen d5 check. So maybe rook a1, last piece in the game.
Yeah, rook a1 and keep building the tension again. Well, this game is full of tension, and anything can happen really here.
By the way, Vaishali we got to go to the game. Vaishali played, Humpy played e6, and instead of capturing, it was knight b6. That game is about to heat up.
And this was Vaishali's best chance. Knight to b6, big moment, and the queen just steps back to b3.
See if I can find that one. Anything
Pawn
going on?
f7.
Tan game feels like it kind of fizzled a little bit.
Okay, so here, just to recap, the best move for black is to just take the pawn and go into the endgame.
Oh, and allow bishop d6, right?
Yeah. So hang on, and I also remember that there's e takes f7. Let's also point that one out, that white can just win a pawn with queen to b3, knight to c5. And the queen will come over to a3 and attack this knight on c5. Yeah.
We both take.
We'd both take, and white is a pawn up. So Humpy doing very, very well against Vaishali. Humpy, of course, finding e6, knight b6, Vaishali's best try. Queen to b3 is good. E takes f7 also is good. It also nets a pawn. And maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what's happening. I can see that the queens are off in the game between Salimova against Muzychuk. That one looks to be quite level.
Very level with the double A pawns, but very level overall.
Yeah. Maybe we revisit the game between Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie.
Let's do it.
So the players have been moving quite slowly, so we left it. They were about to repeat. I saw a repetition in there. So we left it with the queen dropping back to d1. GH happened. GH, pressure against g7. Bishop d6. Bishop g5. Back again. Oh, hang on. So it's Tan Zhongyi's move.
Okay.
She's just deciding whether she wants to repeat moves.
Nah. Okay. Let me.
No, we don't.
I don't want to repeat, right? Like.
No. We don't want to do that.
I think my position's better.
But hang on a second. Let's just go into this. What happens if I take? And rook takes g7.
This looks great.
Indulge me this pawn grab, if you please.
Yes, I will grab the pawn, Jen. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I will grab it.
Rook
takes g7. So, I mean, it is a pawn. Like, how do we? I guess queen h2 she doesn't like.
Yeah,
but
queen
there's
h2
knight
and then
f1.
Knight F1.
And then Queen H1.
Queen H1.
It's crazy because Knight takes H5 is still on tap. I gotta capture
I-
Queen side somehow. Oh, Bishop F3, I missed that. But Queen H4, okay. Queen H4. I'm still gonna take this pawn, like whatever.
Yeah.
Knight G3?
I know.
What is this?
Yeah, Knight
King
G3.
F8.
I'm holding it. Hang on. My rook, the rook.
Yeah.
Don't trick me. Don't trick me like that.
King F8. That boy gone.
King F8 and whoops, the rook
Boy
is
out of there.
is dead. Okay, so we don't want to do that, but what we can do is I'm just gonna go like this. Queen E2.
Queen E2. I can't take yet, so I have to play like I don't know, King E7 or King F8, one or the other. But King E7. Now I can take.
Yeah, I like this. I don't know what's happening here.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, maybe castle, queenside,
and knight takes H5.
Yeah, and then here I was banking on there being.
Dang, look at the eval.
Oh no! That was not
mouse drop.
Move,
that was a mouse drop.
It was because I was actually considering rook to G4, or I was thinking this.
Okay, I gotta go Queen F6 forced.
Or I was thinking E4, but okay, E4 allows the knight to go to F4. So, and then there's also moves like knight 2. Because when I crack open the position, it's going to be really scary for you.
Yeah, especially with my king on E7, bro. Wow.
Okay, so let's just attack your queen, the queen, and then now comes here, and now, what to do? It's a bit ridiculous having this knight. Maybe your knight can't move, right? Maybe I just go knight to D2. No, the evaluation bar was like, not impressed.
Impressed. Try again.
Yes.
Yeah, E4 is coming too. E4 is going to be really
well, that was the big intention, just to kind of like double up and then just play it gradually and then get E4 in. But just kind of, is the computer just to go for it immediately?
Wow, immediately. Okay. Oh, that's strong. But knight F4, Queen E3. Oh, that's the idea. Wow.
And then I was like,
exchange.
Yeah, just gonna sack.
So yeah, this is dang. Takes.
We're in the business.
Moves, D6 take. What is this? Yikes! That's game over.
Okay. So this one. Okay, let's. We got a bit ahead of ourselves here because this was Bishop E7, and this was just going Bishop F4, Bishop to D6, and Tan just taking the bishop. If she goes Bishop to G5, they would have repeated the position.
Yeah. So did she move? Did she make a move? Oh no, she didn't. Okay. So she
hasn't made sense. Anyway, it's also possible that she could just play on by going Bishop to F3. What's wrong with that?
I'm a fan of it. You play on Bishop F3, Queen E2, and maybe try
Queen
to
E2
side. E4, right? Yeah, you got a lot of play left, but it's really up to her if she's feeling up to it. I mean, I got the white pieces, so if I'm a black, okay, I'll take a draw.
But what about this? Is this an idea? This is one reason why I would dismiss Bishop F3, because
that is sick. Actually, I don't like that at all. Can I get away with E4?
We have a move. We
gotta move.
Bishop F4 played.
Bishop F4. Oh yeah, she just like okay. You want the draw? Let's do it. Well, maybe not. Like she may take on D6, right? We actually didn't.
Right.
No, it's not set yet.
She might take on D6. What do we think?
I think she's going to repeat for some reason. I think I feel a repetition here. Oh, they're also around the same amount of time too. Yeah, I think for some reason. Yeah. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Yogi?
My vote is no repetition, but Bishop D6. No repetition. And well, her shoulders sank, but if there's something I know about Tan Zhongyi is that her body language doesn't actually is not a true indicator of her position on the board, because you look there and you think, oh, she's going to agree a draw, and then she'll go bishop takes bishop and rook takes G7.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be I mean, can you take rook G7 now? Wait a second, I'm just curious. Okay, it's a weird structure, obviously with bishop F4, but is it possible to just take it now? No, black doesn't. Engine doesn't like.
You got to look after the little ones.
The little ones, Queen D6.
The little ones, they are the heart and soul of the position. So
Chat says, nah, Tan goes for the dub. Repetition is early. I know, right? She's always sitting there, but she's usually winning. You're funny. Yeah, so we're going to see, chat. We're going to see if she's going to take the draw or not here. It is her move. Is she going to take on D6 or is she going to repeat?
I say 99% she's not going to repeat. I'm that confident.
That confident. Put her in the corner. They're going to put her on payroll. Yovi on payroll in the Tan Zhongyi camp.
Yeah.
She in the camp. Like, don't take those draws. What she do? She played Bishop G5. It's going to be a... It's going to
be someone is not going to repeat.
She may not repeat. In fact, she doesn't have to. But I think she probably would because she like, you know what? You this leader. Cool. I get this out the way. Like you too strong out here. You playing real good chess. I'll take a little half point. Increase the lead a little bit. Because if you take an L anywhere else, shoot, I'm sitting comfortable at 4.5. And I get white next game, right? And I get white. I'm taking the draw. Easy,
hang on a second. They're repeating. They're repeating.
It should be 7. That's it. Right.
And if she goes bishop f4, hang on. No. Hang on a second. So if she goes bishop f4, and if she goes bishop d6, would that have been repeated 3 times? I don't think so.
This. I think
it is a repetition.
Is it already repetition or bishop f4 is rep?
No, bishop f4 is not repetition.
It's not.
But the question is whether bishop to d6 is. Hang on a second. So this is the position, right? And then she went bishop d6.
That's one.
No, hang on a second.
Oh, okay.
Then if the bishop goes back to f4, it is a repetition, right?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's it.
Oh,
let's see.
There's me saying so confidently 99% sure.
I mean, but you know what?
I almost said 100%.
Yeah, it's your compatriot too as well. Not that you like, this is the candidates. I don't know. All that go out the window. I don't care if you my brother. Okay, this is the candidates tournament, and somebody's gonna go down here. But compatriots, I won the first game. Tan did, but I have white, so I would like to take. You really want to take advantage of your whites when you can here, but it looks like she's just comfortable with the draw. She does have a lead. 5.5 increases the lead. So. It's a very practical choice. You're not losing. They always say, especially at this level, don't lose. Like it's not bad to draw. Just don't lose. It's easier said than done. Right?
But the thing is, though, that's standard advice when it comes to playing like a normal Swiss Open event. Where
that's correct.
Where it is more about prize money rather than finishing first. Here, only the person who finishes in because then they challenge for the right, so they challenged the world championship crown. I
think she's thinking about that.
Taking on Ju Wenjun. I'm sure that's running through her mind. Also, people who agree short draws with the white pieces tend to be punished by the chess goddess
later on.
Yeah,
they're like, yo, you took a draw with white so fast.
But the thing is, though, if she wants to carry on the game, she's going to have to be thinking about bishop to f3 or maybe knight to f3. No, knight to f3 you can't play because of this pawn on h5. And she's going to have to be assessing the consequences of e5. Let me just check. Bishop f3.
You mean e5 immediately? I was thinking e4 as a move, weirdly enough, after e5. But, okay, that's maybe some unnecessary complications. ed4, I was going ed5. There might be just knight d5. Yeah, I was just going to
there's also knight to e5 as well.
Yeah, it's just a lot of moves.
Ooh, but okay, I can see that this is messy, though. Very messy. Knight to d5. I like your idea. Knight d5 looks good. And then this king is...
in the center,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So how many hours of calculation training do you do?
Usually, in fact, at least an hour a day now, but it used to be a little bit more, especially when I started working with my Russian coach. He was like, yo, COE, like calculate all the time. That's kind of like he kind of started COE for me, calculation of everything. Because every time I would ask him a question, he would just say calculate, like literally. He would just, I'm like, hey, what about this position? He's like, calculate. I'm like, okay, what you think about blah, blah, blah? Oh, that's cool, buddy, calculate. I was like, bro, what? So then, but it clicked. I was like, oh, he's right. So like I started really focusing more on calculation. So, and then after a month after, I beat my first GM in the tournament, LTB. So it's kind of crazy, but calculation really helps to be doing at least an hour a day if you can. And that's just sitting in positions and calculating, or doing what we're doing right now, but without obviously no engine work and not even moving the pieces. Trying to just do it without anything else.
And no evaluation bar to help you.
No eval bar, exactly.
That
No eval bar.
when there's an evaluation bar, my goodness me, that is so helpful.
It does help. You're like, oh, wait, he's winning?
Literally
Oh,
tells
that's
you
why.
this is the moment to calculate. Because
Yeah.
the thing is, on a practical level, this is something I've been thinking about a lot, is that because I see the youngsters these days are just calculation. They prefer to calculate even in games. They will be just like sat there calculating. Whereas like someone like Magnus actually balances that out with like knowledge, like positional knowledge, like knowing when to calculate, when not to do it, when to just rely on improving the worst place piece and finding the correct mini plan.
Yeah, he said he actually hates solving tactics when I was out there in Toronto. He was like, I just hate tactics. I was like, wow, that's crazy. World champion hates tactics. It's like insane to think about. Also opening play. Like, I don't care to get an advantage out of the opening. Like, I'm going to beat you somewhere else in the game. Usually in game, obviously. But it's nice to see a different style for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So bishop e7. And I remember that when it came to the Chinese school of chess, it was very much based on calculation and dynamics. So they would always play the sharpest openings and they would be calculating their way through everything. So big decision here for Tan Zhongyi. Does she go bishop f4, repeat the position 3 times? Does she continue?
By the way, let's actually go over to the Vaishali game. That bar is up there. Like, that bar is like, I mean, that might be like +2, it seemed like. So it just looks like the bar is, I mean, almost engulfed there for the Vaishali game.
So queen to... So let's go back a little bit. So we left it with decision time, whether Humpy was going to take on f7. She went queen to b3. Knight c5 looks very attractive. Here I was banking on e takes f7. Whoops, I dived into the analysis a little bit too quickly. But okay, so just to recap. So Humpy just drops back the queen, knight c5, and now queen to c2.
Yeah, I think the idea here is, that's crazy because... Wait, so exactly. If we go back a move, instead of knight, what was she supposed to do instead? Oh, you said she was supposed to go in the endgame instead of knight c5.
Yeah, I think she's meant to go into the endgame.
Wow.
And just accept being worse in the endgame.
Because knight c5, that's just going to be a dagger. Obviously, you can sack the exchange. So queen c2, I was thinking maybe knight e6 and allowing, okay, I'm going to sack the exchange. Which you see that in the Grunfeld a lot, in fact. There are many positions where you sacrifice the exchange, but you also get some compensation. So we have to say here, what do we get as compensation? And there is none, right? There's just no compensation. Maybe not even the bishop pair. Like, you don't have anything. So it's just down in exchange. Knight d4.
And if you go knight to d4, you could just go queen to d3.
Yeah, queen
you
d3.
Just overprotect this bishop, and still bishop takes rook. I mean, you do have a strong knight on d4 as
thanks you,
as a compensation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, but it's true though. I mean, this knight on d4 is a fantastic piece for the time being, but this knight on b6 isn't quite working into the game. So I kind of envisage moves like b3 taking place, just to dominate this knight circle, and then just white is just the exchange up. Then it's just about connecting the rooks and making use of this open D line. But she might have to, I agree with you, she might have to kind of bank on this type of position, because let's have a look at the alternative, which is to go...
Take the pawn or the queen.
No, but if you take with the pawn, you're still in the same issue.
D6.
Bishop d6.
Everything.
And then you're going to have to go rook takes bishop. But it's really not that scary, because this bishop is a fantastic defender. There's no light squared bishop to pounce on these light square weaknesses around the king.
Right.
And once again, knights are not on good circuits.
Yeah, those are not good knights at all. So what's the best move? Okay, let's go back and let's look at after e6 or in this position. So taking, it doesn't seem good. So, and bishop d6, I mean, we can't even stop it. Like, Knight c8. That's gross. If I have to play knight
Maybe,
c8, oh my goodness, that's gonna be a really bad day.
yeah, knight c8.
It
This knight
stops
on
it.
c5 is
Like,
loose.
oh my goodness, it's so bad, bro. As you know, something's wrong. I mean, I could go maybe knight b5, maybe.
Knight b5
Doesn't really do
looks good.
anything.
I also wonder whether you can just pocket the pawn. That's what I would do.
Pocket the pawn takes.
Pocket the pawn
Take,
and just
takes
get
and
takes.
bishop move.
Wait, which way are you taking with, by the way? Queen takes, rook takes. I
That's
just
a
picked a
good
random one.
question. I'll probably take with a rook. Rook takes just because I'm like I may be hinting at sacking an exchange someday.
Yeah.
And then bishop e3. The love tempo here. Love tempo always. So bishop e3 hit the knight. The knight goes, I don't know, e6 maybe.
E6.
Bishop g4 hits the knight. It's not attacking it yet, but bishop g4. I mean, I'm just up a pawn. Like it's like what do you want, right? Like I'm up a clean one, easy game.
And this knight is not getting into the game without
it's ugly.
giving some major concessions. Now, out of all of those options, I think I would be banking on this one. Knight takes e6.
Yeah, and
Just
just
go
go and
knight
sack
takes,
the
knight
exchange.
takes e6,
Hope for the best.
knight d6, put that knight on d4 and say, dislodge that one if you can. Yes, you're an exchange up, but maybe I can create some problems later on in the game. Let me just have a look at what the computer is indicating, whether there's any hope whatsoever. Okay, it's on the same wavelength that we are on. Knight takes e6,
Best move. Okay.
bishop d6, knight d4. It's a strong knight you've got on d4. Queen d3, take the rook, and then...
Oh, it's black's move. Rook d8 probably. First.
Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, rook d8.
And then bishop takes, and then maybe queen takes. Queen takes, and then,
yeah.
And then I was thinking
fun
b3.
enough, b3.
Oh
b3
wow, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Keep the knight out, and then we was gonna go queen e3 or knight e2 next, something like that, and
Yeah,
just get that knight out
exactly.
the way.
Just to dominate this night. That's something I've really picked up on doing commentary, how grandmasters love to do two things. They love their pawns to dominate their opponent's knights, and secondly, they also love to overprotect everything. That is like the modern way of playing chess. So they'll then go in and protect this knight on c3. They'll just like put it on a stable square. They'll make sure nothing can be blundered in time trouble. Okay, so Humpy looking good. Vaishali in big trouble. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view. And Zhongyi, I'm looking yet to make a decision as to whether she wants to repeat moves or keep on playing. Maybe we can take a look at the game between Nurgul Salimova against Anna Muzychuk.
Let's do it.
Because we haven't paid attention. We left it all the way back in a queenless middle game. Is this an endgame or is this a queenless middle game?
This one is, actually a little bit both. In fact, it's actually both. Because if it was like two pieces off, we'd be like, okay, endgame. But no, they have all the minors, just queens off.
Exactly.
Like that's a very rare case where they just started. You want to start without queens? Yeah, let's try it. Like that's exactly what happened here. Somehow they just traded queens and just kept all the rest of the pieces on the board.
But Anna has some very strong knights on b3 and c5, double pawns. Is that a problem? I'm never fussed about playing with these two double pawns because it gives you access to an open line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always thought that these pawns, I'm trying to figure out how to use them in I'm a maximalist when it comes to that. So trying to get the pawn all the way to a4 in this case, because the bishop's on e8, knight's on c5. So we want to go a4. They call that a pawn freeze. I think Jeremy Silman or Devoretsky, one of them had that in the book. But it was like talking about one pawn freezes two. But a4, then we freeze a and b. So that'll be nice. And then we have the other a pawn that I guess we'll probably try to use later at some point. But we could at least push this pawn down to a4.
Yeah. That's a good idea. And what do we think of the chances here? It's white to move, by the way.
It's white to move. Okay, so it's white to move. I was thinking, knight d4. I definitely like knight d4. I have chances at really winning that a6 pawn. So knight d4, maybe you go a5. No, I guess you can go a5. c6 is
I like your knight d4.
I like this move a
A5.
lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
now
me
I'm kind
too.
of annoyed. Bishop B5? Does that work? I don't know what I'm doing there.
No, but it's
Yeah, it's not the
interesting.
greatest.
No, but it's interesting. So
I don't
I
really know
love
what
this
to do.
this concept. I knew about this pattern, but I never knew it was a pawn freeze.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Beautiful.
called a pawn freeze. Yeah, it was so cool. I learned it, never forgot it. But pawn freeze, one freezes two, or sometimes three, depending on where it is. Like if the pawn was on B4 and you had pawns on like E3, A3, A2, B4 would freeze all three of them, which is kind of cool. So
Hmm.
having that one thing, pawn
Oh
freeze,
yeah.
is awesome.
Okay, so you're talking about a structure where one side has B4, pawns on
Right,
B4, and white has pawns on like that.
exactly.
No,
Or
the other way,
pawns
the
on
other way, the other way, the other
exactly,
way.
all white
This way.
squares. That's right. Light
A2,
squares.
B3, light squares.
C2. Correct.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. So pretty good stuff, but yeah, I think this is level, and I actually think black might have. I mean, obviously, because that knight on B3 is just holding it down, so we need to get rid of that thing because he is a menace. He's holding all the squares, and like it's just annoying.
Hmm.
It's very annoying.
Yeah. It's a very double-edged position. I think the computer probably says is a little bit better for white on account of these double pawns, but there's a
Always.
lot of activity, and I love your idea of going A5, A4, and I like this knight to D4 because I feel that you're right. The more pieces that you trade off in this position, the better it is, the more comfortable it's going to be for Salimova because she will have the targets of these doubled A pawns. So, very critical moment in this game. Both players have to come up with the right plan. And it's the perfect time for us to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we are going to have a lot more of the action in just a few minutes.
The older of the Muzychuk sisters has reached heights in chess that few ever do. She was the fourth out of just 6 women in chess history to reach a FIDE rating of 2600. And in 2017, she played in the final of the World Championship. She was foiled by another of this year's candidates, Zhongyi. Now, Muzychuk is trying to return there, but first she has to get through a tough candidates field. This after having qualified with a third-place finish at the World Cup. Unlike in 2017, she won her last match against Zhongyi, who made the candidates another way. Of course, there are 6 other opponents besides her foil Tan. A consistent performance from rounds 1 to 14 is what's required at the candidates. Muzychuk is as consistent as they come. Is it enough?
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. and review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
We are back with all the drama from round 8 of the women's candidates, and drama is the right word because we've had quite a few. We've had bad openings from Vaishali. She's been forced on the back foot. She's been forced to give up an exchange. We also had this really intriguing moment between Zhongyi, Lei Tingjie, that will they, won't they, will they repeat the moves? Well, Kanti, I have news, big news. Zhongyi, after a big think, decided here on move 21, she was not going to repeat moves for a third time with bishop f4. Instead, play f4, lock down the center. And now, Lei Tingjie has to think. She has to consider what to do. So,
wow.
big
Ninja
decision.
didn't like this at all. F4, they like,
No.
what are you doing with your life? F4 was not a move, apparently. I mean, I'm curious to see why, though. Like, practically, this seems fine. Maybe there's like a B4. Oh, that's probably it. That's probably
Do
the
you
move.
think
B4 is a very
B4?
minority attack one-on-one. Play B4, takes, queen A5, stuff like that. Your whole queen side shattered. You can't take, or it's just not wise to take on B4. It's B4 is probably the move. And then black can maybe try to slowly take
B4.
over the initiative.
And the thing is, this knight on D2 is tied down to E4. Because if you go knight to F3, then this knight can jump into E4 at the right time.
Mm-hmm. I think she
And
feels that. Lei does. I think she feels that. Oh, hold on. Something's here. You can see it. Like you lean over, hunched. You know, you see that when it happens there. That body language is like, oh, there's something here. She's looking. What do I do is the question. B4 though.
And can White just go, you know what? I'm not bothered. You try your fancy work.
Oh, really?
Work
You
with
know
me.
what? All right. Okay. I like that. I'm taking on C3. Take first.
Take first.
Think later.
Take first.
Then queen A5.
Take. Yes. Oh, I'm going to
there
get
it
into
is.
trouble big
And the
time.
engine
Queen
says
A4.
no, but
Queen C2.
okay, queen C2, and then I don't know, maybe rook B8 here. Rook B8. I don't know what it does yet, though. I don't have rook B8 with the idea of queen A3. And then rook B2. I'm just trying to, queen side. That's it. That's where I'm strong at. Play on that side of the board.
Mm-hmm. It's dangerous, isn't it?
It is. It's definitely, you can now see that, whoa, snap. And this is actually, believe it or not, though, yes, this is very reminiscent of a Caro-Kann exchange, but they just never exchanged on D4. You get these type of play where, like, white's on the king side, black does minority attack on the queen side. But if white is not able to checkmate or create something on the king side, then black always usually has great games and breaks through. On the queen side, where I've lost many games, Caro-Kann exchange with white, where they just got through on the queen side. That was it. They got through. I had nothing, and the game was over.
Totally. This is one of the problems because the center is now closed. And the big thing is, okay, what happens if rook h1 happens? Oops. You see the evaluation bar really creeping up in black's favor. And I guess it's because of your point again, that you're just simply going to take on c3, put the queen out on a5. Doesn't like this suggestion.
It doesn't like queen
but
a5 at all, but exactly, yeah, maybe it's something else.
Maybe it just wants rook to b8.
Yeah, rook b8 is very nice. Put the rook on b2.
Maybe this is the way forward.
There's also bishop a3 coming in, which is going to be,
yeah,
man, that's some heat there. Bishop a3 to b2. All kind of stuff happening.
Yeah, I mean, and white's just wasted time, right, with rook to g1. Well, I wasted time with rook g1 and then rook h1. So let's go back to the original position. So b4, fantastic move. And what happens if the knight? What could be the plan?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Maybe.
I mean, can you take? Can you take? I mean, no, this is ugly.
That's ugly.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all because you give up squares, and this c4 pawn is freezing this pawn on b2. So no.
Yeah, there we go. Pawn freeze.
Pawn freeze.
That's right.
Yeah. So b4, fantastic move, and then. Does that mean queen a4 is like the idea?
I just remember. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Probably. Sheesh, that is an annoying move, huh? Queen d7.
Queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7. Oof, I don't like this for white. I just don't. Like, I feel like now I'm running out of moves. It felt like
if I just give up, I give up.
Now I gotta keep that up. Okay, I guess I win a pawn. Oh, that might be something though. That's a good move. Bishop f6 is very great. Bishop takes, and we take on b4, and like I at least net a pawn. Yeah, I'm taking.
Yeah.
But who cares? Like a3 is coming. I solidify, and I'm up a pawn.
You are up a pawn, yeah.
I like this position. I like that idea.
But then again, the question begs itself. Like, if we're going to get into a position where there's like opposite color bishops on the board, I don't know. I feel this is too scary. This is just way too scary for white. The king is so unsafe.
Well, let me see.
And then why do all this? Why do all this when you could have just had a draw?
Yeah,
I can see this going massively wrong.
You are right.
Do you know, I suspect after b4, Tan might just be like kicking herself and going like, why didn't I just take a draw? Why did I go in for this kind of complication? It was unnecessary, impractical for the tournament.
Right.
Because here, all three results completely possible.
All three results. It is definitely anyone's game or any woman's game after this, because it's queen a4, and then black has chances. Black just literally had nothing. I think they was comfortable with the draw, and now it's more like, wait, do I have something more here? Also having a smooth time edge. That's like 10 minutes. A lot of times is when you're up to time edge, you do want to try to keep it. So you may see a move in the next 2 to 3 minutes here from Lei to try to keep that. Believe it or not, that small thing actually goes big, like trying to keep the edge on the clock. Yes, you have to. There it is. Yeah, move already. She moved. But she moved rook b8, preparing b4. But now I might go a3.
Yeah. No, it's a little bit more double-edged, right? Because you go a3, just your move. I love it. a5. And there's kind of consequences. Yes, you open up the b line, but the a line gets also open too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we're just good. And then somehow I have to... I mean, this might still be a draw. Like, you want to draw still? Like, hey... I want to get f5 in, though. If I can get f5 in, that'd be nice.
I want to check. Just, is b3 like daft? It feels daft.
Oh, no, there's b4. I remember I lost the London game OTB to Stilios. When I remember seeing his GM, Halko's very strong from Greece. But and we had this type of position where I had to calculate, and I was like, he has something like this, where I allow c4. I played a move order wrong out of the opening, and allow him to get something with c4 as a clamp, and I was trying to get b3 in, but he always had this b4 break, which is crazy. Because if you take on b4, the in-between move, I could actually go c3 first. And then after the knight moves, then I could go knight b4, bishop b4. Then knight comes into e4. I mean, this is gross. Like, you don't want this.
Yeah, this
You
is
want to stay
totally.
far away from this. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you do, because things are going to be falling, right? And this king is just so not safe. There's also this knight can jump into e4. The end.
Yes, nothing.
You go backwards, I go forwards, is what I like to say. So no. But rook to b8, a3 makes so much more sense. a5.
And then I was just going, all right, cool. I don't care about your little b4 push. And then I can go rook c1 at the end of the day and defend everything after we trade everything on c3. I am probably trying to get f5 to work. I'm just trying to figure out, do I go like a queen c2? Or
you want to go queen c2? Yeah, okay, let's go queen c2. Yeah, but b4.
Dang, look at the eval bar. I didn't even care about b4. I was just going to go f5 anyway.
Ah, okay.
That was my whole idea. Dang, bro, look at the engine just destroy you.
Just
I mean, just absolutely destroys you. Like, you're nothing. You're absolutely nothing human. Like,
yeah, this is why when you're training. This is also why when you're training an opening with an engine, I always get it to play the opening that I want to play. So I just because I know that it's just going to destroy me. So
right.
At least
so like, how you gonna beat me? Yeah. Oh, that's
exactly
how you beat me. Okay. Thank you.
And then sometimes then I try to use its ideas against it, and then it comes up with another. I'm like, okay,
like, all right, cool. That's
let's
cool.
refine
We own idea number 157 in one day.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah. Rook to b8, a3. You got to halt this pawn advance. a5. What happens if you do? I kind of want to get the king to some kind of safety. Maybe put it on f1. Why put it on f2? I mean, it makes zero sense to put it on f2. But put it on f1, same color as this bishop.
Yeah,
and then you go b4.
Oh, okay, before, and then
it never likes this.
Yeah, it did jump a little bit. Jumped up.
Is there some kind of funny business like this?
Maybe some queen a4. Oh, there's some e4 in there too, and then queen d7 and e4. Break everything up, of course.
No,
get out of here. Such a break. That's a nice break. Like, obviously, it's trying to break up c4 too as well. But
yeah, I agree with you.
This is really bad. But I don't know
because
why.
this is the kind of stuff that we might see. Because it looks. I'm just going to check. Why is this bad?
Right.
It's
like, what is it?
This knight takes h5.
Wow. Okay.
It's as simple as that.
Too dang.
But
too dang, bro.
But you know something, Kanti is saying that the position is really unclear if black were to go like knight takes e4.
Yeah, that's natural.
Yeah, this kind of stuff. This is like messy as anything. And you got bishop takes e7, and then this
takes c4. G7's hanging.
No, but it's incredible. It says that the position is only messy because of queen c2.
What?
I don't understand chess.
No. Yeah, no, bro.
I was expecting bishop takes c4 or something like that, but nope. Oh no, you have to protect f4. So this is okay. So, but this is craziness. That may be why it doesn't initiate. But in this type of position, bishop takes f6. It says do it this way. If you're going to go e4, you go for this more stable setup. And this position is just crazy.
Yeah, this is a very crazy position here. In fact, is there anything else on the other boards? I'm just looking around. Yeah, nothing else. Vaishali's game.
Well, let's head back because this one, you know, we're kind of predicting the future. We think that Zhongyi will go a3, and then we might see this type of wild and wacky chess. But let's maybe go to Katerina Lagno against Goryachkina. Let's pull up the bird's eye view and take our pick, because this is what we predicted.
A few decisive results and a draw.
No, we predicted that this type of position would occur with an isolated pawn. White would have play down the f line. Tension on the board. We were like, okay, the knight can come to f5.
Oh, something happened too as well. Yeah, we predicted all of this. In fact, we saw all of this, Everything happened. Now knight came to e5, and yeah, I think this one actually is going to fizzle out. Is what I said before too, as well. Unless there's
Yeah.
just some type of horrendous blunder, because black's pieces are all out. They're all developed. They're all coordinated. That's another thing. Not just developed, but developed and coordinated. So they all work well together. White has the same though. It's the imbalance of obviously bishop versus knight. But where my pieces are out and well coordinated as well. Center, same. Like this is very, very draw-ish. But you still, it's going to have to be some accuracy and obviously maybe some shuffling of some pieces.
Yeah. Well, the thing that concerns me is there's one imbalance in the position, and that's this isolated pawn on e4, and also this open f line. And I feel the game will kind of hinge on this.
Yeah, I mean,
so
first thing is
like
just
next,
doubling rooks, right?
Like knight g6 could be an idea.
Oh, it's kind of annoying.
That could be annoying, but it might not be that annoying.
Oh, yeah,
it might be.
Tactics. Okay, 3, take. That's a lot of taking. But then White's just have a pawn.
What's the taking?
Oh, I was looking at. I just calculated this crazy line. So I was looking at. I mean, obviously, doubling the rooks is very appealing, but then your knight g6 is very strong. So after knight g6, I have to move the rook. I think I don't have any tactics. So I was looking at rook f2 or f5, like something, anything, rook something.
Yeah, okay.
And then knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, and then knight takes e4, and then or rook f8. Either or, it doesn't really matter. Knight takes e4, and then queen takes. And then rook takes, and then rook takes, and then knight or king takes, and then white's just down a pawn, I think, here. But there's a queen c3. Wait a second. Takes, and then queen c3. No matter. Oh, sorry. Rook takes first, and then queen c3.
Oops.
Oh, maybe
sorry.
king f. No, that doesn't work. Rook takes.
But you can take with a knight, can't you?
Knight takes. I have queens. Oh, but you have queen e7. Yeah, I'm just down a pawn. I'm just down a pawn after this. So
yeah.
This isn't the way to go.
But this is the kind of stuff that the players are definitely calculating. So rook f1, knight to g6. We'll just put this here, and then you were looking at knight takes pawn. But I think your queen c3 idea is really relevant here. Rook takes.
Takes?
No.
Okay, so we have to take on e4
takes.
first.
I mean, we also have knight to h5. Let's not forget. Rook takes. That has to be done.
Take.
I guess.
Oh, there might be a pin. Oh, but okay, you're right. Maybe knight takes, just to like allow any checks and all that stuff.
Knight takes. Okay, and
then,
now
but yeah,
is it this? Queen d4.
Queen d4, but there's some tricks here.
Knight f6.
I even have even just knight f6. Very simple.
Knight f6 and black is a pawn up. Okay.
Yep.
So white has to be really careful here. Okay, what happens about your rook f1? I feel like that can't be wrong.
Okay, you know what? Let's go back. What about knight f5? Because obviously that's the move we want to play. We really want to go knight f5.
Oh yeah, okay. If
we go knight f5, what happens, right? Like, really, what's the bad idea with this? And it looks like nothing. Ivan Bar didn't move. Knight f5 definitely is a move you want to play. Now, and maybe even provoke some weaknesses with g6. But now, we can't double. But knight f5 is definitely a move.
Knight g6.
Then we got to figure out what black wants.
If I go knight d6 anyhow.
My idea was actually knight d4 first, just to see. I mean, at least to throw it in there, you know. But then queen just moves away. d7.
Hang on a second. Is there like this type of? No, there isn't.
It's close because the 95 is
close. Yeah.
It's close. Oh, I see you. Tactinos. That's right.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's so close. Yeah, that's so close.
Yeah.
That's a nice.
Okay, so maybe black shouldn't be stepping forward. But how do you? That means you can't dislodge the rook from f4, and then. But then, what is the idea?
All right.
Okay, so hang on. Overprotect. Why am I not playing like a grandmaster? They just overprotect. Rook f.
Overprotect everything.
Yes.
Sheesh. Do I have rook h4, knight g6? That's nothing. Wow. I mean, insane. These knights are so annoying and strong.
Okay, and if you double, just
I mean, knight g6 once again is really strong.
Yeah, and then no.
Wow.
Now there's
knight g7 works.
Yes, now.
Oh, that's the plan. That's the plan then. Knight f5 and double the rooks and sack.
Yes.
That's a sweet plan. But that's if the knight moves though. If the knight doesn't
Yeah.
move, then we don't have sack.
So what happens if you just go rook f8? Don't get mate.
Can I play g4? Takes. Doesn't work. It's getting close. Man, there's some tactics almost. They're like g4, like is almost there, but almost is not the same. Okay, let's do it. You know, we're doing analysis. Who cares? We're not actually having to do this on the board. Let's go g4. Pawn to g4. And of course, I don't even care. I don't even care at this point what the engine says. I'm just tired of the engine. g4, and then g4 is nice because I was thinking if knight takes, I might have a queen g2. I might have some possibilities.
Okay, so I'm going to take this way.
And then I was planning queen g2.
Okay.
Queen g2 was the plan.
You take.
Wow.
So no.
Wow. I mean, immediately.
I go 93.
Oh, that's sick.
But it's only it's
I don't want
nearly
to get
there though.
Somehow, sheesh.
No, but it's so close, and it's only happening because I'm attacking the queen.
Yeah, the queen, and knight g7 almost works. Like, come on, man!
Exactly.
Like, you have everything.
Like knight g7 would be working if it weren't for the fact that after knight takes g2, then
and it takes, and they take the rook with.
Yeah.
Man,
but it's almost. But why not just go h3 first?
h3
just for fun.
Okay. Now knight g6 because knight g7 is now super defended with rook f8 now. So.
Oh yeah. So when
rook, I don't know.
Okay, so hang on a second. We build it up. No building.
Yeah.
Knight to
no build. They say build nothing, it'll fall immediately.
No, you don't do anything here. Okay. And if this happens, knight to d4.
I was just thinking queen d7, just tuck and roll.
Yeah.
Out the way. It's like whatever. Okay, for your next trick, right? Exactly. Repeat. Right? You know, at this point. Yeah. All the pieces on the same side. I mean, it's just kind of going to look like that it may fizzle out. We're just trying to create things, and when you're trying to push and play risky, there is where you can actually really backfire.
Yeah. So going back to the game position, just have a look at the clock time. So they're on move 23, and Katerina is now under 20 minutes.
Okay.
And the position is far from easy, as we saw, because black is threatening to go knight g6 and then capture on e4 at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Is there any other? Let me just check around. Look around. Any other things on the game there?
Well, let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what's happening in the other positions. I see that we called it when it came to Humpy against Vaishali. We thought her best bet was just simply to give up the exchange and get a great knight on d4. So if we bring up the bird's eye view.
Let's do it. Let's go over to Anna's game. Shout out to Crystal Ball. Thanks for gifting 5 to the community. Thanks for gifting 5 subs in chat. What up, Crystal Ball? Thank you. We're just waiting to get to the bird's eye view, guys. And then we are going to switch over to Anna.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go to Anna. Oh no, we got the bird's eye view again.
And now we got the game.
And now we got the game. So this one is Nurgul against Anna Muzychuk. This one was tense. We saw Anna had a lovely bind on b3, but if we go back a few moves,
knight d4 looked like it happened.
Knight d4, knight d4 happened, and then
she said, "I'm a trade. Take,
and then a5 pawn freeze.
Pawn freeze. Trying for it, and b4 happened.
b4,
beautiful move. Takes. Knight has to move away, and white has initiative, but equal.
Oh, but where is the knight going to move?
I was thinking the same thing. Maybe knight d7. Well, knight b7. Finchetto the knight there may be nice.
But isn't this pawn on a7?
It definitely is weak, but I know b4 had some problems. Okay.
Pawn freeze. You taught me the word, and I'm never going to let you forget it.
She's killing them pawn freezes. She's just freezing all the pawns now. Let me see. Knight d6, bishop c5. Okay, if I'm trying to play good here, but that's going to be a weak pawn. Yeah, this was difficult. There's still some strange things to figure out. I feel like bishop c5, and I'm okay, though. Bishop c5 takes. I don't know. Takes. Okay, it's not that weak anymore. Maybe I walk the king over to d6 at some point and hold.
Yeah.
Hold the draw.
Yeah. Because this bishop on f1 isn't really partaking. Although I say all that, but there is this type of move.
a5, that is strong. What's your plan? Develop the bishop and maybe go rook a8. That is kind of annoying. So maybe I go rook b. No, that doesn't work. Man, yeah, there are problems. There are some weird things you have to figure out because the A pawn could drop, right? And the B pawn, yeah, it's just weird. Like it's really small.
I like your rook. Yeah, rook to b8 I thought was quite good, but then rook a1.
You go rook b7,
and then you could slide. That's what I thought. But hang on a second, is there exactly? Then maybe there's some b6 ideas. Oh no,
yeah, b6 doesn't work. It's close though. b6, rook a8, and I can go like f something, or even king f8. I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, but I thought maybe some kind of binding going on, but okay, just indulge me because.
Okay, we takes, and it's still even bar like go for it. They still like this king f8. I was thinking.
Yeah, and then this
knight b5. Okay, and then where do we go? Knight shoot. She is on me, guys. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Gotta breathe. Breathe through it. Breathe through it. One move at a time. Wow. Knight c6 and bishop c6 is coming. How do you hold everything? I don't think you can. Let's go back. Instead of king f8, we may need to just go f5. Because at least I can handle a lot of problems by just getting my king out of the line. So maybe, or f6. f6 might be stronger to try to make you do something. Because I'm threatening the pawn. So now with knight b5, I can at least.
I'm not sure you got time though.
I don't have time.
You don't have time because the knight can come back to
anyway,
d6.
And then king f8 and bishop c6. Yeah, this is some stuff. You see how crazy it seems so equal, but it's really white has an initiative.
No,
for sure.
Okay, well hang on. Let's go back to the game position. Hang on, now I will get there. There you go, a b4, and this was us looking at knight to b7.
Maybe just go knight d7, just like whatever. You know what? Centralized.
But isn't it the same kind of idea? b5.
b5. Well, you might be right here. In fact,
b5 is
like.
Although I see the evaluation bar kind of changing its opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, also hang on, just to point out, there's also bishop a6.
Oh, that's kind of gross.
Bishop b7, but again, the evaluation doesn't like it. Another move is knight to b5. What happened? Knight to b5. Oof. Where is my materialism?
You know what? That's why Anna's thinking, because it makes sense. Because there are a lot of moves white can play. Yes, it's the same amount of material, but initiative is very powerful. Initiative equals time and activity. And white has both of those. I have the time because I'm doing this with tempo, and I have very active pieces, which can create problems for me to win the game. So this is very, very critical, I think. And it looks like an easy position to play, but it is not that at all. It's not. What does the engine recommend? So I'm serious. What is serious about their
knight
defense?
b7. Okay, knight b7 only move. Only move. Knight is not even looking at knight d7. It just says knight b5. You're going to be in problems. The a7 pawn is going to drop. Knight b7 is the only move to fight for equality.
So we look at knight b7. And where do we go on knight b7?
And here, I was going b5 because I was just like trying to go for rook a1. But it actually says that my other move, e5, is a lot better.
Open the bishop up. Sensible.
Yeah, and then I guess how do you meet bishop c6 and then you go b5? So the engine is trying to be clever about this, and now you go rook a1. No, rook a1.
Oh, my pawn's gone. No, I have bishop
c5. Look, knight a4.
What is that?
This is called prophylaxis.
Listen, if you play knight a4 in this position, we're going to have to check the chair. You remember they checked the chair at the World Championship? We're going to check the yogurt and make sure, the Korchnoi thing. Like, we going to have to check. Knight a4 is crazy. No, but it does. Okay, it stops knight c5. Rook b3 maybe. But man, that's a hard move to make for sure.
It's a beautiful move as well. Like, endgame sophistication 101.
Wow. Knight b7 played, by the way. Knight b7 is on the board.
Played?
And you found the best move. Great job.
And And get this. So we were looking at my suggestion of b5, and here it says bishop c5 is good. So you were good to go on that one. And here we were looking at e5, and you got to be cool about it. You got to go king to f8 or knight to
Where am I
d7.
going? Where my king doesn't even go to d6. So okay, buddy, cool. King f8, nice.
King
Nice.
f8 and yeah, after rook to b8, rook a1, and then here this rook to b7, trying to hold everything. That was just bad because of this beautiful
nasty
bind
line.
idea.
Yeah, with b6. Yeah, that's a sick move, boy. Oof. And then rook
But
a8 and everything's binded up.
yeah, so knight b7 says the best move is to go e5, and that's sophisticated stuff.
Let me check now we're looking at time. Okay, so time's level, both at 20 minutes or 20, right under 30. 25 moves. So still got another about 15 moves, 16. Before you get that time, let me see what else is going on anywhere else. Yeah, looks
Okay,
like
so
Hump's
let me
still
just
winning.
get back to the game position, and maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view. Because have there been any changes? Let's take a look. And yeah, we predicted everything there in the bottom left between Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie. She did go a3 and a5. So the position could get very sharp now. Humpy Koneru, she's going to be exchanged up against Vaishali. And we are on form. The players are all following our recommendations. So maybe we go to the game between Vaishali, Humpy and Vaishali.
Definitely. Let's check it out here because it looks like it is, I think it's Humpy's move. Yeah, it is.
It's
Okay.
Humpy's move. And,
So,
and remember, if she
C5
wins this,
Mhm.
it's going to be her first victory.
Wow. And that
And the
sometimes that's all it
third
takes.
loss. Yeah.
Dang, yeah. I forgot about that. That's tough. That's really
Third
tough.
loss for Vaishali. So
In a row,
Vaishali
yeah.
really needs to hold this game. But how difficult is it? So knight to d7, bishop d6 was played, knight d4, queen d3, knight d7, queen e3, beautiful. c5, conceding some squares though.
I like
And
knight
I like the way that
d5.
Humpy is just like not
Yeah, she can take it when she wants. I
not
can have it
budging. She
whenever.
can
You know?
exactly. So let's have a look at knight to d5.
I love knight d5. It's just extra, more moves, but that's not the kill shot.
tell you
It's
what,
very difficult to find.
I tell you what other move that I would love to play is e5, but that's just giving up. What other move? b4 is another
I was
move
thinking
that I'd
b4.
love
Yeah,
to play.
b4 might be it though. That might be it. b4 is a nasty move. Maybe there's b6 or something. But
Yeah.
b4 takes you take back with the bishop and knight. Now the knight's hanging on d4. Like you are chipping away at everything when b4 happens. There might be a b6, then e5, rook c8. Take on c5.
What happens if you? Hang on a second. Wait.
What you got?
What happens if I just go back?
Bishop b2.
I got it. Consequences. You see,
hold on. So
what
we got to go
I'm
something
going to
like
do?
f5.
I'm going to
What you
go
got?
bishop c4.
I'm going f5. I don't even care no more. I'm losing.
Oh,
No,
you're going f5.
pawn f5. Yeah, I'm already down in exchange. So who cares? Pawn f5.
Okay.
Going for it. Eval bar is like, you've lost your mind.
Check.
We're already losing. So check king h8.
Then take.
Takes, and then maybe take with the queen. I don't want to trade queens or nothing.
Yeah. And now
from a human standpoint, we fighting. Like from a human standpoint. Okay. Pawn takes, and we trying to hold and hoping for the best. Hoping and praying that we can somehow.
And if you take queen, I guess it's just Rick.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, something.
I
maybe even bishop e6 was just a cool move, but bishop e6 is it's nice.
Round of applause. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Maybe bishop e6. Just some more trades. Very nice. Gets the knight off the center. Maybe not, but at least we get to work to the second rank. Where we
this is beautiful. This is all you need to do. And okay, so bishop e2. This is my move. Bishop e2 with the idea of rerouting the bishop to c4. Get it on a good square.
Yeah, this is hard, man. I can't do anything. Like that's why I just
Bishop
went
takes
F5
rook.
because I don't even care no more. F5 just like, sheesh, I can't do anything. Bishop E5. No, I'm getting F4 too. Like, my goodness, what is the best move from the engine
D8.
standpoint? How do we
Okay.
even? What do they will say do in
Okay.
that
So
situation? Bishop E2.
okay. So it says best move.
Naive.
Oh,
Is
I'm
Bishop
on
E2?
fire today. Bishop E2. Yeah, I win some, I lose
Dang.
some. Bishop
Yo, we
E2.
out here swinging. Boy, Bishop E2, best move on the board. Yikes.
Yeah, but to be
Yobi fish.
fair,
You think of
Bishop
fish.
Bishop Bishop
Yeah.
also G4 was good. Bishop takes rook is also good.
And King
It was
H1 probably would not
is
stop the
also good
advantage.
enough. But
You
Bishop
know.
E2 is the best move, trying to just get the bishop to a better diagonal. And then here it's saying, just go rook to D8.
Act
Bishop
like
takes
nothing
rook.
happened.
Knight takes F. And the problem is that you can just go King H1. And then this is
Yeah.
the thing. F4 is happening. F4,
F4.
E5. This bishop is going to get locked out of the
She
game.
played, I think she just played Bishop E2 as well, by the way. Y'all all on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Yobi fish, stock
This
fish. I mean, Humpy fish. Like, dang, that's crazy.
Humpy is in her element.
Bishop E2.
Yeah.
She's just
Well,
nothing.
this is the thing, this is the type of position where Humpy is just excellent at shutting the game down. The game that she lost against Salimova, it got wild. Humpy played in a very unusual style for her. Usually, she plays quite solidly, quite classically, doesn't like to get her king in danger. She went for it in that game. And in the complications, she lost her way. This is not necessarily her strength. But in this one, she's had full control. She got an opening which perfectly suited her. And now she is just going to shut the game down. Watch her. She's going to go take that rook. She's going to go F4. She's going to go E5. She's going to improve that bishop to C4. And she's going to do her best.
Yeah, the Grenfell is a hard opening, number one. But also, number two, with that, I mean, she's also played it, her Vaishali. She's played it many times. But the one that is annoying, there's two variations that are extremely annoying when you play the Grunfeld, or even like any hypermodern King's Indian 2 as well, is the Russian variation, which was played in this game, and the Samish as well, which is the F3 very early, where they get the big center. So this Queen B3 move was really kind of not a shocker, but that Bishop F4 or like move 6 or 7 or something like that really may have taken her out of her prep, which is difficult to now come back from, because now you got to play off the head. You can get yourself a worse position, which is exactly what happened in the game.
This is exactly the moment where she took the wrong turn. Well, she didn't take a wrong turn, so to speak, but she was forced to play C6 in order to cover the pawn. And here she needed to play in a very classical way with B5, just attacking the queen and then destabilizing the center. But she didn't play the correct plan and instead went for a very quick bishop to G4 and then struck out with E5 at the wrong time. And that was it. That was enough for Humpy to secure a winning advantage. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because we are going to follow all of the action, all of the time travels that are coming your way in just a few moments.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, What if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on Chess.com.
We are back and in time to catch all of those all-important time scrambles. There's some critical moments already happening in the games. And Canty, once again, we are in for a treat. These games have been absolutely thrilling so far, full of tension, full of big decisions. So going to the bird's eye view, which game do you want to head to, Canty? Because we've had developments. We had, Humpy playing a superb game. We have this very, very tense position developing in Zhongyi against Lei Tingjie.
Let's definitely go there, actually.
Okay, so let's go
back
there.
See what's going on. See what's going on over there.
Yeah, let's do it. So here we go. So when we left it, hang on, let me just pull up the correct position. I love this kind of whole moment. So we left it with a3, a5 happening on the board. Bishop h4. Bishop takes a step back in order to uncover an attack against g7, but that's calmly met by g4. Bishop g3, and now bishop to d6. But what was the point of bishop to g3?
Yeah, I actually don't know. In fact, I think he was just probably backing up to stop knight e4. Maybe she didn't want to trade the bishop because knight e4 was going to be a really annoying move, I think, and then allowing the dark squares to be weak around white's king. But then bishop d6. So do you repeat? Because
Yeah. I was gonna say yes. You do repeat this
You
time.
should probably repeat this time.
Yeah.
Well,
You
you
go
probably won't
bishop
get a third time.
h4, and then you hope that your opponent is in a peaceful mood and also goes bishop e7 because,
Yeah, this could have been
this is
pretty bad.
turning. This is
Definitely.
turning. You can feel it with b4 in the air. This rook is primed to get into b2. This black king is perfectly safe. I think now is the time to start backpedaling. And look at the clock time as well. Actually, that might be an
7 minutes?
indication going back to the game
Yeah.
position. 24 moves played, and Tan Zhongyi now under 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no, I'm repeating. I didn't even notice the clock till now. I'm playing bishop h4. Hopefully you play bishop e7, and we're just going to run it. Hey, I'll take this back to the drawing board, but I need to get out of here unscathed.
If your opponent allows you to repeat.
Exactly. At this point, like, nah, you had that draw earlier. Nah, I'm up time.
Exactly. Yeah. So if white goes bishop h4, how can
Keep the game going?
keep the game going, yeah. I mean, I was just wondering, can she get like really
You
cocky
can, though. You
and go
can.
queen c7?
You can, because I'm thinking about it. Like, yeah, you take on f6, so what? My king hides on e7. Your king bad too. So, like, we both got terrible looking kings. But, like, yeah, black, I think black's on the better side. I can go king e7 at some point. I still have b4. I can even go king e7 and bring a rook to g8. Now, that may make the h pawn very strong, but...
Well, also, you got
careful.
knight coming to e7 and then coming to f5. Start looking at some weak points.
Yeah,
and let's not forget that there's bishop takes f4 on the board as well, just to explode open the position if black wants to. This is looking really, really dangerous. Bishop to g3, bishop d6.
We probably will see a bishop to h4 once again. That bishop's bad on g3. It's not doing anything. Just shuffle back and forth. It's no good plans. Like, my pieces are bad. I can't develop. Like, yeah, bishop h4
game position. And the thing is, though, the clock is ticking down. It was like 6:45. Now it's 5 minutes left on the clock, and their players are only on move 24.
Yeah, I might actually push. I'm definitely pushing as black now. You are low on time. There's bishop h4.
Bishop h4.
Yep. And I'm like, hold on. Nah, you low on time here. If you had 10 minutes, okay, I might repeat. But now that you got 4 to make all these moves, I got to push. I have to.
Yeah. And plus there's some pride, right? Because Tan Zhongyi rejected that 3-move repetition.
Yeah. Like, no, you want to you want a 3-fold. Oh, okay, that's cute. No, queen c7.
No, exactly. You want the draw, or you can have it when I want to give it to you, not when you want it. So bishop h4. And what other moves is there? Like, since we've established that bishop takes f6 is not a problem. Since we're quite happy, maybe we can go knight to e7. as well as queen c7.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I like it. Queen c7 is an awesome move too, as well. By
Yeah. And, well, how is... I like knight e7, actually. I like it a lot. And I like it better than queen c7 because here you're threatening to come knight f5.
hitting
And
e3
say,
and
yeah.
h4.
Yeah, e3 and e4 is just that lovely square that Tan Zhongyi will always have to guard. And let's not forget, on top of all this, there's b4 in the air whenever black wants to play that.
b4 in the air as well, guys. I mean, some heat on this board. I don't know if she's... Yeah, is she? Oh, yeah, she's taking the jacket off. Yeah, this is not about to be no draw. You don't take the jacket off and like, oh, I'm going to repeat. Nah, she about to be here, guys. She just took the jacket off. This is going to be a rumble.
Yeah, and, well, we could see a big shake-up in the standings because if Tan loses, Lei Tingjie will have caught her up.
5-5.
5-5. Goryachkina looking over, it looks like she's also headed into a draw. But she has the better side of a draw, I would say.
Right.
Then we could see a three-way tie for first place.
Fives.
Yeah.
Fives all around.
This is... and, this is also setting the tone for the start of the second half as well.
Yeah, with round 8, exactly. This is the start of the second half, which is awesome here because, that can catapult you into really good confidence and also just get you on the roll, get good spirits and good vibes, and then you play and you start playing well. That's the key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do play well. Oh, so Lei taking her time. Now, this is a good strategy. I know there's lots of you at home who's like, no, why don't you speed up, especially when your opponent doesn't have too much time? Well, that's actually a mistake. It's good to calm yourself down, think about what is going to be the most problematic move for your opponent, and just use your time wisely because your opponent doesn't know what you're going to be playing. Tan in this position doesn't know whether she's going to be facing b4, knight e7.
Yeah, she said draw what? Draw. If you got a pencil or some paper, you can draw that way. But we ain't drawing on this chessboard. Knight e7 played. Bishop takes, and she's going all in, chat. All
in. I'm worried, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm worried big time because this is opposite color bishops. b4 is going to open up some dark squares. The knight is going to come to sit there comfortably on f5. There's potential of sacrifices on f4, and if a knight is on f5, sacrificing on e3.
Oh, that's going to be devastating. That's going to be diabolical.
Yeah.
Wow.
And let's not forget, there's also another breakthrough of e5 as well.
Yeah, this is, you know what? You're right. I think practically now, it is close to losing. Not lost, but close to losing for white here. You have 4 minutes. I mean, I got a lot of moves. I got at least 10 moves to make before time control, right? So, and I get some extra time too. But, man, this is tough. Yeah. And now I'm in a worse position. None of my pieces develop. Black has all the space. A knight f5's coming, as you're pointing out. I mean, yeah, I'm in the driver's seat, and I got the time. This is very bad for Tan.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of wondering, big decision, does she stop a knight getting to f5?
Bishop g4, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's a bad move, but this is what she's working out. She only got 4 minutes on the board, and she has to decide whether she wants to allow a knight to that square. I'm just going to check. The engine says, wow. The engine is already giving this as a -1 advantage for black.
I can feel that. You can 100% feel that. Black has the pawn breaks.
You got to let that knight get to f5. It says if the bishop comes out to g4, then you're just going to get faced with f5, and the knight will go to g8 and then to f6.
Okay,
and that square on e4, that is just sick. It's so mean.
Well, bishop g4, now that makes sense. If you would have told me knight g8 was the plan, well, then, yeah, bishop g4. But, like, f5, I was like, oh, I'm good. I'm back to bishop up. But then knight g8, okay, now that's just what makes engines. That's crazy.
It's
all the way to
yeah,
e4.
that's a really good move. f5, knight g8. This queen now comes into the action.
Yeah, this is a
King is
very bad
unsafe.
London, I think. And I think, to be honest, like the more active move out of the opening is Queen A4. She chose the Queen B3 option, which was a little bit different. Queen A4 in that particular
Yeah.
variation with Bishop G4 is actually way more active than Queen B3. But she doesn't know that, I think, probably by theory. And she plays Bishop F1. So keeping things interesting. I'm just curious
Yeah.
to see where she's going.
Yes. For me, I think the opening was fine, but she attacked in the wrong way. She went h5 way too quickly, and I think
Yeah.
she should have perhaps committed to g5 instead of h5.
I
This
also think that Queen
plan-
C2 move too, right? She played Queen D1.
Yeah. Yeah, she went Queen D1. Yeah, she took
Yeah.
some passive decisions. So in this particular moment, like we're talking about, C4 came. It doesn't make any sense to go Queen to D1. Instead, Queen to C2. And then this is where you came up with some great ideas after GH5, G5.
Yeah, you just start going crazy.
And
Castle
you
Queen
start
side
going
and lost.
crazy, you can sacrifice material. This is how Tan needed to play. But she lost her nerve. She wanted to overprotect h5. But going back to the game position, Bishop f1 played. Yeah.
She in the driver's seat. She in the driver's seat here. And this is an amazing position for Black. Despite the opposite color bishops, I remember one thing I learned from Bobby Hess, Big Bobby. I always call him Big Body Bobby Hess, or Robert Hess, as that is, the buddy. And we all love Robert Hess. So he was saying one thing though in commentary. I remember him, and I never forgot this. This was years ago, but he said, "Whoever controls the pawn breaks controls the game." And I was like, "Oh, that's cold." Now, of course, Black actually controls the pawn breaks. You have E5 and B4. These are the critical breaks of the game that Black controls. So, with having said, Black controls kind of the pace of what happens in this game and through via E5 or B4 that I can play whenever I kind of want to. So White's kind of sitting back. Look at all of my pieces almost on the back rank. Now Black has 3 out of the 5 on the back rank as well, but I'm not doing a lot here.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. Do you go Queen C7? Really? I'm guessing that this is just aimed at fighting knight f5, so she can meet it with queen to f3 and then bishop h3. But so many good moves that you can go queen c7 and then go b4. I haven't given up on your b4 idea.
Yeah, that b4
and now that they have this idea of going f5, knight g8,
that
sticky
right
knight
there.
into e4.
Yo, that's so funny.
And this pawn on h5 is just a straggler. It's completely loose. But bishop f1, it is a resourceful move. I wonder whether she can just go. Okay, does she have time for knight to f5, or should she queen c7?
Queen c7 and play pawn e5. Yeah, I mean, her position, it's kind of both static and dynamic position, but queen c7 is just like, hey, I have control of the position. Plus, I mean, you're down time too. You're going to have to move fast because you have 3 minutes to make a lot of moves. It's possible, and it can be done. I've seen it many times. We all have, where they make time control when having this low amount of time. But it is it's an uphill task because you need to move fast. You don't have a lot of time. You also need to try to be accurate on the board and not really make a fatal error to end the game.
Yeah, and the question is, can you accelerate the play like crazy? So if the queen comes out to f3 in a position like this, I'm just wondering whether you go for broke with e5.
E5, I actually would be happy to see from Black at this point because I'm just perfect. Now I got some play. That's it. I just got some play. I'm just looking for some play, and E5 gives me that.
Yep.
Right moment, but E5 gives me that immediately.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
There could be an idea of eventually bishop e2, castle queen side, and like doubling on the g file, queen g3, and then try.
Oh, we have a move.
B4, open up shop.
Yeah. This is beautiful. And then there we see a trade.
Bishop h3 played immediately.
Bishop h3. Stopping that knight getting to f5.
Oh, knight f5. Okay. She's playing quickly.
She is playing quickly.
I
But
have nothing, bro. This just sucks. This was just another good.
what about? Well, there's some ideas, right, of moving the king to, let's put it on f2 or f1. This queen can come out to g4.
Oh, that's the plan. King f2, queen g4, queen h4. Because at any moment, queen g4 is answered with rook g8. So I was just trying to figure out how do we handle that. But king f2 does that. King f2, queen g4, rook g8, queen h4. And then you have something, actually. Believe it or not. Wow, that might be her idea. Literally, yeah, that could work. That's practical. That's very practical, maybe. But there's also stuff with takes and rook b2 at the right moment.
Yeah.
So be careful.
It's disgustingly double-edged here. And 4 minutes to handle the complications. I'm not sure whether after like moves like king f2, black can just simply capture on c3 and park that rook on b2, as you mentioned. But it's black to play, and black might decide to go f5.
That's kind of annoying. With the same idea.
But then again, I'm heavily influenced by the computer suggestion of putting that knight on g8.
Knight d8, yeah. F5, queen f3, knight d8, queen g3.
And then like
f6. That's annoying. Yeah. I have an open A file too. Yeah, but it's just I can't do much.
Yeah. Do you take on c3? When do you flick this in?
That's a great question.
Probably not now, right? Because you can do it whenever you like. You know, black holds the key to open up the line. So
right. So just kind of wait. Wait it out. 16 minutes. She's figuring out, what do I want to do? What is the plan? Maybe, rook h6, that doesn't do anything now.
Yeah.
Maybe e5 now.
e5?
Yeah, e5 now is different because the queen is nowhere near active. So if we go e5 right now, okay, eval bar immediately jumps all the way up.
But maybe you still do this type of stuff.
I guess it just opens up.
Then you come in with f3, and like you said, I liked your words. They were a cold shower. I'm just looking for activity, any kind of activity, and so I'll be very happy to get this.
Right.
So, okay, so what if you go f5? Look it down. Look it down.
All activity. I'm just trying to get active.
Yeah, exactly. And if the king ever comes to f2, you know, you
now we might take on c3 and play rook b2.
Yeah.
As well.
I like this one. And then, I'm obsessed with this computer idea.
That's so cool.
And then this queen can come out to h4.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that. Rook b2, knight f6, knight e4. You're lost. 100%.
Yeah, the rook will come down to b2. Problems on the second row. But okay, king f2 probably is not the best move. But the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant about putting the queen on f3 is that, you know, your idea comes into play. The rook comes down to b2.
Is it?
Yeah. And it's looking
very annoying.
Scary.
Rook b1, queen b6. Yeah, no, like
rook b1.
Maybe I even take first and then b6. Take first, then queen b6, or is it just
yeah. Take first, queen b6. Why you make me play these positions?
Right? We got.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. King f2.
Looks like she played f5. She shut down everything.
She played f5. Excellent.
Yeah, try again.
Yeah. f5. Brilliant move. Unleashing the potential of the queen to h4. Also remember that black can, whenever they want to, just open up the b line and put the rook on b2.
Yeah, it's very, very nice for black here, as this was an excellent game. Or transition, I think, because it was definitely nice for white, and then it was not. One slip, and black was able to kind of just take over the entire game.
It was like I said to you, when we found out that Tan had not repeated moves, that was already a bad sign, because she then tried to force things with going f4 and trying to just bulldoze open the position. But Lei was ready with that, with a very quick b4. Very, very classy move, and also just showed to you exactly the importance of knowing your pawn structures of when to break open the position, how to do it. F5.
Yeah, F5
And now
is there.
Tan is down to 3 minutes.
She just had 4.5 too. She moved a few times, got a little, got that 30-second edge. 29 moves in. What you got?
Yeah. I was just looking to see whether we have any other time scrambles happening. Nothing quite like this one.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, literally nothing. And obviously the Humpy game, but Humpy's just converting. Nice. Not easy, but
element.
slowly converting.
Yeah, she's that's her type of position. Winning ones. She's ruthless and very efficient.
Very efficient.
Yeah, and whilst in the other games, it does look like Anna Muzychuk is successfully defending against Nurgul Salimova, and still very much tension, but equality, a dynamic equality in the bird's eye view. There you can see between Lagno and Goryachkina that Goryachkina will be pressing because White has this.
Something happened.
Unequal.
Oh, sorry.
Really?
That was the Lei Tingjie game. I just saw the eval bar move. I was like, whoa, what happened? Oh, she went queen f3 actually. B4 and queen f3. We kind of looked at that line actually just now.
Yeah, and this is where we just went. This is where I just inspired by the computer's earlier choice of going knight to g8.
Yeah, with that knight g8 idea, really strong.
But does it work knight to g8 with the idea that after queen to g3 you just go knight f6?
Right, queen g7, king e7, and you laugh at them.
Yeah, you laugh. But there was also the thing that the queen on f3 is decoyed away from the action. And so it is possible for black now to go pawn takes c3 and then put that rook on b2.
Yeah.
Oh. Too much excitement. What should we do, Kanti? I can't quite make up my mind.
That is a great question. I think let's go over to the Lagno game. That one looks like there could be something in the end game, but very little. I'm actually very curious.
For who though? That's also the issue. So they
I
are
like
on
the
move.
bishop. I like the bishop, so I'm actually going to go with Lagno.
Okay, so they're on move 31. Yeah, and Lagno is now attacking this pawn on b5, and as you mentioned, that bishop has a beautiful scope there on the long diagonal. But on the other hand, there is a weakness on e4 that needs to be protected. And the queens and knights, they work very, very well together.
The question is, what do I do next? So, black to move. Oh, wait.
We have some moves.
That's kind of strange. It looks like the clock was running on her time, but then, okay. Now I'm not sure whose move it is now. In fact, is it Lagno's move?
Looks like they made some moves.
Nothing on the board, though. Nothing updated.
No, nothing quite on the board.
Okay, then we'll, I guess, see what happens. Maybe transmission. Yeah, maybe some transmission errors.
I tell you what happened. The board is much faster than the cameras. The board is running on speed of light.
Okay.
The other one is speed of sound.
Yeah.
Although that doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Doesn't quite work.
That makes sense now. Okay. Well, let's I guess we're here in the live position. So it is her move, which is Alexandra. Okay, so now what do? We defend this pawn by queen d7. Maybe queen d7. Feels like something's wrong with that though. But the pawn's hanging. Like I'm going to take it, and I will let you take on e4. I guess maybe not though. That is.
I don't know. And I think she's decided that she's not going to let. Yeah.
Okay.
She made a move.
She made a move.
She made a move, and It's not quite appearing, but I don't think she went queen to d7. We can't quite see. Ah, maybe she did. I think she's going queen to d7 and queen back to d2.
Okay.
Oh, do you think we're going to see a repetition?
Yeah, okay, it's very possible. If that's a question, I think it's very, very possible. Very possible, because it's just more of a, I mean, it's just a draw-like game.
Mm-hmm.
Very draw-like game. But now, okay, so we might as well take a look at Anna's game. This might be fizzling out. Maybe we'll go over to Anna and Salimanova's game. That game is the one that we don't actually know what's really going on. White actually is pressing. Black has to find all the good moves, so let's see what happens. Maybe even the time too as well. See what the time situation is over there.
Yeah, you can see it's the game in the green in the top right. It's an endgame, and we see bishop takes c5 has just been played.
Okay.
And there we see a port. I do wonder whether there's... Maybe we can...
Okay, bishop takes c5.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the hesitation. Why not just takes knight? But now, okay, I can see that maybe Salimova is thinking about knight c7.
Yeah, knight c7, rook b8, rook d8 is a possibility.
Oh.
I think that's what she's calculating.
Yeah.
Oh, she took it back.
That would be winning.
Did she take it back? Something happened. Okay. We maybe, yeah, I guess the cameras are catching up once again. Maybe this is the live position. But again, yeah, taking the bishop is, or knight c7. Knight c7, yeah, what are we afraid of there? Maybe there may be like, no, that doesn't work.
No, knight c7 is a great move because after rook to b8, rook to d8, as you've highlighted,
okay,
is going to be winning. There's nothing for it.
That's it.
So instead, after knight to c7, you have to go bishop a4.
Okay. I was thinking that same thing. And then I saw
rook d8.
You still could go rook d8, king e7, and this one is where I'm stuck a little bit.
And then you just move your rook. You got to move your rook to g8, apparently.
Oh, and everything's hanging.
Yeah.
Well, okay, rook b8 takes.
And rook b8, b takes c5.
Bishop
rook
d7.
takes g7, yeah. Oh, do we have any updates? No updates.
Chat says, we're having some tech issues. Chat, sorry, DGT's having delay. That's from Anita Drink, one of the mods. Thanks for telling us.
Okay. That's good to know. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view. They can't have a technical error right when things are getting
right now. Right.
Okay, so let's go back to the Lagno. They've already finished the game between Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina. There we can see from the cameras that a repetition was played and a draw has been agreed between these players. So Goryachkina moves to 5 points out of 8. Currently sharing the lead with Tang Zhongyi, but Tang Zhongyi is struggling in her game against Lei Tingjie. So, Kanti, we could see a 3-way tie for first.
That is
if
possible.
Tan loses and Lei Tingjie wins.
That's going to be crazy. That's going to be very crazy, but also it'd be crazy if she doesn't convert too. Like, that would hurt. That would definitely sting. If I'm not able to convert, I'm up time. Wait a second. How much time does she have now? There's like 6 minutes to 2 minutes. Okay. 6 to 2. So closer than before. It's definitely a blitz game. They are playing blitz now at this point.
Yeah. But, okay, maybe we can have a look at the cameras of Tang Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie.
Yeah, we'll probably just take the camera and see what they're looking like. Okay, she just glanced at the clock. She being Tan. It's her move. She glanced at the clock, glancing at the clock
Oh, she
again.
looks.
That's nervous. Yeah, it's very nervous. That's nerves. Looking at the clock a third time there before moving. Third
Yeah.
time. She looked at the clock 3 separate times. Very confident from Lei.
Yes. And if can you see that there's a king?
Yeah, like
On
I'm
the
trying to see
second
what the
row?
moves are, bro. Like, oh, the king is on F2. H5 on the board. Oh my goodness. Why did
H6.
the boards mess up right now? We gotta see all of this. Hold on, bro. This is spicy. Okay, H6. Okay, body language a little bit tan, definitely uncomfortable, but we already knew that because previously. What was going on? Lei very calm, stoic here. 5 minutes. At least the clocks are working well, so that's we can at least see clocks. 5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And is sticking down, and this position we can see from the outline of the pieces. It's incredibly complicated. Tan having just played H6.
Okay. Yeah. Pawn H6. Not sure where the rest of the pieces are, but we will get that fixed for all of us so we can see where the pieces are. Because other than that, I only see half of the board, literally. So pretty cool.
Yeah. A critical game.
Very critical.
Okay. So we are going to be taking a short break just to see whether we can update the live board and fix all those technical issues. But don't go anywhere because this is getting intense.
Chess needs women and minorities to be just as included and welcomed. I think that's the only way forward.
We're going to play a huge role in making the community a more welcoming place and making it a place where we really are just focusing on the chess and nothing else.
I really do believe that women are the future of chess.
Women play an important role in shaping chess's future by mentoring and supporting young female players to come out and play chess with confidence.
I do feel that women will be very important in the future. I can see this is already happening.
We have a lot of young girls coming up, and hopefully we will have many more jurors. And also we will have a lot more girl participation in the future.
I hope that as more and more women start to play chess, it will become more balanced and it will change the culture of chess in general.
I think in 20, 30 years, we're going to be seeing so many more women that are grandmasters, so many more women that are at the top, and so many more women at chess tournaments. And that is really my dream. That's what I want to see.
I think that the future of chess, the role women will play in it, will be pretty much the same role that men play in it. I'm hoping that we'll get a better ratio of men to women in chess and just see it be even bigger sport and more people can enjoy it.
Chess is an ancient game. It's been around for longer than 2,000 years. And if we want to thrive and stick around for longer, we need women.
We need to, as women, stay in this game so that girls and women in the future can see us, see that we were here, and feel like they should be there too.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Veremenchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great, but sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzychuk games.
are back. Well, it was an unfortunate timing for the gremlins to come out, but we have the moves there on, and we're going to dive straight into the analysis and check out the game between Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie, because we were following that one on the cameras, and it looked like things were very spicy, to quote Kanti. And take a look at this. This is already on move 36, and we can see, and now a white rook is there on a7. A pawn is on h6. What do you think about this position? This one's not so clear cut.
It also looks like she played that knight g8 move too as well. Knight getting into f6, so she found that. But this is definitely spicy for sure. I do like white's chances, but then I'm starting to look around and I see I don't have many moves to increase pressure. It's Lei Tingjie's move right now, though. So what's wrong with queen takes h6?
Well, she just played bishop g2.
Oh, that was that just happened.
That
Oh,
just
wow.
happened. She just
Okay,
played
yeah.
bishop g2,
Oh, wow.
which, as you can see from the evaluation bar, is a mistake. Wow. Only
E4.
one move to
E4.
have held in the game, and that was bishop takes f5.
Oh, man.
And
E4.
here,
Okay,
after
so,
bishop
wow.
g2, rook takes h6, and black is now in the driving seat.
Shoot, driver's seat, up pawn. Here, there's a
Knight.
move, knight f3 played. Eval bar is just really in Lei Tingjie's favor here. And as
Yeah.
Anita likes to say, Slay Tingjie is what they say. They call her Slay Tingjie. So she's slaying here on the board. Looks like
She
she's
is.
going to get a win.
And this queen on g5 can be kicked away by just rook h5. And the pin is broken.
Yeah, this is classic. Very masterclass-like here. After, a crazy game in the beginning, for sure. White had a chance, and then black. Well, there was a chance to tie it, like draw. She had a draw in the bag, and they both did. Tam was like, I'm going to push. This is the candidates. And the problem with that is when you push, sometimes you lose. And that is the case here.
Well, never count her out. We've seen her resilience on show. But she is a pawn down, and she doesn't have so much time. Lei Tingjie's choice now, knight to f3 played. Rook h5 will just simply drive the queen off this awkward diagonal, and black will be just emerging from this a pawn up. But having said that, this king is not that safe either. So still plenty of dynamism in the position to turn things around.
Yeah, this is very, very risky. Or both sides could have chances for things to go wrong. I think black could be just okay, though, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out, like, a worst case scenario, what would happen? And then I'm thinking around, I'm like, okay, if I get the knight to e5, but then what is the question? Like, oh, cool, you got your knight to e5. Knight c6, not really a threat. Okay, maybe it's a perpetual is what they're looking at, which she would be fine with. But knight c6 can be answered with maybe king d6. King looking crazy on d6, but it's very possible. So, yeah, she could be shooting for that. I think there's a move now, rook h5, queen g3 only move.
And this is the issue. White is threatening to come in with a knight to e5. Let's not forget there is an open A line. Nothing is safe whilst both kings are there in the middle of the board.
Yeah, if I'm 10 here, my goal is to go queen e1 and to go queen a1 and just literally go to that side of the board. That's where the action is. So she's going to allow knight e4.
She's been driven there. Queen e1.
Queen e1. Queen e1. I go queen a1, and okay, we might have some chances here.
It's
you
a
never
fight.
know. It's a fight, exactly.
But let's not also forget that black can also enter the position as well. Okay, so the players on move 39, they have to make move 40, and then they will get extra half hour on the clock. bc3. Yeah,
Maybe queen a1 anyway. No, that didn't work. I was just going to.
Yeah, I think she's going to do your plan. I think she's going to put her king on d8.
D8,
And then come
queen.
round.
Yeah, come around town there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's...
What is it?
Yeah, no, I was wondering whether there were any funny business like rook a8.
I was just thinking the same thing, but maybe
Oh,
that's the
hang on.
queen a1 anyway.
And then, okay, so I'm just thinking rook a8 might
No,
be
me
a
too,
nice
baby.
flashy try, because I'm basing it on this idea, and then the king will step up to d6.
Yeah,
And the
a
rook
little.
will zoom into a2 with a devastating check.
That
Oh my
one's gonna
god.
hurt.
And the valuation bar is not shifting in black's favor, which means that this is very much a possibility.
The king on d6. Well, what do I do? Maybe rook b7
Rook
check. I
b7,
mean,
and the rook will come
the
to
check is
a2.
that check is
King has to
devastating.
hide here.
Wait, but you don't
Now,
have anything. Hold on.
there's rook f2. No, that would lose.
Yeah, because I get a lot
We're
of
one
material.
check away from getting something big.
And queen b1's coming, and then I have something big. What? This could happen. Practically, this could really happen. From a practical standpoint, I mean, look at his king on
But
d6.
where's the killer? Where's the killer blow though?
I don't see it either, right? I do not see it.
Oh, okay, this is not easy then.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. Because I don't see it. It's not obvious.
Maybe the queen can come over to a8.
I was thinking that too. Maybe queen something. But what is the move? Queen something.
Okay, but then if you can't see this, remember both players, they don't have much time on the clock, then it's just way too risky to
Speaking
play
of
into a
time as
variation
well
like that.
and risky, I see chat and just saying Vaishali, and I'm like, Vaishali, I look over at the eval bar and it's dead even in the Vaishali game.
Yes. Okay,
That's
so
crazy. We got to head over
we
there.
do see a move, bc3, and queen to g7 was played by Lei Tingjie. Okay, so let's go and check out the game, because as you mentioned, Humpy Koneru, she had a completely winning position. It looked like she was in full control. Then there was a glitch, and it looks like there was a glitch also on her board as well, because take a look at this. Not so easy according to the evaluation bar.
You know, one thing to understand always is there is always chances in this game. And practically speaking, I mean, she just made it happen. She was down in exchange and she kept fighting. And now, you know, from a human standpoint, I mean, there are chances. Look at this. I got the A and the B pawn. My knight is very sharp as well. And my pieces are active. You can't take on F7. I'm holding. I'm still in this, says Vaishali. Don't count me out yet.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's to do with this. You can't break down this defense, right? These two rooks just cannot coordinate against the f7 pawn. And whilst that is in play, this king, it's not easy to wander over to the center for the king to assist, which means there's chances. But how did this all happen? Wow.
That's a good question. In fact,
So let's go back and have a look, because we left it to move 21 when it looked great. And then here, b3, great. Humpy was in full control. Excellent start, excellent move from Humpy. Bishop d3, knight to b6. I was expecting knight takes knight, but b4.
Oh, dang.
b4 was too much, because now knight to a4. There's some squares, and then after bc5, queen to c5, rook c8 again, and then she okay. What was wrong with queen takes? Nothing was wrong with. Maybe knight c3.
I like keeping these queens on too. Knight
Yeah.
C3?
Okay, so Humpy wanted to just swap off queens, which is natural when you're a material up like this.
Right.
Yeah, and better knight to c3, rook c2, and Vaishali is able to get compensation on the... Vaishali is so good, isn't she? The way she just maneuvered her bishop there to there.
Yeah, to there,
Target
yeah.
e3.
She said, I'm in the game still.
And then here, rook f3. There, this must have been time trouble, because rook f3. Can you go king to f2?
You can.
But maybe
A5
she was,
might be a
when
thing.
you don't have so
Rook
much
2.
time, you're going to be worried about moves like rook to d7
Oh,
coming
definitely.
down. Yeah. And there's also, as you point out, a5. a5 attacking this bishop. It's not easy. It's not easy because of now this pawn imbalance. So a5, rook f3, a5, king f1, a4. The bishop comes to d5, b4, rook a8, and bishop to d6. And the players have also passed move 40 after that quite clearly hectic time scramble. Bishop d6.
Which means there's now, they get their extra time, and now you can really, try to think it out and milk the clock as much as we can.
Yeah.
Well, now there's 30 minutes on the clock extra, so I can breathe if I'm Vaishali here and really try to figure this out and hold for sure.
Yeah.
It is possible.
It is possible, and it's certainly the best position she's had all game. So let's go to the bird's eye view and have a look at our final game, which is between Salimova and Muzychuk. Now, here they are in a rook versus knight endgame, but once again, just when the fun began to happen, things froze for a little bit. So let's recap. Let's just recap a little bit, because we left at this lovely moment.
She played knight c7, found
And
it.
she played knight c7, which
Beautiful.
was a beautiful move, because after rook to b8, that would have lost immediately with rook to d8, and white picks up this bishop. White is threatening rook takes bishop checkmate. So that wasn't possible. So here, bishop takes b4, knight takes rook, knight b6. This is not so easy, right?
Yeah, it's really not. In fact, that's a very solid approach. Knight b6 is nice because the bishop can hold the pawn, and you can't really get the other bishop either. So I'm holding.
Yeah. And did she play rook? What was wrong with rook? I guess maybe this is what's wrong with. This was the big issue. Rook to d8. And then once
That's
the rook moves
crazy.
to b8, you go
Bishop
come here.
b6 and rook d8, king e7.
Yeah, and king to e7, and
Rook trap. Give it back.
you have to give it back. How?
Got to give it back,
Yeah.
and that's not good.
No, that's not good. So if you can't play this, so that's why she went rook to b1, bishop a5, knight c7.
Okay.
So Salimova is just playing all the natural moves. Bishop c6, and then f3, and then you can see the evaluation bar drop. Although it's not really clear, especially in time trouble, why this is such a bad move. What was better?
What was better?
Yeah, I'll just have a look. What was better? Rook a1.
Rook a1, and then bishop c3, rook c1. Okay, I got it.
Apparently, bishop b4, bishop d3. And then this knight comes to a6. And just to your point, if you ever go bishop c3, rook c1.
Rook c1.
And there's a problem with your bishops.
Is it?
Yeah, you have to go knight a4. And still problematic, right?
Very problematic with the bishops here, but I think very well played by Anna.
Yeah.
Very well played. They also got more time too as well. So more time on that board as
F3.
well.
Yeah, just the
F3 was played?
Yeah, f3, knight d7. And this is where there was a mass exchanges. The bishop takes, and the knight came. And then here we see Salimova wins the a7 pawn, but this knight can get anchored on d4, e5.
Yeah, that's going to be a draw. There's nothing you can do.
And then
Pawns on
this
the
knight
same
can come
side.
to e6. And black has 4 pawns, a pawn and a knight for the rook. But the important thing is that this knight is going to be able to be anchored there on d4. It can drop back to e6. Remember, a knight is a king's best friend. And this pawn on f3 is not exactly stable. So this is going to be a draw. And remember that the players can offer a draw now. They've passed move 40. They don't need to go for any repetitions. We have a move, g5. I love this move as well. Just, again, stopping white from ever going f4. And remember, this pawn on f3 is a weakness. It does need to be protected by either a king or a rook. And that means that white isn't able to attack with a free hand. Rook a2 played.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be shuffling. I think they're going to go rook a2 and then rook back to a7, or shuffle back and forth, because there is actually no way to make progress, especially with the knight being on d4. I'm just going to play e5, and actually I can just go back and forth. King e7, king around the dark squares, and just chill. This was a very nice game from Anna here, actually, as she was definitely felt like white was
really
she
well.
defended like a beast, right? Absolute great defensive effort.
But also fair play to Salimova for squeezing as much as she possibly could. And there was that small moment where she had an advantage, I would say. I don't think it was a winning advantage, so to speak. Plenty of play left. But here, definitely a draw. And the players seem to be looking around. What drama is happening in...
Arbiter. Hey, yo, we trying to go eat.
Okay. So... Salimova, Muzychuk looks like to be headed into a draw. Shall we go back to the game of the day between Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie? Because remember, if Lei Tingjie wins, we will see a 3-way tie for first place. And that will really shake up the standings. And take a look at this position. So when we left it, queen to g7 was played. And now... that was the final move. Players have reached move 40, and now it's decision time for Zhongyi. But just out of curiosity, we were looking at this beautiful line of... I mean, I wonder whether so rook a8, would you believe it, is the best move? And this is where...
yeah, this is dank.
This is this line.
King d6,
rook
b7,
a2, king f1. And then we paused here because we couldn't see. We were like...
yeah, like, what do you do?
Like, what is it? What is the move?
Tactics senses are tingling. We do tactics every day. Hold on.
Okay, I won't tell. Oh, no, that wasn't it. That's
not it. Perfect. I'm about to say, because that ain't the move. So rook g2, king g2, check, king there doesn't work. Rook h2, knight takes, queen h6. Why am I doing that? So, I mean, I guess either like queen g8 or queen g7 or queen a8. One of those are my options. What do we have? What we got, Yobi?
Queen a8.
Queen a8. Okay, hits the
queen
rook.
a8. It's also invite everyone to the party.
Nice.
That's it. And this is so strong.
Rook b1. Rook b1.
Yeah, because if rook b1 is just really is. This is the key. You come queen a4.
Wow.
This is deep. You can't see this with like
seconds
left on your clock.
This is crazy, man.
In fact, I don't think many people would see this with 20 minutes on their clock. Or, only like, what? It's not calculators who see this. It is people who are natural attackers. Because, natural attacking players, they actually just... they just play on their intuition.
Yeah.
The positional players are, in fact, the ones that are calculating like crazy.
Yeah.
The natural born attackers like Mikhail Tal, they were just like, throw more pieces in.
It's gotta be here.
Before you know it, they've combined their pieces in a beautiful way. They're threatening queen c2, and it's got to work like this. But this is a difficult one to spot. And
no,
rook a8 might be something that you might see the first two moves of, but you don't see the follow through. You don't play it. But a beautiful, beautiful thing. Like rook c1, you just go queen a3.
That's crazy.
It's just crazy.
That's
I mean, literally. And it goes rook to b1. Watch this, king c7, and it's trying to say, that white doesn't have a move. Knight to goes to
my goodness.
You go knight to d2. It's just a
Rook
bind.
D1. And this is how you're supposed to win the game, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
This
You're
is the win.
literally, you're
Okay.
just in a bind.
Nice.
There's nothing.
Nice. This is
There's
the bind.
nothing
Okay.
that
Cool.
white can do, apparently. You go rook h1, rook takes h1, bishop takes it, and then now you go knight takes c3. And again,
Yikes.
this bishop is just not fit for purpose. Knight comes to eat. I mean, it's just gruesome. It's
Yeah.
but it's beautiful.
Very
And
vicious.
it's one for the study books, right? But anyway,
Yeah,
queen to
that's
g7
tough.
played. Okay,
It's
way
natural.
more
I mean, you
natural.
got to allow rook takes c7 with check. You have lost your mind. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Queen G7
just to
practice.
get in a check. Yeah. So queen to g7.
The
And
problem here is like, what do you even do as white? Okay, let's try queen a1 because like that's what we wanted to do anyway. There's a queen g3 is what she's saying. Ooh, that's gonna be scary.
yes,
Because I don't
she's
have
arguing
mates.
that the queen will
Queen
come
G3
into g3.
And like, what do you have? Nothing. Queen 1
Okay,
check.
yeah, swap of queens. Follow my golden rule in chess. But this comes at great cost because then you drop the c3 pawn.
And look at my pieces. Rook, bishop, and knight over there look gross.
Useless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so queen to g3. That's her point. And if she goes, there's no discovered attacks against the rook, right? Because if the bishop comes back, look at this is just like this is. Then there's
I mean,
isn't
come
there
on.
rook
Look at this
h2?
position.
I
Oh,
know.
rook h2. Ooh, heat takes queen takes rook. Knight back to f3.
Yeah, but it might not work though because king to d1, unfortunately.
Oh,
I might
spicy.
have just been too flashy for, but isn't the queen just going to go to some random square?
h6, maybe.
Yeah,
I guess h6. Yeah.
and now if your queen swings over, look at that. The evaluation bar's like, nope.
What are you doing? Rook check. I mean, rook h2 again is very tempting, but now you can block with the rook on g2 after taking once. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
okay, I understand black's winning, but it actually does take a lot of work, in fact.
Oh, but Kanti, did you see the evaluation bar did not
Yeah,
drop?
it didn't even move. Okay, knight
No.
takes. So we got to run down the line. Knight takes, rook g2, knight g3 maybe? Is that what they said?
Apparently queen h5.
King e1.
This is not easy. King e1.
Yeah, like this is
When the
insane.
queen comes to f3.
Rook e2.
That's what you'd think that this is, but knight g3. You think that
Getting f1. What the heck, bro? This is ridiculous. No, this engine, like, what else? We just got it from the engine, of course. This engine, like, rook f2, queen e3, bishop e2, knight e2, rook takes, queen g1, king d2. What happens there? Like, I'm still not convinced. Like, you have to show, okay, rook f2, queen e3. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, okay. And then what? What are you going, knight e2? Knight e2, rook.
Invite
Oh,
everyone.
okay, Jay. Oh my goodness, just give up the bishop. Yeah, bro. Like,
This
is
is
why you
like,
don't play the engine. Like you just never play the engine.
Exactly. This is
You'll
just
never win. You'll never win.
no,
never
but
win.
it goes to show actually that Lei Tingjie might be winning, but the position is far from that clear because if the engine is coming with the most ridiculous lines ever, that's not going to be easy to find over the board. But we are going to go back to the game position because it is Tan Zhongyi to play. Lei Tingjie does appear to be in a winning position, but it's not easy by far. Still, the position is fraught with danger. And we are on this note going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because after the break, we are going to see more of the action in this game.
Hey.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
So So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be some marketing stuff, it's impossible, come on, you just can't attack with d4. Think about it. Alyekhin, Kasparov, Botvinnik, Mamedyanov, they played d4, it was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white score is 7 out of 9.
It's been 13 years since Humpy Koneru challenged for the World Championship. Now she's trying to return there. When she fought for the World Championship all the way back in 2011, she came up a little short. Now, at 37, she is the oldest player at the candidates. With age comes experience. 2019 Rapid Champion, 2020 Karen's Cup Champion. In fact, general strength, rating in other words, is how Humpy qualified for the candidates. Only 2 women ever have had a higher peak FIDE rating than her. Humpy still has one of the highest ratings in this candidates field, and is hoping that leads her to many victories. Ultimately, age and rating are both just numbers. Which one will win out for Humpy Koneru? Will that be enough to lead her to victory?
Welcome back, and we've passed the time control. The time scramble is over, and the players have settled down into a long think as to how to clarify their position. But what a time scramble it was, completely change the nature of several games. But let's dive into some of the positions, Kanti, because I was looking during the break at how things are developing between Salimova and Muzychuk. It's a rook versus knight, but Muzychuk does have a pawn as compensation. But take a look at the white's pawn structure and black's pawn structure. It's the weak pawn on h6 that is concerning. Am I making a drama about nothing, or are you also sharing my concern?
I think there is, well, first off, here with this position, I think it is still draw because of if there was one more pawn gone from black, then white has some chances. But I think the problem here is that I can't attack everything at the same time. I don't have enough resources. So if I have a scenario where maybe if I can get the rook on h5 in this position right now, but even then there's knight g6, check, move the king, then king g7. And there's no way to like hit everything at the same time. So because of that asset and the aspect, black is just fine because I can't do everything. I was also looking at a scenario with like maybe the king being on e8. First off, you got to get there. You got to get the king all the way over to e8, which is hard to do without you losing the e and h pawns as well. So it's just too many things to juggle. I'm trying to win, but also win some pawns, but also defend mine. It's difficult.
Well, one of the fears that I have about this type of position is that you can't lose a move. You can't just wait with a knight. You always have to do something.
Yeah, that is correct.
So I'm concerned about the king getting to h5.
Oh, king h5.
And targeting this loose one there on h6. And your move has been played, rook h5.
Okay.
Presumably the knight drops back to g6.
King g4.
King g4.
And then maybe like a king g7 or something.
Is there some funny business with...
There's an h5 in there, though. Or maybe e5 too, yeah.
Is e5 a possibility?
e5, knight takes king there, knight g6. Well,
hang on, it's black to play. It's black to play, so...
all right, what do you even play? Exactly, you have to do something.
Yeah, so if you take us... This is the issue, right? This knight needs to be on this circuit, on e6. And suddenly I'm thinking about... Wasn't there some World Championship game?
No. Oh, maybe. Maybe you might be talking about there's a game where there's a Catalan game, the classic game number 6 with world champion, Magnus and Jan, where they had that one. It was kind of similar, but there was a queen and rook, or queen versus pieces.
But king to g4 played, knight d3 check, king g4. But I remember that it was very important that in these type of positions that the knight is on the correct circuit. The knight is on the correct way to just block out the squares. So knight to d3.
Remember, MVL had a game that he lost against Magnus, very similar, with the knight versus the rook. And he had to stay on a certain circuit. He made one wrong move and the game was over, actually.
Yeah. You have to always guard in the correct way. But yeah. So now here, king to g6. Well, Anna's doing everything right. She's not allowing the king to up to h5, so this is good. But on the other hand, her knight is far away from the action.
Yeah, what she actually made a move. Oh, she played. I forgot, actually. I think the camera's behind. The board is faster, so king g6 was played. And now, do we play h5 or e5? Yeah, it's just a waiting game. h5.
But if you wait and just do this.
Right.
You're just going to go... So, maybe
h5.
Maybe can you check h5?
Yeah, first.
Ah, very nice. Because after rook takes h5, knight f2,
and I actually win. That's crazy.
You actually do win. You turn it around. So h5.
Yeah, I'm a tricky player. I'm very tricky. Okay, king f3. Now f5 is gonna be bad. f6.
Yeah, f5, just to show everyone why is that one bad? Because you just simply take it.
Check, and maybe rook
then
d6,
check.
then king f4. Rook d6 first, king f4 wins.
Yeah. Well, you can't get to f4, but you can go king here.
Oh, even there, yeah. I was looking
And
at
then king f4. And this
Yeah.
is the problem. If this were a bishop, you could just sit there on c1, but you're not a bishop.
You're a
It's
knight.
a knight. You're a
You
knight. You have to accept what you are.
You have to accept.
Okay, so king to g6, and this is where we're looking at this lovely move.
h5.
If the rook just waits, h5. And if white plays h5 themselves, and well, we have a move, rook to b5. Indeed. Salimova is playing the waiting game.
Yeah, you just got to wait it out. She's saying, I just got to wait it out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this is where you came up with this beautiful resource, h5, with the idea that you can't take on h5 on account of knight to f2 check. So the king has to take a step back. And now here it's important to
Go
just
f6.
hold it. f6.
Yeah, f6 is nice because now I have squares. I get knight e5, knight g4 in. I'm just back and forth.
Yeah.
Shuffle city. I'm like almost have a fortress. Knight f6, knight g4, knight g4, knight f6. I mean, sorry, not knight f6. Knight e5,
Yeah.
knight g4. Back and forth into oblivion.
Yes. Also, it's possible just to give a check, knight f2, and then try to do the same business again using this loop. But again, danger for Salimova if she chooses that approach, because she might find that her knight is trapped and runs out of squares. Okay. Just checking with the engine. The best move, get this, is king f6.
Okay. Yeah, just back and forth. Rook h5.
Yeah, and then not to change the pawn structure and just to go king to g7.
And say, where do you have? You have nothing. Oh, let's show this. Let's show this. I just want to show how crazy things can happen. King g7. And then let's go like rook, I don't know, no. Let's go rook b8. I just want to show a funny mate here. f5. Pawn f5. Takes. And then rook b3, knight f4, mate. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Ugh, don't get mated like that on national television.
No, don't get mated. But also, I just want to say, don't be tempted to play for cheap tricks, because this kind of stuff, it looks good, and you definitely need to be aware of this mating pattern as Kanti shown. But here, you can just see the knight is far away from the action, and once the white king steps into the fray, that's it, is game over. The knight cannot hold them at bay. So
patience here.
The patience. H5 is good, as you've indicated. King f3 and f6, exactly like Kanti said. And then you just get yourself on a good circuit and put your knight on e5, put your knight on g4, sorry, and you can hold the position at bay like that. But be careful. One move that you shouldn't be doing is you shouldn't be doing like this type of stuff. So after rook to b5, don't be tempted. I don't think you should be going this knight to f2.
That way. A little far from home, buddy.
You go too far from home. Who's after here? Look at this.
e3.
Knight is trapped.
Boom.
There you go.
Rook b2.
That would be a massive mistake. Rook to b2. And that's it. And you see how the position just suddenly turns just like that.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah. So very important to note that it's important h5 played. h5, and I suspect that we're going to see your plan f6. The knight is going to drop back to e5. Then it's going to go over to g4 and just hold the balance, hold that fortress as you've indicated.
Very nice to see.
Very nice. Very nice technique there from Anna. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and pay attention to the game that was full of fireworks?
Let's do it.
And it was between Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie.
Let's do it. See what we got. Okay, so what was the last few moves here? Where are we at? First off, 27 minutes. Man, she ate up all her time there, which is understandable. Tan did. And here we are. Live position. Bishop f1. I think we reached here. We just went like queen where again? I don't
Well, hang on
remember.
a second. We've reached this position.
We did. I
No,
remember seeing this.
queen h8,
Okay. So this
and
was
this is
similar.
where, yeah, queen a8. Because we were looking at queen h6, and this is where there was that incredible sack, right? Where you were like,
Oh
yeah, you
yeah.
can't go this.
And and it can't. It does work. In fact, there's some ridiculous
because
way.
of this, and then this is where the computer's just like, my goodness me, just laughing at us. Hang
Mind-boggling.
on. This is happening on the board.
Oh, queen a1 on the board. It's on the board. Is she gonna
Hang on,
play rook
I gotta
h2?
check.
I mean,
Okay,
you have to.
you don't have to go rook h2. I was just checking that out. Okay, you don't have to do that. But shall we show that line again, because it was insane?
Yeah, of course.
So the
Absolutely.
another move is just king to f6, get your king out of dodge. But rook a2, and this is why you do not challenge the computer at chess ever. Instead, you just use it as a training partner, because knight takes rook, queen takes knight, and it looks like white has everything covered, right? Rook goes to g2. But this is where black has this queen h5 check. King comes into e1, only move, and now the queen comes into f3, hitting at e3.
That is ridiculous. Then we saw, this is the line where we saw rook e2. Wait, no, it wasn't this one. Was
It
it?
was rook e2,
Oh, it was
and we
rook
were
e2,
looking at
knight
knight
g3.
g3.
Yeah, right. It's ridiculous. Rook
Yeah,
f2,
and then
queen e3, bishop e2, knight e2.
it was just disgusting, this line. And then you were like, rook f2, I don't see the problem, I don't
Bishop
trust it.
e2,
And the
and then rook
computer's
a.
like,
Boom.
why
What
do you
you
not
say
trust
again?
me when
Say
I'm
that
so
again,
good?
can't he? Right? Like, what'd you say, son? It's like, oh, snap. He got me. Dang. He got me. Like, that is insane. Because there's no way out of this.
You have a big threat. Rook takes bishop, check. And you
And then,
just
okay,
step up your king
king
to f6.
f6. Oh, man. And then the awkward
There's
stare.
no coordination whatsoever. And this position, my God, it's like a work of art, isn't it?
This is beautiful. This is a puzzle.
This
This is a study light.
This is a study.
This is a study, for
This
sure.
again should be in the workbooks, because you need, how much time do you think you need to process a variation like that?
Oh, well, at least probably about 15, 20 minutes, to be honest. Calculation-wise, sitting at a board against someone, yeah, because you have to look at all the possibilities that they have, and then you got to double and triple and quadruple check all the possibilities that you just looked at. Then you're like, oh, snap. Like, after 10 minutes of calculating, you realize on move 6 in the calculation, you forgot that, oh, he can do that. So then you have to either discard it or go with it or even calculate even further. Very crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's totally crazy stuff. And with rook h1 coming, it is resign time. But the thing is, though, you don't need to go into these complications, because in the game position, it is possible just to put your king on f6.
Right.
Well, no
Yeah.
part of that funny business.
And just get out of there, I guess. And that's a clean way of doing it, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very
It's the
clean.
most practical way, right?
Human. Yeah, that's clean. That's very clean, because now I don't see anything, in fact, for white. Yeah, I might just make them resign, but it's close. Make rook
Okay, but
g2.
how to make them resign? Say you go rook to g2.
Yeah, maybe rook g2. Maybe rook g2. And now, okay, yeah, like, again, it's losing, but it's not that clear. How do we?
Maybe rook to, can we come rook to?
B8?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I got excited that there might be some rook to b1 business.
There is, yeah. That's so crazy that we're winning, but
hang on. Let's play simple chess. Let's not go for anything.
I like that
rook
a lot.
h3.
Okay, what
Queen
about knight g5?
h5 check.
Am I just mated if knight g5? Like, who cares at this point? I'm just losing anyway.
Queen
knight g5,
h5.
queen check. Oh yeah, rook e3 is next. You can just hit the button, resign. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No funny business for you. Rook h3. Okay, so no rook to g. So hang on a second. Rook to g2. Consequences allowed this rook to get to h3. Okay, let's just shuffle.
At this point,
well, what else to do?
Who even cares? Because
maybe no rook to b8. No, maybe rook to b8.
With idea of rook b2.
Rook 2.
And rook b1 maybe. Sheesh, that's gonna hurt. So you have to go,
Yeah.
dang, that's a nasty move. Okay, maybe I go rook a2. Everything's defensive at this point.
Yeah, okay.
There might be a bishop a5, believe it or not. Oh my
I
goodness.
think you can go here, right?
Oof. Oh man, that was the same idea. I was looking for bishop a5, but that is nasty. Queen
Knight
b1,
takes
and he
c3.
is done. Yes, or she is done. In fact, queen b1 is a rook b1 is a nasty move. Yikes, guys.
Yikes.
This one's over.
Yeah, you too many avenues of attack, right? So queen a1. So king f6. That is the simple way, the flashy way for the computers only is to go rook h2.
Rook a, yeah, I like this. Like, I think she's calculating that. She's using her time. She got 22 minutes. So especially when I'm up time and I know I'm winning in the position, one thing I will do is use the time. And I want to stay up on time. I watched this a lot with strong players that they would actually do that, like around the time where they are up time. And if I'm getting close in range, I want to still have that time edge or lead. They do start making a move somewhere within 6 to 10 minutes of me having that extra time edge to keep the time edge that I do have. And it's not always a thing. You can obviously think, she can think for 20 minutes here and have a minute on her clock if she likes, but she is going to, I think, use her time, and she may play rook h2 or king f6, but I think she's going to find rook h2. It just seems right check. Then you got to find all the checks. It's a lot, though. It's a lot.
I think she's going to go king f6 just to preempt queen a3, and then it's going to dawn on her that she's completely winning.
And
But
that's funny because I literally would go rook h2, but I know I'm just gonna calculate everything because that's how I like to play. I love to be aggressive and just get it done. The most forcing option is the way I like. So rook h2 seems like you would go for it, but king f6 is practical. I'm up time too. Like
king f6. Well, Lei has plenty of time to work things out, and we'll see who's proven right. But shall we go back to the bird's eye view? Because I am dying to know how Humpy is getting along against Vaishali. Because for a long time, as I mentioned, it did look like one-way traffic, but Vaishali has managed to complicate things. And now we have this position where Vaishali just grabbed that pawn on h2.
Vaishali is fighting. Okay, what I
She
like
is.
here is she's not letting up, dog. And this is just something to pay attention to, guys, in your own games. As Vaishali really was just getting worked out the opening. She was getting worked. She's down in exchange. It's just not happening. Just not your game. But she was able to fight back and not only create some problems, but you may in some positions may even like black because of the past pawns that we can create with the A and B. Over there are some problems. The rook on c7 defends f7 very nicely. It's very hard to get that f7 pawn. We just took a pawn. Wait, okay, so maybe there's now rook f6. Oh, but then we can take knight takes d5. Yeah. Okay, Vaishali definitely made this a game. It's to say it the least, because it was winning completely for Humpy. But now it's up in the air. It's up in the air.
Okay. Yeah, and just to kind of point out that you were saying that after rook to f6, threatening that pawn on f7, there is knight takes bishop.
Yeah.
And
not what I really
and
want
this is a free for all, to be honest with you. White has a passed pawn, but so does black, and these two rooks only coordinate against the pawn on f7. So don't quite know what's happening there. And instead of rook f6, is it possible to go this move, rook to b6?
Rook b6.
I got my eyes on the b4 pawn.
I'm thinking, can I get away with some Derbies type material here? Meaning b3 first, after takes, play a3. This is on Derbies page 17. b3 takes and play a3, so you can play a2. Is the idea. b3 takes, play a3. If rook a6, we go a2. And I am one move away from queening. My next move is bishop e5, knight takes d5, and queen.
Your next move is?
Bishop e5.
Are you going to take on d5?
Well, I'm going to play bishop e5 first, though. Or even that works. Okay, bishop e5 now. Now bishop e5.
Okay, so it's a white to play.
Right, bishop c4 and then bishop e5.
And what about if I do this?
That's actually pretty good, though. That is a pretty good move. And I go bishop e5, and maybe you can just sack back. But then we opposite color.
Yeah, but then opposite.
I'm not mad. Like I survived.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
you
survived.
survived, and this pawn
I
causes a
survived.
lot of panic.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, definitely not easy at all. Not easy in the position.
I survived.
She's really mixed things up. So, what else can she do?
I have a good question.
Hmm.
And also, time's getting lower. There is no more time here. And I think if I'm in Humpy's shoes, okay. So one thing I noticed about Humpy's game, very strong, even over 2,600 FIDE before. One thing to notice though is she gets in time trouble when she does. And of course, it's not just her; it's just everyone. A lot of times, most times, you get in time trouble, and you can definitely make blunders and mistakes. Even I think they even talked about Fabi. As strong as he is, that's just like a weakness. He gets in time trouble, he blunders. That's a human weakness, in fact. But here is 6 minutes on the clock. Okay, yes, it's hard to lose this, but definitely difficult to win now. And the time pressure, where Vaishali, I think, is feeling really good here. I think Humpy's the one that may feel a little bit uncomfortable now.
Yeah. Okay. So whilst Humpy is considering what to do, shall we go back to the bird's eye view? Because I can see that
King on
Lei
F6. Look at that.
Tingjie chose to put the king on F6,
Yeah,
and Zhongyi is down to her final minutes. She does get a 30-second increment per move, but this situation is critical.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. The king on F6. You say, you know what? Put the king on F6. Is that 50 sec? No, that's not 50 seconds, is it?
It was
Is that?
50 seconds.
Oh, that was. It was a zero.
She
That was
played
a
rook to
zero.
g2. We saw this one. Rook h3.
Oh, yeah, rook h3. Yeah. Rook h3, all happening. What about knight g1 there? Okay, rook h3, knight g1, queen h5.
Then there's
Yeah,
queen
it's just
h5.
GG. It's
And
just
your
literally
position
GG.
falls apart.
You can't do anything. Wow, jeez. What a game.
And yeah, and we are going to see a shakeup in the standings. Tan Zhongyi on the verge of getting her first loss in the event against Lei Tingjie. And Lei, all credit to her. That will be 3 victories in a row. She is on a roll.
She on fire now. She is now
Yeah.
on fire. Boom, boom, boom. Back to back to back to back. Like, really good work.
Totally. And Tan, do you think she can recover from a loss like this?
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
because of the storyline, because she turned down a draw.
Yeah, you just have to get over that quickly and like, all right, cool. It is what it is. I'm still at the top and I have chances, but now I have to be more practical. Like if I had to draw there, just take it, because that half a point inches you closer. It's about, obviously winning this event, and doing it that way is like, hey, I had a draw and then I went on to lose the game. That's a whole point that you need to get back somewhere. Eventually, it's difficult. So if you get over it fast mentally, then you'll have great chances the rest of the tournament, as you are already having a great tournament. But if you let this one sting, for instance, even Gukas losing to Faruja in that crazy wild time scramble, came back to be Vidit today. Actually, that just happened. So he was able to recover from it. So you recover, you should be good. If not, you'll see it in the next 2, 3, 4 games.
Yeah. But this is something that's been actively worked on by the young Indians, especially those from Chennai, because Ramesh, the coach, he's very keen to stress that the wins are not that high, but the lows are not that low. It's very important to have a very stoic attitude.
Yeah.
So rook to g2, rook h3 on the board. A big threat of the queen coming up to h5, pinning this knight on f3. The knight cannot move because queen h5 is devastating. And Tan Zhongyi, she has less than a minute to find a solution. And unfortunately, there is none.
The solution here is just stick your hand out and just go back to the, stick your hand out. All right, cool. Great game. I'll see you tomorrow. Like, we'll come back and bounce back tomorrow. But obviously, you still play on just in case there's some type of hope of a blunder. But
yeah,
she's lost here.
She's now got 38 seconds. And here I just checked the engine to see if there was anything for white, and it's suggesting desperados to throw away the bishop. The rook for the bishop is suggesting also rook to g5, which again Not a move that actually even comes naturally. 17 seconds. This queen move is absolutely devastating. And now, what has she played?
Knight
Knight
e5.
to e5, but now after queen to h5.
That's it. Queen
Are we
h5,
gonna
king
see?
e1, rook takes e3, bishop e2. And
It's
then
gonna be over.
bishop e2, queen h1, rook g. That's mating. It's mating. It's a mating sequence, right? You
Yeah.
have to block with something. Yeah, CG. Queen h5 might be resigned.
Queen h5 played.
She's
King
playing it out.
drops back to e1.
King
And
e1,
now
rook
this rook
takes
will
e3.
just come, takes on e3. Let's go back to the live board. And yeah, rook takes pawn played. And
Yeah,
now she will have to intercept that.
Bishop e2. Maybe she'll go rook e2. She's running away.
Rook
Rook
e2.
e2. Played. Rook e2 takes check. Bishop f1. Queen h. Okay, there's like a bunch of ways to do it, I guess.
Yeah, so we're expecting rook takes rook, bishop takes, and now the queen can come to h1 check.
H1. And bishop f1. Queen h4.
That's
king
right.
d1. That's the problem, as I was trying to figure out what to do after king d1.
But the queen just comes
I
on
was just
f2.
exactly. Maybe just queen f2. But bishop e2.
Threatening this, the bishop comes to here, and then
Maybe
now
queen
you
f4.
got to introduce
Is it still
another
every time?
another one into the attack.
People
And
didn't love that rook.
but this is elementary.
Yeah.
She has all the time, and Lei is ready to pounce. Rook takes e2. We're expecting the trade of rooks and then the queen to come down to h1. And White's position is going to fall apart.
That's it.
Yep.
That is it, guys. Great game here from Lei. She is on fire, chat. 3 back to back to back. Get out of my way.
Totally. And
Very strong.
And can you believe from the first half performance, she started off with a loss. She survived some games by some miracles, but in the end, she finished the first half on her own term with victories against Vaishali and against, who was it? Humpy Koneru,
Yeah.
and now victory against Zhongyi.
Very good. I mean, great chess there, guys. Wow, Lei came to play, you know. They say slay
Okay.
Lei or slay Tingjie, all that.
Okay.
Great stuff. Great stuff. As she's just trying to
Okay.
figure out the most accurate way.
And whilst she's figuring out what to do, let's pay attention to the other games. And there we can see from the bird's eye view, well, not so much progress in the game between Salimova and Muzychuk. So I'm suggesting that we go to Humpy against Vaishali because there's been some changes.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Rook looked like it came to f6. Knight takes d5 did happen. And rook b7 now being behind the pawn with the idea of pushing the b pawn. Yeah, this one's double-edged for sure, boy. And with Humpy having 3 minutes here, okay, weirdly enough, I might take black. I just might take black to play for even more. I mean, this pawn is really annoying. And the rooks are weirdly placed. Like, where do you go? What did she make a move? It looked like she did.
No, she hasn't made a move. And Humpy down, bishop to e5.
Oh, wait. No, there are some moves. Oh, shoot. Are we having a relay thing again? Refresh? Uh-oh.
No, okay, I'll refresh.
Uh-oh. You're not getting any moves there. Bishop e5 is on the board.
I'm not getting the moves. So maybe we can just go to the camera.
Yeah, bishop e5 was the move. And it's on the board. And I saw that rook. So now the rook has to go somewhere. But then we have b3. Look, she got initiative. She has initiative right now, guys. What do we play? Rook c6, b3 takes rook c7, b2, rook b1. That's it. She has to go rook c6, I think. There in that situation.
Yeah, the b pawn is deadly.
b3 takes. Wait, what if I go with that idea again? Rook c6, b3 takes, a3, rook a. Yeah, okay, I'm in time. Bishop b2, I'm in time. Okay. Yeah, I'm in time. But she definitely made this a
But-
game. Bishop rook c6, b3.
But the
take,
clock
take.
is ticking down. Okay, so we're looking at, we know that bishop to e5 was played just from the hand gestures. Rook to
Bishop
b7,
e5.
and what was played by Humpy? Rook c.
Rook c6 probably.
Rook c6.
Yeah,
Okay,
bishop e5, rook c6.
Bishop e5.
Rook c6. Oh wait, no, there was there a move before then? Because now it's I thought it was Black's move. I thought it was bishop e5 and so what did she play
It was
before?
rook to b7.
Oh, her king's on f2. Her king's on f2. Humpy's is. So she must have played king f2 at some point.
King g2. Maybe king to
King
g2 was
something.
played.
Yeah. Something's on
Okay.
the king's on f or g.
Do we have
that's probably what happened. Rook b2, king g2, bishop e5. Rook b7, king g2.
Okay, so
bishop.
in this position, king g2.
Rook b7 first.
Rook b7. Yeah.
Then king g2, bishop e5, rook c6. b3 is probably what I was expecting, and then pawn takes, rook c1 or f1 maybe, and then you're just trying to go back to b1 ASAP.
Yeah.
But
this is not winning by any means.
By either player. In fact, exactly.
Yeah, because you have to drop a rook back to f1. You have to get your rook behind the pass pawn.
Blown advantage.
Yeah.
Vaishali with an incredible save, I think. And this right here, this type of tenaciousness and fighting, that can recharge you from having 3 losses in a row, and then you fought back. Sorry, this would have been. Yeah, she did. She already had 3. Wait, but was this 3 or this would have been 3 losses in a row.
Okay, so I have some updates. So what happened was king g2 was played, bishop e5, rook a6.
A6. Wait, is this the same thing? No, b3.
Isn't b3?
Yeah, just b3. Take, and rook f1 now. Because that's the only way we get back.
Yeah, you have to take.
And then take, and then rook f1.
Rook f1 and b2.
And b2, and that's it. And I'm like, hey, you want to draw or do you want to keep playing this out? Because I may win. It is possible. Rook c7.
This is unclear. This rook is 1,000 times better than its counterpart. b1. These pawns are weak.
Unbelievable. I mean, believable, but like, it's good to see, and it's powerful. It's very powerful, guys. Hopefully, you take something from this. Vaishali with a comeback.
And Vaishali, plenty of time. Plenty of time to work it out. So she's pausing. She knows that now there has been a small turnaround and she's no longer in trouble. Maybe we go back to the live board and keep an eye on the other 2 games that are in progress.
Okay.
Has there been any progress between Salimova against Muzychuk? And the answer is yes. Look at that.
Whoa.
Look at the white king all the way up to d6.
So active. Yeah, we got to go back to see what happened there. How did she get so active? What in the world happened there? Oh, wait, I can take on h4, though. Okay, but we definitely got to see what happened.
Yeah, so we left it with the king being the knight on e5. This rook came to c5, and then knight to g5, g4, just like you said. And then, knight to e5 was actually losing in this position. White had the possibility
takes
of
e5. Oh my goodness.
rook
Okay,
takes e5 would have been a win.
F7, and it wins
And
after
then
king
here
d6.
you go king f4. This is
Oh wait, king d6 on the win? Oh, you're right. King f4.
apparently this is a win.
All right, what happens on king f6? I just got to see my Devereski page. I don't know here.
Then you go e5.
King g6.
And then king e4, and then here's to do with corresponding squares and
you have
this is understandable. This is understandable for avoiding this one. It's complicated and it's deep.
Wow, that is nice.
That is very, very nice. But okay, rook c3, king c5, knight to g6, threatening this pawn on h4, king d6, knight takes h4, and I guess rook h3 will be played. Yep, Salimova goes after the potentially very dangerous h pawn.
Made some progress.
And very tricky ending.
Where do I move my knight? Knight f5, rook h5, knight g5. Yeah, I'm gonna attack your piece. Rook h4, and then f5, trade pawns, draw.
Mm-hmm.
King e5, king g6, everything draw. Everything draw. Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
looks good.
This one looking like
good.
it's a draw, but bear in mind that you need to keep this king and the knight together. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. We're expecting. Again, I want to keep an eye on the other games. Shall we go back to the game between Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie?
Oh, it's happening on the board. Rook e2, bishop e2 happened. Here we go. She played
No.
queen f4. It's sufficient
Yeah.
as well.
Queen
I mean, everything.
f4, big threat of queen to d2. How to
Also,
defend
rook
against that?
h8. Once again, that stupid rook move. That was just rook move of the day. Like rook h8. You know, just like bring the rook over to the board. So that's bring all the pieces to the party.
Absolutely.
Matter of
It is just a matter of time. And Tan Zhongyi, she is down to 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Let's bring it up. And the big problem for Tan Zhongyi is her king is simply not safe, and black is on the verge of going rook to h8, rook to h1, as Kanti's mentioned, and white's position just crumbles. What a game from Lei.
What a game, indeed. In fact, it was a different game in the beginning too, as well. Like we really thought, Tan was just pushing, which she was. She was pressing her, but made some bad choices there, and also did not take the draw and tried to play on in a position that she didn't make the right moves in, and Lei was able to capitalize.
Yeah. And now queen to b2, covering this checkmate on d2.
It's hard out here, man. Hard games.
It is very hard. What do you expect? Do you expect queen e3? Do you expect the rook to come?
I actually like rook h8 still, with this idea of rook h1 and queen d2 maiden 2. Maiden 3, I guess, with the engine move bishop f1.
Yeah. But white is struggling and black is spoilt for choice. I think everything wins.
Yeah, everything literally wins. Everything.
And Tan Zhongyi about to lose with the white pieces.
Tough game. Yeah, tough. But you have to bounce back. Of course, it's a long tournament. Always remember, it is a long tournament. You just play 7 games. Now you got another 7 games. Yo, when does it end, man? When does this end?
Well, it is a marathon, and it was something Vaishali touched upon, actually. She said that she's never played a tournament so long as this, whereas the top 6 participants all have played in many candidates. I think for Tan Zhongyi, this is her 3rd.
That's nice.
And remember, Lei Tingjie did win the candidates in 2022. She's making her comeback right now. She challenged Ju Wenjun for the crown in 2023, and that went all the way down to the wire, with the match being decided by game 12.
I remember that. A lot of Roy Lopez's that turned that whole match. Played very well. She played excellent chess here. So 9.5 minutes here, and Lei Tingjie is figuring out, how do I want to finish this game?
Rook h8. We're having a bet. Rook h8.
It's there, finally. Rook h8. And this might be a resignation, guys. This might be everything I've tried. I've done everything. Maybe a knight d7 check to throw in, and then a resignation, either here or right after.
The thing is, if the white king tries to run away, you can just first up. I think you can't really run away because there's queen to d2. But I was also looking at rook to h1. But let's work out follow the checks. Rook to queen to d2, king to b1, and knight takes c3. And that's it. The king is trapped. But we have a move. Bishop f3 played. But now you can just simply take away the defender of this knight, of this bishop.
Bishop takes e5, and then king takes e5. I would do it just for the memes. Put my king on e5. See when rook h1.
No need. Rook h2.
Rook h2.
Rook
Okay.
h2. Threat of queen to d2. Checkmate. This is it. It is game over. 46 seconds left. Tan Zhongyi has no chance whatsoever.
I like that she kept fighting though. You always keep fighting. Like you just play on. Who knows? I mean, you see what happened in the Humpy game with Vaishali. So.
Oh, I thought she'll probably have to go queen takes rook to survive this one. But at what cost? And 20 seconds. But the clock is the least of Tan's worries.
She glanced at the clock, glanced again. Third glance. Fourth glance.
5 seconds.
She's moving.
2, 1. She's not going to make it.
Okay, queen c1.
Queen c1.
Rook d2 should do it. Rook d2, and then it's just mate. She stops the clock.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not even gonna do this. Resi.
And there we have it. We have a change at the top. Tan Zhongyi is stopped in her tracks by her compatriot Lei Tingjie, and we now have a 3-way tie. Tan Zhongyi, we have Alexandra Goryachkina and now Lei Tingjie, all on 5 points out of 8. And we're going to take this moment to go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to follow the action of the 2 remaining games.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was b3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just going to try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move f5, b3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen f4, get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight c7. What the heck is going on? Knight to c7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to c7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows f6 to happen here. f6 is going to take on g7. There's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight h5. Magnus plays g6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to h6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the h file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to h4. Where is he going, class? h6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight c7 to put the knight on e8. The saying goes, a knight on e8 is actually f8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to f3 or f4 and actually go for this mate on h7 because you stopped the g7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. b2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook f4. He goes here and he's going for rook h4 mate. Wow, this is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. b1 queen. Right after b1 queen, knight to f1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's 2 queens on the board. Magnus has 2 queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen e1, and then the game's over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen e1? What sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen e1, where were you putting your rook? h4. Well, I can just go rook h4, but guess what? After I capture it,
queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes h4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
And we're back with all the action from the last two remaining games. And today we've had a very dramatic day. We've seen a shake-up in the standings. We've seen the drama, and we're going to head straight to the drama of the game between Humpy Koneru and Vaishali. Humpy, the momentum is not in her favor, especially when you consider that she had a winning opening. She was just straight out of it, material up, and now she finds herself in this endgame where it's by no means easy, and the time is ticking down. She's pushed pawn to g5. You know, Kanti, I think there is a chance that she might not actually win. Not win this. Not that Vaishali might turn it around, is what I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, it could still, it's really enough, still some chances for white, but nothing like really big. Like if I get the rook over to h8 and be able to take the h pawn, but even then, I don't even have anything after that. I need plans. I need to be able to move these pawns in the center, but it's really hard to do that, especially with one rook tied down. Like one of them not even working. So one rook, I'm really playing with one piece, which is the a6 rook and the king and the pawns. That's it.
And Vaishali now down on time. No, the moves that I'm thinking of are like f5, trying to get another passed pawn on this side of the board. And let's not forget that Vaishali can, when she wants, go rook c7, rook to c1, and then just force a rook and pawn endgame. But I'm liking f5, but then things will sharpen up a lot. And dare she do that when she only has 40 seconds left on the clock?
Yeah, very, very low on time. She does have to figure this out. Rook c7 is nice, though. Rook c7 with the rook c1 idea.
Yeah.
Very strong.
But the main thing is you've got to stop this king getting to e4.
Oh, you know what? There's a d6 move. That's why she didn't go rook c7. Ooh, that's nice. D6 would have been able to get rid of the b pawn that you're playing on forever. So, yeah, rook b4. I like that. Prophylaxis.
Yeah.
It's like zugzwang, like mutual zugzwang.
Yeah, and just to show you a point which I missed, which is a great point, that there was a nasty trap on the board, rook to c7, d6. And suddenly white would be winning this one, or at least playing on for a long, long time. But going back to the position, rook b4, preventing the king getting to e4, very important. And now, decision time for Humpy. It's not an easy decision, right? Does she check I'll encourage the king to come forward.
There, I might have rook takes f7, but I have to be careful. I got to be able to get back in time because rook again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I could always sack. I could always bring the rook to b7 and like sack on b2 if I have to. If I get too hasty.
But then is it a draw? If
that's a draw.
Humpy just goes rook a7, rook a8, check.
Yeah. Rook a7, king d6. Oh, and we got
rook
one check.
a7.
We got one.
King steps back. And Vaishali, 42 seconds, ticking down. She does get a 30-second time increment per move.
King where is the question? I probably honestly would. Well, king d6, there may be an e4. Okay, so do I have to go king f8? I guess so, huh? Yeah, and then what do you do? Yeah, that's fine. King f8's good.
King f8.
Yeah,
And she does go king f8. King
or
e8.
Okay, same idea.
Okay, and now Humpy.
Yeah, probably just check. You know, she earned a draw. Like she really earned a draw. It's really I can't move. I literally can't move.
But this is the reason why I'm thinking that Humpy might lose this one, because she is feeling annoyed with herself. This was a winning game for her, and it should have been
100%.
easily won. And now she's in a completely drawn position. Is she going to accept rook a8, rook a7, and this repetition, or is she going to try to perhaps walk the king round over to c2 and try to liberate this rook?
It's really hard to do that, of course. Really hard to just, you know, hey, I got a draw here. It is what it is. Because that's exactly what it is. It's just a draw. You got to get over that, and you have to move on to the next game. But she's also having a rough tournament, too. So you're trying to, like, I'm winning. Like, you know, and look at her playing on. There it is. E4, play on. Play on. There's going to be a result here. Yeah, there always will be a result, guys, every game, right? But here, there might be a result, boys and girls. Especially with the time being low. That's the only thing for me is like they're now in bullet territory where like you're playing bullet with 30-second increment. Like that's it, you know, over the board, by the way, too. So to be in that mode, to calculate as much as you can and play on increment, only increment is hard to do for every move here now. So let's see what happens.
Totally, 15 seconds. And remember, the human mind can only withstand tension for roughly 20 to 30 moves. And then you just crack at some point. The bishop comes back to e5. So Humpy feeling confident that she can play on.
Oh, no, don't play
risk.
king e3. That would be a blunder on the spot. King e3, trying to get
King
close
e3
to
would just lose. Bishop to d4, and there would be problems with this rook. So you don't want to be putting your king on e3. 14 seconds. She drops her rook back to a3.
Okay, rook a3. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of nothing. Like, I can't play with one piece. I just can't play with one piece. And when I have two, right? Like, I have two pieces, and I'm only playing with one. There's nothing I can do.
But there's some risk here. Okay, she puts her king on g7. I also like this decision. You know, maybe she's going to go h5. Clarify that's part of the board. And then if she can get her king to e5, and this bishop still remains on this diagonal in d4, then she has the perfect setup. Okay,
there it is.
Rook to d3.
Yeah, I saw this coming.
Humpy.
She
is planning to push the d pawn.
Pass pawns must be pushed. But okay, I go rook b6 and like, hey, what you got? You know, what do you have?
Yeah, she can also just step back with her king. Let her king do some defensive footwork as well.
Sure, right. Nice little footwork with the king.
But rook b6 is also good enough. 19 seconds.
Move, Vaishali, move. You gotta move. Breathe. Move. Move, you gotta move. Okay, there she goes. Rook c4.
Rook c4.
You got bar jumps. Hold on.
No, you can go d6.
Oh my goodness.
You can go d6.
Okay, and then rook c8, d7, and how is this?
If you go rook c1, you go rook takes b2. This is the tactical point.
Well, what happens on rook c8 though?
On rook c8, well, sorry, rook c8, d7, and
Rook
now
d8.
rook to d8, and
Oh, but now
now you go
your
rook
rook is
d5, rook
okay. Rook
d5.
d5 and bishop c3.
Oh, and Humpy, she's turning it around again.
Oh
d6, rook
my goodness.
c4, d6.
She is about to win. She's about to win. Yovi and Kanti had an arm wrestling contest before stream. Yovi won. Yeah, that definitely, bro. She been hitting the gym. It's kind of crazy, bro.
It's called tendon strength.
Tendon. Kind of crazy out here, chat. She out here lifting it.
14 seconds, and Vaishali, her position has suffered a collapse. d6. What an unexpected shock. And 4 seconds, she drops her rook back to c8.
Very natural. D7, how to be
d7.
played. Rook D8. Okay, so this is like a man. There's so many lessons from this game to be tenacious, keep fighting, Vaishali, right? But then also keep fighting, never give up, play on all the time. That you see from Humpy, because this was definitely a position where she was giving it back in the draw, and she said, "Nah, bro, I'm gonna keep playing on and hope for a mistake," which is chess in itself. That's how chess is played. One side wins because one side makes a mistake, and we capitalize on it, and that's what happened here.
And she's made a move rook to d5.
She played rook d5 first. Okay, bishop c3, d7. Okay, so I still don't see it all the way yet, but it's getting close. D7, rook d8, or sorry, maybe
She also has
bishop c3,
f6 as well.
D8.
f6 might be the best.
She does. Again, making all these on seconds.
Because if she goes bishop c3, you can go e5 and shut the position down. 7 seconds. And she puts her bishop on c3.
Okay,
but
C3.
e5.
Wait, there's
E5.
rook c5. There's rook c5, Ivanka. Oh, no, it doesn't work because bishop a5. Rook c5 takes d7. I mean, I was my goal with bishop a5. You said just play e5, huh?
e5.
Yeah, that's easy.
e5.
Dang.
This bishop is no longer going to be anchored. It's going to be forced off this diagonal.
That's nasty. And then we play king d3. Sorry, king e4 and king 2
king
d3.
e4, and then you just hunt down this bishop.
My goodness, this is a heartbreaker,
this king
man.
Is vacationing there on g7. It should be there on d7, and then black would be fine. But no, it's far away. e5.
Humpy. The hard part here is if Vaishali loses this game, right? Like the mental, you could really be mentally just out of there after losing 3 in a row, and after fighting like this, it takes a lot of mental strength and people around you, especially on her team, to really help her out after if she loses this game.
Yeah, it will break her. I mean, it's such a tough loss. 5 seconds, and she moves her king to f8. But this is the whole point, that the king can now wander over to d3. This pawn is pushing to d7. This bishop cannot protect the pawn on b2 for too long.
Yeah, it's just completely
king
winning now.
e4.
Yeah, and you can tell from the confidence, the way that she moved the king there. She knows that this one's all but
and this king just cannot approach. King e8 is going to be met by d7.
Tough game, man. Definitely was prudent first.
King is coming down to d3.
King d3, and that's it, man. Lesson learned. Tough game, man. You got to feel for Vaishali here.
She puts her rook on a8, but it's still the same problem. Whenever this rook comes down to a1, we're going to be rook takes b2.
Yeah.
There's also d7 as well. So, okay. King d3 is what I'm expecting. King d3.
Yeah, king d3 is nice.
21 seconds for Humpy. She just has to hold her nerve. King d3. Attack this bishop. There you go. She does it.
Vaishali on seconds. Okay, 30. Sucks, man. They like, man, why you got this increment, man? Dang, I could have flagged her. Like, that's how you would feel. But on the other hand, you're like, oh, I got the time. Like, I'm not going to flag. Like, always a double-edged sword when it comes to increment.
Yep. Well, if rook a1, d7 is sufficient. This bishop is on fire. So it needs to step back. She goes rook a3. King c2.
Anyway.
King c2.
Yeah, king c2 is easy though. Very easy. Yeah, king c2 is very easy, right? d7 also, I guess, but king c2 is very practical and easy. Even king c4, maybe. Yeah, king c4 too.
Yeah, king c4 is fine. King c2. I like king c2. And there you go. King c2 played.
Easy. She just say, look at that. Wow. Over 60. It was 50 moves, I think. I'm not sure if those are score sheets that go, more than 50.
Now, d7 is coming.
Moves.
d7 is coming.
King
This
e8.
rook is coming down to d3.
Oh, yeah. Rook
King
g3
e8.
that's GG. All right. Rook d3, bishop b4, take,
Rook-
take, king up, king bishop there. Rook takes. Yeah, I'm just
Rook
up.
d3.
I got
This bishop will have to step back.
Yeah, we trade
You
everything
just
out.
take on b2.
I was about to say, you could probably even take on b2, sack, and walk the king up.
Yep. Rook d3. Fair play to Humpy.
Wow.
It looked like she lost control. The momentum had gone from her position, but she found a way to create problems. Bishop to b4.
She
Rook
locked
takes
in
b2.
now. She just said
Yep.
rook b2. Yeah.
It's in the bank.
That's it.
And there you
Resi.
go. Results.
Mike.
Humpy takes her first victory, and for Vaishali, a devastating loss. That game was full of adventures. It started perfectly with Humpy just choosing the greatest opening, and she managed to confuse Vaishali. Vaishali sacrificed an exchange in order to generate play, and it looked like she was going to get away with it as she generated enough play. But in the end, in time trouble, it was one heartbreaking blunder from Vaishali that cost her the game. Okay.
Wow.
Canty, but there is still one game remaining. So let's head over to Nergul Salimova after all that drama and check out how she's doing against Anna Muzychuk.
Fighting for her absolute life here. But I think, having the extra pawn, black's fine. If there was one pawn, it's chances for sure. But I think if we are able to ever get this pawn, if we're able to get one pawn, then Salimova can win, I think. If she can't get the pawn, then we are going to get some type of draw at some point.
Yeah. But the question for white is how is this knight? So how is the king going to break through? I guess you travel on the dark squares, but as soon as you travel too far,
It might even start repeating right now, though. Exactly. Yeah, I think there might be a
Isn't F5 now?
Oh, F5 is really good. Oh, no. Just pawn takes. King takes rook e5.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that a draw?
But it was close.
Isn't that a draw?
It is draw. It is, but it's a difficult draw. You're right. You're like, yo, that's right. No, you're right. It's a draw, but it's actually the hard draw. It's like the hardest part of the draw is now making sure you understand and keep the king and knight.
Yeah, exactly. And you always have to be careful about changing the nature of the position, because at the minute, Muzychuk has a beautiful fortress. Why disturb the balance?
Yeah, I think she can actually just go back and forth. Knight f7, knight g5, and if your king ever gets too far, you're trying to get frisky with like king e7. Then
she goes for f5.
Oh, she goes for the immediate f5. And just says, all right, cool. We're going to play this boy out to an absolute draw. And she has time, too. Like, if we get the scenario where the king gets to the back rank and you got to be very, very careful. Yeah, there we are. It takes e5.
The main thing for Anna is that she must keep this king and knight together. If she does this, it will be an easy draw.
Right. It'd be easy draw. Let's see what happens, guys.
Yeah.
Now we got 50 moves, the 50 move counter. Is this happening? All these moves are coming in quick on the board here.
It's move 73.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't this Anna's second rook versus knight? She had it against Lei Tingjie. Yeah, but this time she had the rook.
She's like, man, how am I getting in these positions? Like, what am I doing?
It's poetic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very,
That
very
she
good to see.
tried to win a rook versus knight, and now she's defending. And again, remember, you keep your knight close. So you're good with putting your knight on g4. You're not good with putting your knight all the way on e8. There, you get into problems with a rook coming over to a6 and cut off. So remember, you keep your king and your knight close together.
Yeah, you gotta keep
Knight
that
to
stuff
g4.
real.
So we've had 2 decisive results today.
Right.
And we have that shake-up in the standings, a 3-way tie for first place. And
3-way tie.
Salimova will move on to 3.5 points out of 8. So it really will depend on how the players finish, how they're able to control their nerves, and how much stamina they have. Because as you've mentioned, Kanti, this is a long event.
Yes.
Most tournaments are the maximum 11 rounds. This one is
Right.
14.
14, like double the amount of rounds that you would usually get, guys. You have to think about how crazy that is. Double the amount of rounds. And then usually, the norm tournaments are 9 rounds. So, this is just the longest tournament you ever play in your entire life.
Okay. And King e6 played. That's fine because the knight can jump to f6 and is in close proximity to its king. Rook f4, knight will go to f6. Remember, you do not want to put your knight far away from the king. If you put it on h2, it's just too much disconnect. Knight f6. I always like to remember this phrase that one of my co-hosts, David Howell, uses a lot. Is this knight is the king's best friend. So keep a knight close. Yeah. And this is actually really a very important rule when it comes to defending your king in a middle game. As long as you have a knight close to your king, it can cover a lot of squares. King goes to e6.
And we just shuffle. It's going to be how many moves are actually before that last pawn capture? Okay, you're able to look?
Well, it was the trade was on move 73. White's 73rd move. So we're now 84. So we've got a long way to go.
Right.
But the thing is, the players are not going to be spending too much time. Both of them know that this is just a draw.
It's just a draw, boys and girls. It's just a draw, but they're going to play on. You should play it on all the way out. This is the way to do it. It's the candidates.
It is the candidates. Ricky won. And Anna doing an excellent job of keeping her king and knight together.
Just moving around. Knight f4, king e6. There's a check maybe. King f5, then knight f6. They're going to play it out. How much time is left? Yeah, you got so much time. This one.
And one useful rule to know is that if you play this position 75 moves, the arbiter has to step in and declare it drawn.
Okay, I never knew that, actually.
No, I never knew that kind of thing either. So rook to d6, knight stays close to the king. And look how effectively those 2 pieces work together. The white rook just can't come close.
Yeah, it's just checks and move. Check and move. Stick and move, chat. Move. Make a hidden move. Hidden move. Keep moving. Keep moving around. Keep the knight and king close together. That is the key. And if you ever get to the back rank, it's the same thing. You have to be able, 2 squares apart, you lose on the back rank. But 1 square is the most that you can allow yourself on the back rank with the king and the knight, if that tends to happen. But here, she has an optimal setup. The king is not really getting closer to the edge. You have a lot of room to move around. Are they seriously going to play this another 50 moves? Yes, they are, chess fan. 100%. They're going to play this boy out. They are going to
You
play
gotta
it out.
play it out. You never know. Remember, this is already quite a long game, and
Yeah.
people can hallucinate. People can just make a massive mistake.
That's fine. Like,
Play
bro,
these
y'all
type of
really gonna play
endings
this out,
out.
bro? Come on, dog. Y'all seriously gonna play this out? Like, yeah, man.
Rook e2, knight to f6, and I think they're not going to play it out for too long. I think rook e1 is going to happen. There you go.
Rook e2, knight g4.
Rook e5.
Five.
Okay, now the knight just goes back to g4. No progress has been made.
We wait for someone to blunder, right? I hope just moment. Hopefully somebody blunder, bro. Well, now, okay, we did just see that in the game with Vaishali, but that was a little different because there was an well, I guess some of the similarities here. Exchange up, but no pawns.
Yeah. King f5.
Mm-hmm. No pawns. So this draw would keep them. What is their score actually? Anna has 2.5 or 3.
Yeah, Anna has 2.5, so she moves
And
on to 3. Salimova is half a point ahead, which is 3 points. So Salimova, she won against Humpy Koneru, but she also lost 2 games. She lost to Goryachkina. And she lost to Vaishali.
Okay.
Beautiful game by Vaishali.
And I actually go so many games. I just I don't even remember that one. I just gotta go back and find it. I'll just go back and watch the
It's a
final.
fantastic game. You'll enjoy it. It's in true Vaishali style. She got a novelty. She sacrificed. She was white.
Okay.
That is Vaishali at her best.
Okay. That's good to know.
Round 3. Yeah. Knight to d7.
Great shot.
But for Vaishali, she's lost 3 games in a row. What do you think it will take for her to shake things up?
Yeah, maybe change of something, maybe openings number 1, or even doing something that makes you happy and just kind of be comfortable and breathe through it. You got to kind of really understand, hey, there's more games. Let's focus on those and let's switch some things up.
Yeah. And there we do see that Anna is effectively using her king and knight to hold the rook and king at bay, and Salimova moving her rook to e5. Rook. Yeah, but how many games remaining? Quite a few games remaining. Still everything to play for. But what do you think it's going to be for Tan Zhongyi? Losing a devastating game like that.
Yeah,
Lei
she's still in
Tingjie,
the
all
lead.
credit to her, played fantastic.
Yeah.
But for Tan Zhongyi, it was rejecting that draw offer, then trying too hard.
Yeah, you have to get out of your own head there and hey, you know what? I'm winning. I'm still in first, right? I'm tied for first, but still in first. And I still have 6 games to go, right? So this is round 8. Yeah, 6 games. So, I still got some more games. Just chill and relax, and play my best like I've been playing and hope that good things happen, because that's exactly what happens when you play good moves, good games. I mean, good things happen in your chess. So I think, you have to have that mindset, really, especially after a loss, because it's a marathon, as we mentioned before.
Yeah. And in terms of the tournament standings, which one of the 3 leaders is to you in the best shape?
Definitely Lei Tingjie. In fact, after winning 3 in a row, hey, listen, these aren't, patchers at all. I mean, you just won 3 in a row against the candidates. In fact, this is not a small thing at all. So if you get on a roll like this, I mean, you could be unstoppable in the next 2-3 games, especially if she's just not losing and having a win like that, beating a tournament leader. Oh yeah, I'm on one right now. I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling great. I'm in great form. So now I need to continue this. Whatever happened the first half happened already. This is the second half, and I'm already, I'm 3-0. Feeling good right now as I'm Lei Tingjie.
Yeah. I've been impressed by how she's managed to resourcefully defend some lost positions. And now these 3 victories. Her game against Vaishali, fantastic. Today, exceptional.
Right.
Rook to e4. And Anna's just going to move the knight back. How would you draw this? Would you kind of give up your rook for the knight? Would you just
Yeah, I would.
blunder your rook?
That's funny. I always like to do it in a way where you are the one. They say where when you're the one drawing from a powerful position. So I want to take the knight. I would do rook
Okay.
takes knight, and then
You want to play rook takes knight.
I'll
Well,
play rook takes. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the players to make eye contact with each other.
You want to draw? Yeah, you want to draw? No, let's
Yeah,
play it out.
Anna has shown she knows exactly what to do, and
Are you trying to play it out? No,
there's
you trying to play it out?
advancing the king. And tomorrow, Anna
Next
will
game.
have the white. Yeah, Anna will have the white pieces against Goryachkina.
Yes. Usually draw by blundering a winning position. As for someone in chat says, that's funny. Anna refusing eye contact. She's like, nope, I'm gonna win. Nope, this is not a draw. I'm gonna win with the knight. And there's like is there even a configuration? Let me think about that real quick. Oh, there is. There's a stupid configuration where you can be mated if king's on h1, rook on h2, king on f1, knight on g3 is mate. That's just ridiculous. But just put it out there. I've never seen that one happen. Maybe in a bullet game that might happen, but this is not bullet.
Okay, players just shuffling the pieces, coming to terms with the fact that it's just going to be a draw.
So guys, looking like lay draw.
And also wondering whether Anna is counting, whether there's been any repetition.
A lot of times,
remember, if they repeat the position 3 times, it will be a draw. If the position gets repeated 5 times, the arbiter must step in and declare the game draw.
Yeah, I forgot about that actually. So 3 times in that position would be a draw.
Yeah. Have you ever had to claim?
No, I never had to claim. No, yeah, I don't think I've ever had to claim. It was I've seen repetition on board many times, but never had to claim. Have you had to claim?
Yes.
Oh, you had to claim. Draw.
Yes. I have, and the players blitzing out the moves. They know it's a draw.
They are, guys. It is a draw. The dance of the knight and the rook. Exactly. Classic smother. Yes, classic smothered mate. It is possible, but we won't see that here.
No, it's not possible.
Very possible, boys and girls.
And what's the time? What time is it in Toronto?
That's a good question. Actually, I'm in Michigan, but Eastern time is we're the same time control. So same time control. Wow, same time zone, which is 8 Eastern. So it's 8:05 over here p.m. 8:05. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. He just walked up to put the y'all gonna be here.
Yeah, the players are moving 120. So they have actually played the longest game in the women's candidates. So they can give them
really?
a pat on the back. Yeah, now they're going into the record books. Yes.
That's sweet. Oh, that's nice. Wait, I guess you don't get nothing for that. Like, oh, okay, good job.
You get your name in the history books and the records, right?
Yeah, Like, okay, good job, buddy. Wow.
120. And a draw has been agreed between
Wow.
Salimova and Muzychuk. Was a fighting draw played until the bitter end, but in the end, the point was halved. And that means we've had the end of an exciting day full of unexpected results and stories. And let's take a look at the results. Zhongyi losing with the white pieces against Lei Tingjie, which means that there is a shake-up in the standings. Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina, their game ended a draw. Humpy Koneru, well, she started off powerfully and in the end she managed to defeat Vaishali, and it was a peaceful but fighting draw against Salimova and Muzychuk, which means that at the standings there we have a three-way tie at the top, which is the very first time that's actually happened in this tournament. Anything can happen. It is round 8 tomorrow. It's going to be round 9, full of more fights. And there you can see it's a tie between Alexandra Goryachkina, Lei Endgame, and Zhongyi with 5 points. Just half a point behind them, Katerina Lagno with 4.5 points. The tournament now is wide open. Let's not forget that there is Nurgul Salimova and Humpy Koneru on 3.5 points. Maybe some late round surges will mean that they will try to jockey for first place. It's the candidates, Kanti. Winner takes all. What do you think you can expect from tomorrow and from the last remaining games?
Yeah, definitely. Lei Tingjie is on fire. She like, oh, I just won with black. Now I'm gonna try to do the same thing with white. She is one to watch out for sure there. Also, Tan2 looking to bounce back from the loss, I think there, which is really nice. And of course, you got Goryachkina. So as well, Goryachkina. I always mess that up, but she's doing great as well. I mean, 3 5s up there at the top. This is anything can happen. Next 2 games are going to be very detrimental because then it's only a few games left and somebody can try to run away with it.
True. Here we go. Here is round 9. And we see Humpy Koneru. She will play Katerina Lagno. We have Vaishali. She will play Zhongyi. Lei Endgame plays Nurgul Salimova. Anna Muzychuk will face Alexandra Goryachkina. Oh, it's going to be critical tomorrow. As you say, it's crucial. It's the kind of time where you start to set the pace, whether we're going to see someone extend the lead. Can Lei Endgame win 4 games in a row? Do you think she's up to that?
It is possible. It is very, very possible to catch fire, get hot, and just win it all. It is possible, especially I won with black. Now I have white next. Okay, I'm feeling good. But you just keep playing and you keep playing, taking it one day and one game at a time. And hopefully good things happen.
Yeah, one game at a time. And what a thrilling day of chess it's been. It's been full of excitement. It's been full of suspense. And we now have a 3-way tie for first place. What's going to happen tomorrow? Well, you'll have to tune in and find out. All we can say is expect the unexpected. Thank you all for watching, and Kanti, once again, it's been a pleasure. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Good night.